Hey there, you're listening to You Still Going On About That with Rob Israel and Joseph K. You can find us anywhere you could download podcasts. You could also find us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook at YSGOAT. Thanks for listening. I'm Rob Israel.
I'm Joseph K.
And you still going on about
that?
All right, Joseph, it is the beginning of February.
The
year's already flying by.
It really is. It really is.
January, again, we talked about this last week. January is a weird month. It just is.
It feels like a pause of sorts. But yeah, it was. February now, it feels like, I think I wrote 2023 today and thought to myself, like, yeah, it now feels like I'm in 2023.
Yeah, those first 2 weeks of January was a little confusing. You know, you're just like, So Joseph, what are we going to talk about today?
We are going to devote the entire 3 hours to the one thing that I've been waiting for since I was a small child. Finally, someone is bringing Booster Gold to the screen, and I can.
Do we have to talk about that for 3 hours? I don't think there's enough.
Booster Gold. Yeah. Okay. So we're not going to talk about Booster Gold the whole time.
I do like that character, though.
I never heard of that character.
Oh,
it sounds like a good one.
What?
It sounds like a good one, actually. I was kind of kidding.
Well, what are we talking about?
Okay, we're going to talk about the DC announcements. James Gunn came out today with like the other day with like a 5.5 minute heads up as to what's coming in the DC world. And it sounds good. I'm pretty sure it'll be good. We're going to talk briefly about a movie we both saw from Cronenberg, Crimes of the Future.
Yep.
Which was something. We're going to talk about the latest episode of The Last of Us, episode 3, which a lot of people have been really lauding that episode.
Yeah, there's people think it. I mean, I think it was great. I enjoyed it. My wife really liked it. So.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about, and then we'll switch gears. We're going to talk about Joe Biden's declaring, I think it's in May, he's like pre-declaring the end to the COVID emergency.
I don't know. We'll talk about that because I don't think that's a good idea, but
it's weird. I mean, like,
we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about Ron DeSantis just doing a number on the public schools and colleges in the state of Florida.
Yeah.
And it's a real sad story. I mean, I kind of like, I'm
it's
not going to be able to...
just fascist 101 going on right now with him.
It's that, and it's more than, and I mean, I guess that's like super important, but it's also like just such a sad thing. It's just a sad thing. You know, I mean, there's going to be, we'll talk about that. Let's see what else. I found this story a week ago about a woman who has repeatedly gotten lost in storm drains.
Is she from anywhere in particular that these stories would make sense?
This is if
you live in a specific area that people would assume is where she would live.
This is the elusive Florida woman. Now, we've all heard of Florida Man and his exploits, but this is where little Florida children come from. There's a Florida woman, and she lives under the streets of Delray Beach, Florida.
Part-time residents underground.
It's crazy. This is like, I don't know how long we'll talk about it. I could talk about this all night, but
yeah, I probably could too. It's really funny.
It's a really crazy story. And then we're going to talk about Trump. It looks like I kind of split these topics up in the latest list, but we're going to talk about Donald Trump's latest speech. It was just like this really virulent anti-trans speech, and it was filled with like factual errors and bizarre hate mongering. We're going to talk about the I jumbled this list up really bad. We're going to talk about the Paul Pelosi video and how the assailant called into a Fox News station, obviously. And then we're going to wind up by talking about this thing called Mr. Beast, who has some poverty porn.
We also need to talk about the cops.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have that on our original list. Let me pop that up there real quick.
Well, I can fix this list because you got some weirdness going on here.
Yeah, when I cut and pasted it, it was you know what I did is I cut and pasted the things. Yeah.
The cop thing we could just add around. We could add that before the Paul Pelosi part. So like Trump, we'll talk about the cops.
Well, and there's another thing that happened too. Rittenhouse is getting sued.
Oh,
pretty funny. That's a good thing to talk about with the cops.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. Because I think the civil suit is also going after the police that were involved in Kenosha as well.
Yeah. All right. So Trump. Plus you didn't call in cops. All right. And then we'll do Mr. Beast last. That's a lot. That's a whole bunch of topics. So, yeah. All right. So here comes
3 hours of it talking about Booster Gold. So
Booster Gold.
Okay, so to start with, James Gunn was given that. I keep forgetting the other guy that he's working with. It's not just it's James Gunn's like more like the face, but there's another guy involved. It's like a dual partnership thing, and they announced like a month or two ago that he's taking over DC. He's basically like the Kevin Feige, and the guy has some I would say has some juice to back himself. He did Guardians of the Galaxy movies. He did Peacemaker and Suicide Squad. I think he's done some really good stuff. I think he's the right guy for this. And I think just as like a comic fan and someone who understands, like, I don't know if like he 100% respects the content. There's people who argue and say that like Guardians of the Galaxy characters were changed a lot. And, it to me, it's like, I'm not shocked because it's like, who knew the hell Star-Lord was? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody who Star-Lord was 10 years ago, they would have been like, what is that? Is that?
Well, I heard originally that a lot of the Marvel stuff found its way to the screen because they could purchase the rights for it cheaply. Like that's why.
What do you mean?
That's why they started with like Iron Man and
well, they didn't. They had the rights to it. Marvel didn't have the rights to X-Men yet or Spider-Man because they were all eaten up by studios back in the 90s. They shopped it like it was like the joke was like Marvel was like going bankrupt, and Stan Lee and whoever else basically shopped around these characters to studios that basically paid to keep Marvel going.
Yeah,
but these deals were like almost to the point where like Fox owned the X-Men. I mean, they didn't own the comics, but they literally owned like the movie rights and everything. Same thing with like Sony with Spider-Man, Universal, and then like the Hulk and all that. And so that's why it took many years for Marvel to like really get to the point where it is. I mean, the fact that Disney had to buy Fox, one for all the other content, but to basically finish the collection of all the Marvel characters.
Yeah.
I mean, the joke is Sony still has the rights to Spider-Man.
Right.
And
yeah.
If they tried pulling a fast one a couple of years ago, taking Spider-Man away, which was really stupid on their part.
Yep.
Their whole thing is they want Marvel to basically give them the rights to say, hey, when they make like a Morbius movie, that's a Marvel movie. And Marvel's like, no, it's not. Like, it's a Marvel character, but it's not a Marvel movie. Like, you cannot, your shitty movie does not take place in our planned universe. Like,
yeah, I finally watched that. It was really disappointing. I even had pretty low expectations. It was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. I mean, it wasn't anything. And then the Vulture shows up in the end. It makes no sense. It was a shit show. But it took many years. That's why, like, when they announced Civil War and they said like they'll bring Spider-Man in, it was a huge fucking deal because it was shit. Like Marvel, it felt like real Marvel. Like, yeah, Iron Man's cool, Thor's cool, Guardians of the Galaxy is cool, but you know what's really cool? Spider-Man.
Right. Yeah, that's it. I was watching Spider-Man like back when he was on the Electric Company, and then when he was on. Thing is,
like, I know, like, oh yeah, I'd love to see the X-Men and stuff like that, but like, I almost feel like I don't know, I'm in no rush for it because like, there's so many characters, and the X-Men are they always kind of were like in their own little universe in Marvel anyway. Like they would team up with the other characters, but they always had their own complicated plots. And I think it's gonna be like too much for the audience. It's like too many teams. You know, they tried doing Eternals, that didn't work. It's to the point where like I almost wouldn't mind if they just have mutants show up here and there, like Wolverine shows up or like whatever, and then eventually maybe they do an X-Men movie. But so kind of got a little sidetracked there. But the joke is that Marvel didn't have their rights to everything. That's why you got like a Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Because let me tell you, if Marvel had the rights to X-Men, there would never have been a Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Probably not. Probably not ever. Maybe working on like X-Men 8 right now.
Yeah.
But DC always owned the rights to these characters. They own the rights to all their characters. And the thing is, they just like the executives and everything, they never hired people that actually understood the fucking content that they owned. They owned that shit. They owned it since the fucking late 70s. And they never could see throughout their ass because it's like these people who probably never read comics, don't respect the medium. They think it's all bullshit. It's so funny. How can you not respect the medium now when these fucking movies make like billions of dollars?
They're
like,
the only reliable moneymakers in Hollywood, it seems. I mean, there's others, but like they're the consistently.
But you still need people who understand the content, at least understand. Like it's not even the point of like, understanding a storyline, understanding that you own all these IPs, that you own all these rich characters that go back decades, and like, you know, there's so much, like everyone knows who like Batman, Superman is, but there's so many other like Mr. Gold, all these like crazy characters that are actually better stories than fucking Superman that could make a better movie. Like they tried doing Green Lantern, it just failed. Like I remember seeing it, and I was like,
it was a lot of CGI. Yeah.
Well, you know, it was like 2011. The CGI wasn't 100% there yet. Like they made the mistake of like doing Green Lantern's costume in CGI. The joke is that now pretty much all costumes are almost done in CGI. It's just like you don't know it's CGI because it actually looks good. Like in Endgame, when they all wear like their pimp suit or armor or whatever, when they go into the Quantum Zone in Endgame, those were not costumes. Those were all CGI. They showed behind the scenes they're wearing like Tech because they're like, we don't know what's gonna look like yet.
Yeah, it is crazy. I heard that even the dragons in the new House of Dragons are CGI.
Yeah, it's crazy. They used to use real ones.
No, they used to use
fucking
puppets,
PETA.
Giant puppets.
PETA, man. PETA ruins everything, you know?
Yeah. Well, all right. So the big deal that makes perfect sense and that Gunn kept stressing was that there's going to be continuity and there's going to be a mix of like animated shows and television shows and movies.
The joke is they still have that problem where it's like Batman.
Yeah.
Matt Reeves' Batman still takes place in its own universe.
It's an Elseworld.
Yeah, they're calling it Elseworld, which is fine. The Joker. I like that they brought up Teen Titans Go. I thought that was kind of funny. That he's considered its own universe, and that's fine. It's funny. Yeah. So he announced the list, and he said like it's funny how it's like Shazam. He kind of just went, they always kind of like we're on their own, but they're still in the DC universe. I felt like it was like a nice way to write it off. Like if the sequel bombs, then it's like, who cares? I'm always like wondering about that movie. Like it's coming out soon. It hardly got any promotion. The only one who's promoting it right now is Zachary Levi. And I don't know if he's doing a good job because all he's talking about is Pfizer and how bad the vaccine is. And I don't know if that's a part of the movie. I think that's really weird that the main actor who plays Shazam is just going on like a weird anti-vax tirade. Is that like a plot point in Shazam too?
It is. The villain in there is Big Pharma. It's an actual.
I heard it's Jabber. The Jabby. Oh no, it's Jabby.
Jabberjaws.
It's Dr. Fauci. With his jabber. And the whole movie is about how Shazam is scared of needles because he's a fucking wuss.
The Batman movie and the Joker movie, they're obviously going to continue going because they were hugely successful. I think that once they've run their course, there aren't going to be any more else.
I just think it's a little weird to like have a Batman movie that's still just like the Joker to me makes sense because the way the content of the Joker movie felt like it was like its own thing. It was like they were making like this kind of like grindhouse, like 80s rated R movie.
It was like Taxi Driver. It was
yeah. I mean, it totally was fucking Taxi Driver. Let's not pretend it was anything but
it was like
that.
Taxi Driver / King of Comedy or something.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And the point where they even hired Robert De Niro, who played the Joker character in King of Comedy, merged into one. And it's like, I mean, it was still good. I liked it.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't mind that existing in its own thing. I feel like unless you're an idiot, that shouldn't confuse the consumer. I just don't like, to me, it didn't feel like a superhero movie at all. I'm not saying it was like super realistic, but it just didn't feel. But the Batman, I think, is a confusing IP. I think that's gonna confuse the consumer to have Robert Pattinson be this kind of like I don't know how old he is, but let's just say at his prime Batman. It's just gonna be weird. They announced a new Batman movie called The Brave and the Bold, which I guess is gonna be, which deals with Robin, which will be cool because it's like we never actually had a good Robin ever.
Well, this will be Damian Wayne.
That's a cool character, but I'm curious again. It's like, okay, so what? They gonna like just not have Dick Grayson, who's the original, who became Nightwing? There's Tim Drake, who was a great Robin. Like Damian Wayne's an interesting character. He's based on a storyline that it's great. It was like a graphic novel came out in the 80s called like Son of the Demon or whatever, where you find out Batman has a kid with Talia al Ghul. And it was always kind of written as like an Elseworlds thing. It was like, did this happen? Who knows? And then Grant Morrison took over Batman, Andy Kubert, in the like 2006, and they did the storyline, and they brought Damian Wayne in, and it confirmed that Son of the Demon was actually continuity and that he did have a kid. He didn't know that. They were raising this kid to be like a little assassin. And the whole plot was Damian Wayne becomes the next Robin. And he's like, the joke is like, his quick to like kill people and stuff. And Batman has to like teach him like, hey, don't murder people because it's like, bad. And I think that could lead to a lot of fun comedy.
Right. Yep.
Like, what did I say to you, Robin? Don't. Hey, what I say to you, son? Don't chop off the head, cut off the leg.
It'll be fun. It'll be like how I mean, they honestly,
I think it'd be cool to like have a fucking like 12, 13-year-old Robin. I mean, fuck, we had Hit Girl in those Kick-Ass movies.
Yep.
Like we've had like all these different like kids in movies. The Spider-Man and that's what I liked about the Spider-Man movie was they casted someone who felt like, hey, this could be a high school kid
for sure,
Spider-Man, and he would react with Tony Stark, and it was funny. And I feel like we never had that with Robin. You had Chris O'Donnell, who was like 40 in those Batman movies, like the same age as fucking. You shouldn't have an actor who's like the same age as Val Kilmer. It was weird, It's like, they were always so scared to use Robin because of all the bullshit from like back in the day. And so I'm glad to see that. But again, market confusion. Why not just have Robert Pattinson? It's weird because it's like Pattinson's movie doesn't fit the tone that they're going to go with. I just think you're going to run into those problems again. And like James Gunn announced all these like awesome ideas. There's a Creature Commandos cartoon. And the thing I thought that was kind of cool was he said like any of the so Creature Commandos is going to be a cartoon on HBO Max, like a 6 or whatever episode. But everyone that's casted in that are actual actors that he would use to be in the movies at live action, which is cool. It's kind of like Katie Sackhoff playing Bo-Katan in the cartoon Clone Wars and also actually being in The Mandalorian. So I think that's a cool little like, I like that, keeping things like consistent. So that's good. He announced, let's see, the Flash movie, which is kind of funny because everything that's going on with that fucking main actor.
Yeah.
He's saying it's interesting though, because it's like, okay, so the Flash is going to be the thing that resets everything, but you still have the Blue Beetle movie, which I guess like could kind of exist on its own without worrying about it being a continuity. But then you have Aquaman 2. He said that, and he said very little about that. And I'm like, well, should Aquaman 2 probably come out before Flash does? Because if Flash is going to reset everything, I imagine whatever happens in Aquaman 2
is not going to reflect on this new universe. It's going to reflect on the old universe of Aquaman. And then there's rumors that have been going around where Jason Momoa is leaving the role of Aquaman. That basically after Aquaman 2 is done, it's done.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to become Lobo, which
I've heard that.
what he should have been to begin with. He should have been always Lobo.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, the funny thing is, it was like, he kind of looked like Lobo to begin with when he was Aquaman. Yeah. And I think he'd be great as Lobo. But let's see what else he announced. He announced a new Superman movie. I thought that sounded cool. I think that's going to be awesome. He's making, so I think that's going to be great. I think we're going to get like a true Superman that's like the one thing I always wanted in the new Superman movies was like, I want a Christopher Reeve type Superman, but better special effects. Where he can take on giant monsters and fly off planet and, you know, not fight Mark Pillow on the moon.
Right, yeah.
Superman 4, you know, like, and we never really got that. Like, Superman Returns was boring as shit. Like, Brandon Routh was fine as in the cast, but the movie was boring. It was so unimaginative. It was weak as shit. And then the other one was just so dark and so scared to be Superman. Like, they wouldn't even say Superman in the fucking movie in Man of Steel. And I felt like they finally got Superman right in the Justice League movie that no one pretends and doesn't like is the Joss Whedon version. Yeah. That's where you got actual Superman again. We finally got where what's his face could be Superman really in the last like 20 minutes of the movie.
Henry Cavill.
Yeah. And Henry Cavill, unfortunately, he's probably just aged out. They want to get younger cast members. They interviewed Bautista. He was talking about it. You know, he's like, good for Big Gun. Well, Bautista, not to be Superman.
I was going to say, that does not sound like a good fit at all.
Well, also the fact that he's like a lot older and kind of weird looking. But
he does look like a giant bullet. He does.
Yeah. He'd be great as like Mongol, who's like a villain that I could see. That I could see James Gunn bringing in. But he said that James Gunn's going to basically revamp the entire thing, bring in younger casts. It makes sense in some ways. I mean, if you have a 10-year plan, you need to start with people who are not.
Yeah, they can't be too
45 or 40. You need to get people who are like 25. That's just an unfortunate fact, especially if you want these, you know, you want to get like 10, 15 years out of these people. What else? So that's what else was there? There was like a Green Lantern show.
What was it? The Authority?
Yeah,
is on
that
there.
Should be interesting. The Authority, which is cool.
There's a Waller show.
Yep. It's interesting. The Waller show, we're going to get the Waller show before we're going to get the Peacemaker season 2.
Yeah.
Weird. I'm like, why is it? The fuck, man? Why isn't Peacemaker 2? Or I want to see that. Like, get Peacemaker 2 going. That should be out. So, like, we probably won't get Waller till next year. She says they're working on that one already. We probably won't get that till next year or end of this year, which means we're probably not going to get Peacemaker until like the end of next year, 2025, which kind of stinks. What else was there? There was a whole there was a Wonder Woman series. It was like Paradise Island or something.
Yeah, they described it as like Game of Thrones set.
All lesbianism, hot.
Yeah, right.
Like Game of Thrones, but all chicks.
All right. Well, I got the list here. Oh well, you forgot the premiere, the marquee property that's getting is Booster Gold.
I think that one's gonna be fun.
I think. Look, when I saw that, I thought immediately that this is going to be like Peacemaker, in that on paper I have no interest in it, but it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I think and again, that's why Guardians of the Galaxy worked, is that it's almost better to have these characters that no one knows, or like the real comic fans may have a vague awareness, or they do. Or they're just happy to be that, like, what? They're making Groot in a movie? Mm-hmm. What? Groot? Like Rocket Raccoon? What?
Yeah.
So the idea, like, Booster Gold is a great character. I think that's an interesting character, time traveler type thing, and it kind of plays in with, you know, you got Marvel's gonna have Kang. These fucking Marvel and DC have always intercepted so much. I think the thing, my issue with this whole thing though is I don't trust WB. I don't trust that CEO, Zaslav or whatever.
Yeah, he sounds like
James Gunn has
a Batman villain.
James
the one
Gunn
that like
has a great plan. And I just feel like if one of those movies is not up to snuff, the whole fucking thing will get just destroyed.
Yeah.
Like Marvel, it was like a perfect storm. But like if you watched, like, Iron Man was a huge hit. Iron Man 2 did very well, but was not very well received. Captain America and Thor were both liked, but they announced that Avengers movie, so people will like pump for that. But like,
yeah.
I mean, I thought Captain America 1 was better than Thor 1, but they didn't like change the world. And then Avengers came out, and then you had all the second run, like the other movies that came out after and everything. Yeah. And Winter Soldier was such a good movie, but like Marvel just let it all organically happen, and DC always tried to play catch up, and they never gave. It's like they got the wrong guy to run it. Zack Snyder was never the right person for this. His vision was not grand. It was like very like if you hear his story, what he wanted to do with Justice League 2, it would be like, how are you making a universe here? Like,
yeah.
It would literally like end at Justice League 2. It's like, okay, well, this is your story, but the studio wants to make this grand story.
Yeah, they all need to be entry points in a way. Well, the properties that you
DC. Well, the thing at the reason why you what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say that the last properties that we didn't mention yet are they're gonna do a Supergirl movie.
I think that's
tomorrow,
awesome.
And they're gonna do Swamp Thing movie.
I think that'll be Swamp Thing will be an awesome, like, if you make it a horror movie and you make it rated R, which I think with James Gunn running it and DC, I don't think they're going to be afraid to do rated R content. I think that they could say, listen, this is Swamp Thing. It's a monster rated R movie. It's going to be rated R.
Or you make it a hard PG-13 or something.
Oh, yeah. Lots of nips.
Well, and the name of that other show is Paradise Lost. That's the one Game of Thrones
the one that's just a Skinamax series.
Yes.
Like, chicks, like.
Yes, like, it's going to be a lot. Well, I think this.
Yeah, but the reason why you want a franchise, the real reason why, as a studio, why Marvel is great, is because if you promise the audience that this is telling one big story, you get them to go see fucking Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
You're like, people are like, what the fuck do I want to see Shang-Chi? Oh, because we introduce an element that's important to the storyline of the entire movie. Oh, I can't miss that. That's why Marvel kind of created I don't know if they created it, but they helped make in the comics. The one thing they had that DC didn't really have at the time was like strong continuity. And Marvel kind of created in the 60s the whole like idea of crossovers, stuff that happened in the Marvel Universe happened here. It affected the entire.
Well, I remember buying books as a kid and needing, like, I would only buy Spider-Man books, but then there'd be like a 3-episode run where I'd have to go get Daredevil, because like I needed those books to make sense of the story that I had been following in Spider-Man. And it was great because, like, I mean, it would introduce you to another character. It would kind of like.
And it's smart because it's like now you could get someone hooked on Daredevil.
Yeah.
And that's why the movies, it's like the same thing. It's like, wait, I had to watch Miss Marvel. I don't watch Miss Marvel. And it's like, oh, well, they introduced these new elements in Miss Marvel. And you're like, all right, I'll check it out. It's the promise of continuity. And DC kind of wanted to do that, but they never, again, it's like, that's the joke, is that they own these properties for years. And all they could ever do, because these people like were either too timid, or they just had no knowledge of their actual IPs or gave a fuck. All they knew was Batman.
Yeah.
And they said, Superman's lame. We can't make Superman cool. What are you talking about? Superman could be the fucking coolest character in the world. You just guys don't have the right people working on it.
Yep.
You never had the right people working on it. You kind of got it in the 70s. Tim Burton, I remember everybody was kind of making fun of it, but now when I think about it, his idea was awesome. It probably would have been like
the Nicolas Cage Superman.
Yeah. I mean, you had Brainiac as a villain. You had like it would have probably would have been nuts, but like it probably would have been like the closest thing we'd had to like a really trippy comic book.
Yeah.
And
did you ever watch the Brainiac series?
Like, what?
Did you ever watch the Brainiac series?
Brainiac series?
Wasn't there a Brainiac series on TV?
No.
On the WB? I'm positive there was.
You mean Supergirl?
No, Brainiac series.
No.
Brainiac series. I'm Googling it as we speak. Brainiac series.
Some Mandela effect shit?
No, it was I know it was a series. He flew around in a giant skull.
There was no Brainiac series.
Brainiac series. He was a robot.
Yeah, I mean, he was a character in the cartoons, but there was never a series. It was in the Super Friends.
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember
that was
Super
in
Friends.
Superpowers, and he had the skull that was the robot Brainiac. That was a different version of Brainiac. Brainiac was always like a green dude. Yeah, dude, there was no Brainiac series.
What would I watch? What was that
show?
show?
Was Alf?
It was not Alf. It was not...
You okay?
Yeah, it was a series. He flew around in a giant skull. I'm confident of this.
Sure that wasn't Zardoz?
Yeah, it could have been Zardoz.
There was no series, Brainiac series. No way.
Gosh, I would. This is really bothering me now. Brainiac series TV, episode 1, episode 4.
He was a character on Supergirl, which was a legion of superheroes. It was a Brainiac in the future, and there was a character called Brainiac on the Supergirl CW show. Yeah. The Supergirl movie sounds good. I like that one. Like the whole plot of like how she was raised on this like rock, and she was supposed to be the one that protects Superman, but like with time travel and everything, that she comes back and he's already like an established hero, and she's younger than him. So her main purpose to protect him is like kind of pointless.
Yeah.
And she didn't have like a normal childhood, like while he had a real childhood. So I think that could be a cool like concept. Like I said, I look forward to all these. I just don't trust the executives at WB.
I agree. And you know what? I just realized what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the Krypton TV series.
Oh, yeah. That he was on Krypton. You're right.
Yeah. I was like, saw it so perfectly in my head, but it was
like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It was
Lobo was on the Krypton series.
The series was not.
Season 2 of Krypton was so good.
And yeah, I remember really liking it.
Lobo was on it actually, and he was actually a pretty good character.
Yeah. The first episode was really good. It kind of got me hooked on the show.
They had Doomsday in it too. Doomsday was actually pretty good. He was better than the movie Doomsday.
In my head, that was a Brainiac show. So
I'm like, the fuck are you talking? Like you're making it sound like in the 70s there was a Brainiac show.
No, I was like, this is like 5 years ago. I was like, I can't be misremembering this. This was on TV like not that long ago.
You don't remember that Brainiac show? The one where Brainiac flew around that robot skull? No. Are you hot? Is the gas on your house?
He used to come on every Friday night about 3 hours after work.
I would always take some of these lewds, and the Brainiac show would come on. I'll get home from work, take my lewds, sit back, and watch the Brainiac show.
I used to watch it on the deck where I don't have a TV.
We didn't have a TV. The Brainiac show on my deck. Look at that, Brainiac's flying around the skull. Woo! Okay, Brainiac.
Oh shit! All right, well, the
Brainiac fuck.
The new DC series doesn't look as good as the Brainiac show that used to air on my deck on Friday night.
You drop some lewds.
Yeah. That one episode they had with a Snuffy Smith crossover was just crazy. It was like
the what?
The Snuffy Smith, that old like 1950s comic strip from.
Yeah.
Yeah, and where he would fight Hagar the Horrible was another.
Hagar. Yeah, that was a good episode of Brainiac.
Yes,
Hagar the Horrible showed up. Yeah. So like I said, I look forward to them. Again, I'm just like, will we see all these? I don't know. I hope so. I just don't trust the it's just like I said, I just think it's weird. You know, you still have all this other content coming out, and it's just weird that like Flash is going to come out before these other movies come out, and you're just saying like, well, like I said, Blue Beetle I think will be fine. That could work, but I just think Aquaman 2 might be confusing. Like be like I don't know.
I like the most recent run of DC movies. I wish we had gotten more of that universe. James Gunn, for whatever reason, all of his stuff is really good in my opinion. Did
you ever see Black Adam?
Yeah, I was a little
it was okay. It was all right.
I didn't know what to make of it. I saw it on HBO Max. It was weird.
Like,
I like The Rock. I do. And I like the character of Black Adam. I don't know if I like The Rock as Black Adam. You know, I mean,
it just didn't make any like Black Adam's a Shazam villain. He just is. And it just made no sense that like you basically are like taking away the major villain of Shazam. Like Shazam 2 should have been Shazam versus Black Adam.
Yeah, and that would have made sense.
And then what you do is if people like Shazam, I mean, if they like Black Adam, you could set it up that Black Adam's like does something good in the end of Shazam.
Yes.
So you can make a movie where he's like a edgy hero,
right?
Play by the rules, you know, like.
Yes.
You started Shazam because it's interesting because like the God Shazam, whatever his name is, the elder, the one who gives
the wizard
he gives the kid the power, Billy the powers. He's in that movie too. So there is like a weird continuity. And when Black Adam has to say Shazam 2 to turn into Black Adam.
Yeah.
And that's why he has like the same lightning bolt and everything on his chest. I do like the twist though, that which I knew I saw that coming, but like that his son was the hero and that he was like the father. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I thought that was like kind of cool because he says like he wasn't a hero, and he said, no, my son was the hero. And his son gave his father the powers.
Right.
I always thought it was they did a pretty good job of putting the Rock's head on a smaller body. I don't know if you noticed that. They did a pretty good job of that.
With CGI, man. It's come
I
so
like
far.
Older Doctor Strange, although he was great. Dr. Fate. I liked Hawkman. It was kind of funny. There's a great I'll talk about this real quick. There was a great TikTok. Someone brought up a good point and said, like, okay, Black Adam has roots in Egypt. Hawkman has roots in Egypt.
Yeah.
Dr. Fate's powers and everything has roots in Egypt. And the writer's like, okay, cool. You want me to like do some of that? Nah. There's no mentioning. There's no like you. It's like you got these characters like in here for a reason.
Yeah, that's funny.
But you don't. There's no connection.
That's one of those things where
Egypt once. They don't.
I'm sure in some draft of that script somewhere, a good writer put that in there, and then the suits are like, nah.
Leave Egypt. No, we don't want Egypt.
You know how many people buy tickets to movies in Florida? None of them know where Egypt is. Egypt was taken out of the history books.
Yeah. They don't have history books in Florida. They have old Hardy Boy. They have old Hardy Boy, like moldy Hardy Boy books.
Yeah.
Did the Hardy Boys do a thing on discovering Egypt? No.
Right. Exactly. So
we don't want anyone to do any critical thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Black Adam was fine. I mean, I wished it had been better. Just because I like The Rock.
I don't think it could have been better. That's the problem. I like the younger characters too. I thought Power Atom, whatever his name was, the guy who got big. I thought he was great. He was kind of like a Spider-Man type character.
Yeah.
I like the girl. I thought she was good too. The one who was like a whirlwind or whatever.
Yeah.
She like spinned around, made like hurricanes or something. I don't know. It's fine. It was okay. Fine. It's just like it wasn't like anything. It was just like, okay, cool.
It was no Crimes of the Future.
Oh, speaking of crimes of the humanity, it was like Crimes of Humanity, Crimes of the Future.
You keep calling it Crimes Against Humanity.
Yeah. Crimes of the Future, more like Crimes Against Humanity. Cronenberg put out a movie last year starring Viggo Mortensen.
Yes.
As I don't know what the hell he is.
He's a performance artist.
He sits in a chair that looks like it's jerking him off. I don't know. He has like a lot of issues. Like he can't digest food.
Right.
Well,
his big issue is that
assistant or girlfriend or whatever.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. It's in this movie real quick.
Yeah, it's in the near future, and humans have begun to evolve. Not all humans have begun to evolve, but some of them have, and some people are eating plastic. There's like a really creepy opening scene where a kid is eating plastic,
and then the mother kills him.
Or the mother doesn't believe it's a human. The mother says, like,
well, the kid's eating like a garbage can next to the toilet. I'm like, ew.
Yeah, it's really like
gross. A cleaner plastic around the house you could eat. What am I watching? Gummo?
Yeah. It's terrifying.
What the fuck?
The opening scene is really weird. There's like an overturned cargo ship or something, and a kid is by the water, and the mom's like, don't eat anything, and you're like, what the fuck? And anyways, it turns out he eats plastic. She kills him because she doesn't believe he's human. Then you go to this other scene, and apparently in the future, people, they don't feel pain anymore, and they're not catching diseases anymore. And this one guy, Viggo Mortensen, has like an odd quirk where he's constantly developing new organs in his body.
Yeah, you got this new organ he has, and everyone's like, "Ooh, what is it?" I'm like, "The fuck? Like, what does it do? Pancreas too?"
The first one we saw was he had a new type of adrenal gland, and they keep pulling him out of him. They're operating on him daily to pull these organs out of him. And then there's like a government agency, like the National Organ Registry, but it's in like, I never understood this part. It's in like a broom closet or something.
Is that Kristen Stewart's character and the other guy?
Yeah. So
anyway, issues digesting food or something.
Yeah.
And he sits in this chair that's supposed to help him eat, but I'm like, it doesn't look like it's helping him. It looks like it's trying to masturbate him while he's eating like soup.
Yeah, and it's like a weird design. It looks like the arm from.
Yeah, like who designed? Like, why does everything look like a Geiger painting? Like
it looks like
he sleeps in this
cocks
weird bed
bones.
that looks like a nutsack. Yeah. I'm like, all right, I get it. It's Cronenberg. Everything's got to be like monstrous and kind of sexual. Yes. Yep. And I was like, all right, I want to like this, but this was not a good movie. Like the dialogue is like, the performances are kind of bad. Like I said, like they're kind of up there with some of the line deliveries, and some of the scenes made me think of Showgirls. And I think that's a shame, because I really feel like Showgirls is one of the worst movies ever made, but also one of the best movies ever made.
Yeah.
Because if you saw Showgirls back in the day, you probably still talking about it. It's like, it's one of the weirdest, worst movies ever made. And I feel like today, movies just kind of come and go. You got like streaming. Like this one, I think came out in the theater, but it wasn't like a wide release or anything. I think it was like mostly like, I saw this on Hulu a couple of weeks ago. I told you about it. I said it was terrible. You said it was the best movie you ever saw.
No, I didn't say that.
You said it was interesting in the end.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Here, I've been watching a lot of movies lately, like on Turner Classic Movies, that hub of HBO, where like I don't know if I like it as a movie, but like I love watching parts of it. I've been watching a lot of these like French New Wave movies that aren't great movies, I don't think, but they're like incredibly interesting. They're like,
is it like Godard or any of those?
Yeah, like exactly. I watched the 400 Blows. I watched this one called like Two Things I Know About Her. And it was like, a lot of it was just filmed on a street in Paris. And the thing was, they put like a earpiece in the actress's ear, and she was just answering questions that the director was asking her and shit. So I don't know if I like, look, these aren't movies where I'm going to like take my family and say, hey, let's enjoy this.
Yeah, let's sit back and escape into this.
But like, I like pieces of it. I mean, I like aspect. Anyway, with this movie, Crimes of the Future, I really liked the idea that he's like looking at like, well, what we are eventually going to evolve. You know, if you believe in evolution, then like,
I mean, we evolve. The one thing we created. So I've never talked about this, and they said like, when humanity leaves, the one thing we'll leave behind that the Earth didn't have is plastic.
Yeah.
Right? It's an element. It's going to last a very long time. It's going to take forever to decay.
Yep.
So it would make sense that humanity would evolve and would be able to digest or do something where we can live off of this material, give it functionality.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, then you pointed out that we already do eat plastic. Like a lot of
there's plastic fillers in food. A lot of processed foods have them.
Yeah.
Even like cheese. You said you were talking about like cheese, like cellulose and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's like
cellulose wood pulp.
It is. It's like a wood shaving or something.
But how's that plastic?
Well, I mean, I was just saying that like we do eat non-edible things. I guess that's where my head went. Is that
right.
like
well, you remember like there was a thing came out a couple of years ago where someone like Subway sells bread that's made out of the same material you use for yoga mats.
Yeah, right.
And you're like, okay. And then someone put a list and said, here's all the places that use this. And it was like literally every place you could think of, like Panera Bread and everything. And someone's like, okay, you're not eating a yoga mat. It's just that there is an ingredient used in there. Because it's like, do you want bread to last more than one day?
Right, yeah.
It's preservative.
Well,
now, is it healthy? I don't know. It's just when you say it's the same material used to make yoga mats, your gut reaction is to go, "Ew,
yeah,
what the fuck? This is unnatural." And then you're like, "Well, you're not eating an actual yoga mat."
It is weird. I don't know. So anyway, I liked the big ideas of this movie. It did have like a certain kind of like feeling to it, like that weird, like almost like Lynchian, where it's like something so fucking weird being presented in a normal context. It's like real unsettling.
Yeah, it's like these weird performance artists. It's all like body mutilation. It's like the guy people like put hooks in their body and do that like suspension shit, but like taken to another level. There's like some weird dude who's like has like a ton of ears on him and his eyes are sewed shut. And I'm like, this is so dumb. And there's some scenes where Viggo Mortensen's wearing like a hoodie, looking like fucking the Emperor Palpatine throughout it.
You know who he looks like? He looks like Igor from Young Frankenstein.
That too. Like... yeah. Not his eyes, not as bulgy as the
right, Marty Feldman.
Yeah. That you know, like the scene when the woman's talking to that other woman who had like her face mutilated and she's like jealous of her. I'm like, I can't, this is like so bad. Like I can't even like is this like a satire?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like there's this one scene too where they it's so fucking weird. Towards the end, if you remember when they autopsied, they did a performance art where they autopsied a child.
Yeah, that's disgusting. I didn't like
disgusting.
That
well,
that's disturbing. I did
so
not
disturbing. But then they autopsy him. I don't know if you looked
his
away. His
organs had like shit written on it or something.
Yeah, it said mother. It was like a tattoo, mother. You know, like an old
sailor's
on his organs,
tattoo.
And it was like, it was just
like,
really
like Scott Speedman. I think that's the actor's name, who plays like the dad of that guy, who I guess is the bad guy in this movie. Like, I guess he did something to that kid or altered the kid or something. And
I don't know.
Like, he put that monster in me or whatever.
Yeah.
And then there's like these two women that are like these side characters that look like they dress like mechanics.
Yeah.
And it's a scene where they just get naked for no reason and get in the nutsack bed. And I'm just like, this is so bad. I'm like, I'm watching this and I'm like, is this a porn? I'm sorry. Like
parts of it did seem that way. Yeah.
I was like, is this intentional? If it just like I know his movies are supposed to be weird and stuff.
Well,
but
they are, but he had made a string of pretty normal movies, hadn't he? He did before Crimes of the Future, he did all right, what is it? I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 real straight movies. He did a movie called Spider, which I guess that wasn't super normal, but it was normal-ish. He did A History of Violence, which was a very normal movie.
Well, it wasn't normal, but I mean, it didn't have like weird body horror.
Right. Normal, I mean, like not bizarre.
Yeah.
He did Eastern Promises, which was a pretty normal movie. He did a movie
Viggo Mortensen was in both of those movies.
Yeah. He did A Dangerous Method.
I never saw that.
That Viggo Mortensen was in that.
Okay.
He did Cosmopolis, which had Batman in it. Robert Pattinson.
Adam West.
And then he did Maps to the Stars, which was again like not like normal,
but
Maps
like to the Star? Who is that?
Maps to the Stars was in 2014. It had it was a satirical drama starring Julianne Moore, John Cusack, Robert Pattinson.
I don't think I ever saw that.
I saw that and it was fine, but it wasn't.
I didn't like. I can't say I hated this movie. But I definitely did not like it, and it was disappointing in that it was like this. It looked cool, but I don't know. Some of the performances were so. And then, like in the end, those two girls again show up, and they drill holes in the guy's head and kill him.
Yeah, with the drills.
And then in the end of the movie, Viggo Mortensen's like sitting in his jerk off chair.
Yep.
And he's like given that. So you see this like weird candy bar rolling a movie.
Yeah.
And a guy eats and ends up like vomiting like purple shit or whatever, right?
Well, it like only the people that evolved can safely eat it because it's basically like toxic sludge. Basically. Yeah, it's plastic and some sort of toxic sludge.
Well, you find out in the end, Viggo Mortensen, who has a wicked case of acid reflux throughout the entire movie. That's basically like the plot of the film. Viggo Mortensen has really bad acid reflux.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't eat dairy. A lot of things going on here.
Right.
He probably shouldn't be sitting in a jerk off chair trying to eat soup. That's probably not a good idea.
Not soup.
No, definitely not. It's like sitting there and the thing's like jerking his arm and he's like trying to get the spoon in his mouth. He's like,
it's real weird.
I'm like, this is painful. And why does everything look like a spine or a dick?
Yeah,
like,
it does.
Like who designed this shit? Like this.
Make me a throne of boners.
I want a boner throne, a spinal boner.
Who sits on the iron bone?
And I want a bed, but I want it to be like a nutsack or a woman, depending on how you look at it. He's like. He gets the candy bar in the end, or wherever the hell that is. It's the apple core bar that Homer Simpson eats. Right. That's basically just what was it, newspapers and apple cores. Remember he eats that power bar?
Yeah.
And that's when he's like eats everything in bar form. He takes like a whole. It's like 8 people's worth of spaghetti and grinds it down to a bar, eats it all up, and he's like, "Take me to the hospital." he gets the bar in the end, and all of a sudden he's like, I should have been eating this shit the whole time. I feel better now.
Yeah, his chair stops vibrating and he smiles, and then that's the end of the movie.
And I'm like, fuck, that was the movie. The movie's about a man with bad acid reflux. He just shouldn't be. He has like either like a gluten intolerance or something. Like he's been eating the wrong shit. And then he finally gets the candy. I don't know. He eats fucking soil and green in the end, and he's fine.
Well, I think at that point he's fully evolved. Like he's been evolving this whole time, and at the end he's like, "Nope, I'm all in." And
I just love that he's like, "I have a new organ now," and I'm like, and the best is like when he's with like Kristen Stewart's character, and I guess they're about to get it on, and he's like, "I haven't had traditional sex in years." I'm like,
the old sex, he calls
it. The old sex. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh yeah, there's a part when like him and his girlfriend are sitting on the bed, and they're just getting like sliced up by like again these like jerk off arms or whatever with like, scalpels on the end. And I'm like, ew. Like that's gotta hurt. They're just like, oh, this is great. I'm like, I hate this movie.
But she like performed some sort of like sex on him by like tonguing his wounds.
Yes, he gets like this weird pocket, like again for his to remove that organ or whatever. And she starts giving him like weird stomach cunnilingus or something.
It's so bizarre.
And then she gets these bumps on her head in the end.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, you know what? People
the thrill of the show.
I'm not there to judge them. You do you, guy. It's the year 2023. You want to sit in a jerk off chair while trying to eat soup? That's on you, buddy.
Well, I will say this, that I recommend trying to watch Crimes of the Future, but if at any point you're not into it, turn it off because it is what it is. It's not going to get better.
It's not. If anything, it's probably going to get worse.
It's not going to change and become a different movie.
No.
It is what you see in the first 10 minutes is what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Right. So if you give it a shot and like at any point you're like, I'm out, you get out.
You're fine, dude. You didn't miss anything, you know?
Right. You're not. I mean, it's not like a earth-shattering movie.
There isn't like a huge plot twist. It's literally just like, oh, I should have been eating these things the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
I liked it. I mean, I'm glad I saw it. I don't think I'll ever watch it again. I'm not going to recommend it to people unless like
you hate them.
I'm pretty sure
tell your enemies to watch Crime Against You.
If you're the kind of guy that's ever watched Brainiac on your deck,
if you got a guy that drops some lewds and watch Brainiac on your deck, and there's no TV on the deck.
And there's no TV on your deck. And there's no deck. And there's
no deck either. Yeah. Hold on a second.
There's no lewds, there's no deck, there's no anything. It's just you and Brainiac. So yeah, that's kind of where I come in on this movie.
Yeah, whatever. All right. Well, speaking of the opposite, something good.
Yeah.
Episode
The Last
3,
of Us.
Last of Us. It was definitely interesting episode. I heard rumors that this episode was going to be longer and that it was probably going to be the best one of the season. Now it's only 3. We're only 3 episodes into the show, and they've all been pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, pretty intense and like. So, just to get real plot, you got. I'm going to pull up IMDb because I want to.
Yeah. Well, this one was an hour and 15 minutes long. It feels like, you know what it feels like is it feels like the main story of this particular episode was an hour long, and then they tacked on 5 minutes at the beginning and 10 minutes at the end of the current story.
It was like almost like a spin-off, a one-off spin-off.
It was a bottle episode or whatever, what it's
Well, it's like back in the day when there'd be like a spin-off episode where like Tony from like Who's the Boss be like, this is my cousin. And then like the whole episode is about the cousin. And you're like, what the fuck am I watching here? They called those back-end pilots.
Yes, yeah.
Where I remember those were always like, you just watched like a weird episode of something and you're like, I don't know.
Well, this clearly was not a back-end pilot, but it was it had the same
spoilers. It's a one and done.
Well, it was great. This episode was great.
So The Last of Us, real quick, Joel and Ellie are on a journey where Ellie, we're in this world where this out of control fungus or whatever has turned people into zombies, basically destroyed the planet. If humanity stands a chance of ever surviving, they have to find a way to survive. Ellie has shown that she was bit by one of these things or infected and is immune to it. She's not sick. She has the scar or the fungus is in her arm at least.
Right.
And but she's not sick. So she's like an evolution or something. So it's like we got to get her the right people. Maybe they could turn this into like a vaccine or something.
Yes.
Anything. Who knows? Just anything. Got to look at her blood and see what the hell's going on here. So they got to get there. And one of the things, and now, so this episode they said deviates the most from the game so far. So in the game, I guess you do go to Bill, played by Nick Offerman. But in the game, he's played by someone from Deadwood or something does the voice in the game. And Bill's an actual character you interact with. And you find out that Bill had a partner named Frank.
Yep.
And it's kind of alluded that they were a gay couple. It's never really said. Like in the end of the scene, I guess when you're done with that whole Bill, there's like it's basically a side mission or whatever.
Yeah.
Ellie's in the car and she pulls out like a Playboy magazine, a Playgirl magazine, and says Bill had that or something. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Frank was dead. I guess Frank either killed himself or whatever.
I think he hanged himself after he was bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the game, like Bill basically, it's kind of similar to going to this town that basically Bill controlled because he was the only one that survived in there. And you have to survive all these booby traps that Bill left. And then you eventually interact with him or whatever. But in the show, they changed it up a bit where they're wandering into this town. And again, Joel knows who he is.
Yep.
And there's like a flashback. They see, you see like an airplane crash. And
yeah.
And it's interesting because like Ellie lives in this post-apocalyptic world now. We're 20 years into this. It's 2023.
Right. And she's maybe what, like 12 or something?
13, 14 old.
Yeah.
And so she has no idea about any of these things. She doesn't know. She's never even really been in a car. Like that's right. You find that out in the episode. And she's never been like the idea of an airplane. Like Joel like talks about how shitty it was, and they charge you like $12 for a sandwich and you're cramming. She's like, you were flying.
Right, yeah.
Like, so then you see like this field of dead people, and he's like, don't look at it or whatever, and you see the skulls. Because this episode doesn't begin with the flashback like the first two episodes.
No.
The flashback is the story, the whole story. You see the skulls and it shows you like the town. And basically Joel said, like, they only took who they could take and they killed everyone else. And she's like, why don't you let them live? And he said, the dead can't get infected. That's why.
It was interesting. They showed a skeleton in the pit.
And a baby skeleton.
With a green dress. And then the flashback is that woman getting onto a truck.
She doesn't get on the truck. She does not get on the truck. That's why. I
thought she got on the truck and they took her out into the woods and killed her. But anyway, they're evacuating that town.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. I thought, I guess they were taking him and you see her holding the baby.
Right.
So
and
while that's going on, you see these cameras around.
Yeah.
And you see this guy in the basement, and it's Nick Offerman's character. He's playing like a different version of what was his character in Parks and Rec?
Ron Swanson.
Yeah. He's playing like what Ron Swanson wishes he was or whatever.
Yeah.
Like the joke was Ron Swanson was like this libertarian, like whatever, curmudgeon.
Yeah.
And who worked in government, which was like really funny. That was like the funny part about the plot is that he's like this guy working in government for decades and despises it completely. Do you remember that episode when they get these new people to like kind of run the division, and they put Ron Swanson in a new desk, like a round desk? And it was like, that is the worst person to put in this. Like,
that was a great one.
That was so fucking funny. It was like hell on earth for him. He just wants to be like left alone. Like he's getting interviewed, and because there was like The Office where they would do like little side things, and he's talking about how he worked with this guy for like a decade, and they never said anything to each other, and he said he was my best friend. So this guy is like he comes out like the town is completely abandoned. They took all the people out, either kept some, killed some, they abandoned the town. So eventually he comes out the gas mask, and he's happy as shit. He's like
Night of the Comet. He's like going around and
he sets up traps, he sets up like a generator and all this stuff. Someone was like, I saw some ass on like Twitter trying to be like, oh, gas doesn't, you can't just store gas like that. It has like a for like 6 months or whatever. And someone's like, we also don't have mushrooms growing out of our heads that like take over our brains and turn into a zombie apocalypse. Let's forgive. It's always funny. I remember like, it's funny how people are with suspension of disbelief. Like, okay, you're already watching the show about a zombie apocalypse. Do you really think that's going to happen? Yeah. You believe that, but you can't accept the fact that maybe gas might, like, Last Jedi came out. I remember like this guy I was working with was his major gripe with The Last Jedi was in the beginning of the movie, there were these bombs that worked, and he said there was no gravity in space. And I said, well, maybe they were magnetized, the bombs, because the bombs drop out.
Yeah, right.
And so maybe they're magnetized, so they know to like jump on it, whatever. And then I said to the guy, I'm like, dude, you're worried about this? You have characters that can move shit with their brain, their mind.
Yeah, like, that's not
there's like hill. A giant worm that the size of a planet that like the Millennium Falcon was in. That doesn't.
This is gonna kill it for you.
The magnet thing coming out of the ship, that's the deal breaker. Like, I always find it funny where people's like
where they draw the line.
Yeah, well, what was it? We were watching something in our life, and I said I could believe all these things except for this one thing. I don't remember. I think we brought it up in the podcast.
Yeah.
Actually, there is a funny part. I'll say my biggest complaint. So I think a couple of years pass. of him kind of just being this lone survivalist. A guy falls in one of his traps.
Yep.
And did you ever watch White Lotus?
I watched the first 2 episodes. I did not care for it. I didn't finish it.
He played the head of the hotel.
Yes. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
The guy who played Frank, Murray Bartlett. This guy's been shown up and stuff. He's really good and stuff. He's always kind of funny. He's great in that show.
Yeah.
He's falls in a trap, I guess, on the outside of the gate. Bill brings him in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but there's a part where Bill has the thing that detects if you have the virus.
Yeah.
Frank says, "How'd you get that?" And he doesn't explain it, and they never explain it.
No.
And that kind of bugged me. Now I'm thinking okay, did they leave it around?
Yeah, I wonder what,
because one was left there, and that's how he got it. It doesn't really matter. Or when they did seize these people, did they have something like that developed already that they could detect this? You think that would probably take years to make or whatever,
right? And they said it took the whole society collapsed within days.
Yeah, that was the cool thing. So basically, the theory that was going around. Well, maybe who knows? Maybe it wasn't even a theory. Maybe it was explained in the game, and someone just said, "Yeah, it was explained in the game." I never played the game, but about how this started with flour and sugar factories. It was a bacteria, or whatever, and it kind of just grew from there. And Joel basically explains to Ellie that whole theory in the beginning, confirming that is where it came from and how Thursday night it affected people, and then by Monday the world was over.
Yeah.
Which is kind of it shows you how quick things happen. Wow,
for sure, yeah.
The whole world ended in a weekend. So Bill brings in Frank, and that's one of the most romantic story ever filmed.
It really was. My only
that's where the bait and switch happens.
Well, my only gripe was that they connected romantically very quickly. And I get it. I mean, look, it's the end of the world. They only got an hour and 15 minutes to tell the story. Things got to move. But it was just
Sarah Connor fucked what's his face that
true.
Night when she was getting chased by a Terminator.
True. It's just the Bill character was so at Frank's mercy that it just felt wow, this is happening really quickly, but fuck, it's the end of the world. And then within 2 minutes they flash forward to a couple of years, and it's clear that you just fill in the blanks that, oh, this worked perfectly. These are two people.
I when he made him the food and everything, and there's that line or something about, oh, you wouldn't think I'd be this way, and Frank's like, oh, I know you do.
Yeah,
the radar was going off, and then and then to confirm it, because the only way you know someone is gay is if they pull out a Linda Ronstadt songbook book and start playing it. That's
well, that yeah. It was really sweet. He's
weird that when they're in bed together, the only thing that came to my mind was Max on Max from Conan O'Brien.
That's funny.
Dude, I was trying to find that online. Posted on Twitter.
Oh shit! Yeah, I had forgotten about that.
Max on Max.
It was good.
It would not come up. Nothing. No reference.
That's funny.
I
could watch a whole series of these two guys just living their life. There's some real.
It was good.
Yeah. And then I really liked how they brought the main characters back in the flashback, because you see
with the
Joel and Tessa.
Yep.
It
was
you see them.
It's they're together a couple of years, and he's mad because it's we have to have friends, and of course Bill's a fucking survivalist nut. I love it. He's what did he say? You're a psycho that believes 9/11 wasn't real, and the government isn't Nazis. They are Nazis. He goes, well, now they're Nazis. They weren't then. And now they are.
It was really good. And then they bring in. Now it seems and I could be wrong, but it seemed like this was these were the people that were playing music to Joel, the 80s music signaling danger.
Yeah.
So do you know what I mean? Because there's that scene in the garage where they are broadcasting music, but I don't understand that because
the end of this episode, we're spoiling. I mean, but in the end of this episode, they get to when they're in the town, there is like the radio playing.
Yep.
So I guess maybe it was being broadcasted from like a mix that Bill had.
Well, yeah, but like Bill and Frank had since died. They were dead.
They died not too long before they got there. Like if you see the food, it was probably like they died like a week before they got there or something.
You're right.
I would say the only thing I thought was weird about the episode was so it's supposed to be like 17 years they're together because it's like there's 3 years and then Frank shows up and then they're together.
Yeah.
And I just felt like so there's like it's told in different parts. So there's like the scene with where my God, I keep forgetting these guys' names. Joel and Tessa, is that her name?
Yeah.
Show up. They have their little meeting. I love how Bill has the gun on him the entire time.
The whole time.
Joel's like, why don't you put that fucking gun away? And of course, Frank's like super friendly, brings her in the house. He's like, don't bring her in the house.
Right.
But he makes the town nice. He makes it like, it brings purpose and everything like that. And then like Frank, what was it? Joel even says to like Bill, like, hey, you're gonna need our help anyway because you're gonna run out of resources. Like,
and there's raiders,
but then there's like a great scene when like they're running, they come back to the house, and like Frank says, like, I traded like a small gun or whatever, and they have a strawberry. They have a strawberry. I gave her
a gun for these seeds.
And it's great because it's like this great scene when he has the strawberry. He's just like blown away because it's like a flavor he probably hasn't had in decades.
Right. Yeah.
Like the fact that exists, and like to just give up a little bit of like, like you got enough guns here. Like one gun isn't gonna. And then the next scene is like they're being raided, and there's like Bill gets hurt, and you see him explaining to Frank like, hey, here's all the notes, this is everything you need. And then the next scene, it's 10 years later, and you see Frank in the wheelchair, and Bill is fine. I just felt like, and I was talking to my wife about this, I said, the only thing I felt like is they aged really fucking quick.
Yeah.
I feel like they aged like 20 years, 30 years between, like, they were already like middle-aged dudes already, probably from the beginning. But they just went from like
to elderly. Yeah, they went.
Yeah, like super elderly. I mean, the other one got like cancer and like or something. I thought it was like Lou Gehrig's disease. Yeah, it felt like something like that. And I thought that was kind of cool, like when they talk about like a doctor or something, like there are no doctors. And I thought it was like, it's interesting because it's like, this is like post-apocalyptic world. But then I think about like how shitty our healthcare is.
Yeah,
There's
right.
people like this now where we don't live in a supposedly post-apocalyptic that don't have access to medical care or good medical care that they, and are living like that. But like I said, that was my only issue. I was like, whoa, what are they on the Obi-Wan diet? Like aged like I felt like it was like a drastic, like, okay, the Frank thing made sense because it's like he got a disease and you can get really sick and look really old real fast, but Bill looked like a really old man, like, and I just thought that was like a little odd. That's my that was the only thing I thought was strange, is how old they got.
They did.
Because they're eating like, okay, I don't know. They always talk about it. I'm like, okay, they probably don't have access to vitamins, but that wasn't true because they had medicine. They probably were getting like.
Well, and he was a doomsday prepper. He had chud buckets down in the basement.
Yeah, but he was eating natural foods. You saw that. He was preparing vegetables, and like when he gave Frank that dish, that wasn't like, here's from a prepper bucket I bought from Mr. Beanie Man Tim Pool himself. It was like stuff he grew in a farm and an animal and everything.
You saw him feeding chickens, and in that one scene they mentioned rabbit, and they're easy enough to keep, rabbits, and they breed like crazy. I mean, I when I was a kid, we had rabbits. We had like 5 or 6, and then we had like 10 or 11, and then like the next thing you know, we're like giving them away to,
tribbles.
But then he could have supplemented that with canned vegetables, because Joel and Ellie took some vegetables. They were still vegetables from 20 years later, when the military, because he probably had a big storage already. And then when the military evacuated the town and killed all those people, they left all the supply. They left a reasonably stocked Home Depot there. And
yeah, that's why he was able to get it. It's just eventually those resources were going to run out. Some of the things, like when he says like your fence is going to give out at some point, you're going to get raiders that are come in the middle of the night. But he had it all set. Like he basically, they all got fucked by his fence. It was, like I said, I thought it was a great episode. It was really well written. I'm allowed to point out my little flaws. I just think like the fact I just felt like they aged quicker than it just seemed like they did. I mean, people age in 10 years. Shit happens, but like
it's tough from a narrative standpoint because you didn't want to stretch this out over 2 episodes.
No.
And you had to tell it all in 1 episode, and you didn't want it to be like a 3-hour episode. They had to make sacrifices, but I agree. Like
that's fine. I like the ending too, when like, so like Frank basically says to Bill, like, this is my last day. I don't want to like you see him, he obviously was like a painter and he can't even really paint. I love the painting though, Bill. Where like it was like falling apart on the side.
That was perfect.
And he just can't even like hold his brush, can't really feed himself anymore. He's using like a sippy cup. And he's like, I just don't, you know what? Like he tells him like, I want you to marry me, make me a great meal,
and wear an outfit I pick out.
And put me to bed. And then in the end, you find out that Bill also drugged himself. And that's when the tears came out. Yeah. He's like, I'm satisfied. I don't need to live. There's no reason. And I think some people, because Bill is alive in the video game. He's a character you interact with. And Bill is dead now. Now, he might, who knows, maybe that doesn't mean just because he's dead doesn't mean that Nick Offerman's character and Frank don't show up in another episode.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
There's flashbacks, like Tessa died. Tessa, is that her name? Died in the last episode, and she's in the flashback in this episode.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was a great episode. Kind of interesting. Only 3 episodes in, and you get this kind of like one-off. Which is fine. I think it's a different kind of narrative. I don't think it's different from like other TV shows.
There's enough of the main characters in there, Joel and Ellie, to move they needed to do this. They needed a car. This is where they got the car.
Yep.
I mean, it all worked.
And you get like what Ellie's like such a shitbag in the beginning. Like, it's not my fault that Tessa died. You didn't have to do this. You just wanted a battery. She's just an asshole. And then like in the end, I guess, I don't know, does she read a note or something? She she changes. She like grows up a little bit.
Yeah.
And she apologizes about Tessa dying.
Yep.
And it's like a good learning moment for her. Like she's not a complete little shit. Like in the beginning episode, I was like, man, she sucks. Like
she read
rude as fuck.
Yeah, she read the note that the couple left for Joel.
Yeah.
And it was basically like this is why we're here. He's talking to Joel. We're here to save one person, we're not the future, but we are a necessary part to get to that future. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, because like at the end of the day, like if Frank never showed up, Bill, who the fuck knows what would happen to Bill? No way Bill would have lived to his old age as like who the hell knows? Something, he would have slipped and he would have died by a rate, whatever. He didn't have somebody to help him.
I liked it though that when Offerman's character was like, when it's realized that he's poisoned himself too, he's like, look, this isn't like some doomed romance drama. I'm done. I've had a great
he said
life.
He was satisfied.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to live his life without Frank. So I like that like the door is locked to their bedroom.
Yeah.
Like because they're like it's locked, they knock on it when the Ellie and Joel are there. It also this episode though made me think of the Mr. Show skit. What was it called? I think I found it.
Gosh, you sent it to me. What was that called? Let's see. Mr. Show. God.
I'm like, they wrote the episode 3 in 1999.
Yeah.
Oh, it's called I'll marry you, stupid ass. Two guys that like starting some shit at a bar, and then all of a sudden they're like, obviously it didn't play out, but just the scene when they're in they're together. Yeah, it made me think of that episode. And they're like arguing over like bills and shit. It's such a funny fucking skit.
Yeah. Well, this was a great episode. I mean, it's obviously like
and you know what? You can't say the episode ain't woke. Guy had a fucking Gadsden flag.
Yeah.
Don't tread on me flag.
It is funny. I know that a lot of people were pissed off on Twitter, which is hilarious.
Who's pissed off? I mean, I saw a lot. Most of the people I follow and stuff like that were like, thought this was like the best thing ever.
Oh, everyone I did. I guess that's what I'm saying, is that like all the people I follow, like mostly on Twitter and on TikTok, they would repost people complaining about it. You know what I mean? Like, who knows how?
Gorka, that creep, the guy who used to work for Trump.
Yeah.
Ashton Gorka. He said something about it or whatever, and I wrote, "You had a semi the whole time." You know, someone said like, "Oh, this isn't a game," and like people were like, "Dude, it's pretty much evident in the game that they were a gay couple." Like, it's not done in the well-written romantic movie type thing like in the game, but they didn't change anything.
No, I think the characters even called each other their partner. Now you could interpret that as like Tess is Joel's partner, you know, not romantic. You gotta
find out in this episode too that they were actually together.
Yeah, they were a little more, yeah.
In the other episodes, it felt like, okay, like Joel kind of like kept himself, and they were just kind of like they worked together. But then you kind of find out in this one, no, they were a couple. Maybe they were a couple back then, and later on they weren't. Really.
I think that's it. I think Tess said something in the previous episode that made me think they were a couple that had a falling out. Like still kept in touch to like do these, you know, work against Fedra.
When they go to, when they're having the food and everything, and they're at with Bill and Frank in that scene.
Yeah.
That's when you're like, okay, this they clearly were together. It was like romantic. They were boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah. Well, and even because Joel and Bill didn't know about Ellie, they said to Joel his job was to keep Tess safe.
And like, you know, when Frank's like in that scene when he's like, "Oh, I've been talking to people," and Bill's like losing his mind or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
that's great.
But like, you gotta figure too, like, okay, Frank's not a complete idiot because like this guy survived 3 years.
Yeah.
Like before, like Bill was just confined to his house and the security that he created for it. Frank was like out in the wild and shit. He was like in the zones or whatever. And he said like, the one in Baltimore collapsed or something, and he was trying to head to Massachusetts. A couple of quick things before we move on. It's interesting because, like, okay, so again, this show takes place in 2023, and the virus started in 2003. Now I see some people complaining, saying like, "Oh, the game, it's 2013 is the virus, and the game, present day of the game takes place in 2033."
Oh yeah,
2023. And people were like, "Why'd they do that?" And I think from a writer standpoint, I think it's kind of cool that this show takes place in the same year it takes place for us. So it's kind of like this alternate reality. And what I like about it too is that it takes place that the world ended in 2003. You don't really have smartphone technology. You don't have there's a lot of different, you know, it's like communications. Like imagine like 9/11 happened and we had smartphone technology. It'd be insane. It would be like on a whole nother level. And also like you didn't have gay marriage. There was no gay marriage yet. It wasn't until 2004 that it became legal in Massachusetts. There's a lot of like it's like the world. There's so many, like this world stopped in 2003. There's so much.
That's funny. I hadn't thought about it that way. But
there's a lot of like technology and culture changes that aren't going to exist in this world. So I think by doing that, I think it's better that it stopped in 2003. You can create situations that like these things didn't exist.
Right.
They weren't going to, or they were in the early stages that with technology and people dying, they never got around to doing it.
Yeah.
Well, there was something else. I don't know. I liked it. It was good. I imagine I could see this episode winning an Emmy.
Yeah, me too.
Definitely winning. It's definitely Emmy bait. I think it's interesting that you bring Nick Offerman on. And that other guy, like I said, the guy who plays Frank, he's been showing up in lots of stuff lately. To just have him be in this one-off is kind of crazy. And there's just this like the kind of unusual episode. I thought it was cool. So
yeah, really good. A little unusual coming episode 3, but great.
Yeah, and like I said, it works. It works in the show because you set it up getting with 2 characters.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like kind of a lesson to be told, and that Ellie's like a little shit in the beginning, and then in the end she's not. It's like Ellie and God, I keep forgetting it's Joel have like a better relationship in the end. Like where it's now more like, okay, I need to protect this person. Kind of like what you said, reading like Bill's letter. Is it Bill's letter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Nick Offerman's character writing the letter, and he's basically saying like everything in this house is yours now. And he's saying it was kind of cool. He's like, when the world ended, I was thrilled. I hated everybody, and I really enjoyed having
it was kind of like that show. You ever see The Last Man?
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me of that a little bit, but like he was better at it. The other guy was kind of like a spaz.
Yeah.
He didn't know how to work the power plant or anything like that.
Right.
Like I remember the pool was just like a toilet. It was so disgusting.
Yeah.
The only other complaint I have about the episode is how did the military or whatever they're alluding to that runs this government or whatever, how'd they just ignore this town?
Well, I mean, it wasn't weird because this town's supposed to be like 10 miles west of Boston, and there's no way that's true. I saw mountains in the background.
I heard that was one thing people were complaining about, and I was like,
yeah, it wasn't a big deal. I mean, I remember I used to watch this show called Sweating Bullets. It was supposed to take place in Key West, but they filmed it in Mexico. There were like mountain ranges and shit in the background. Key West is like a 3-mile line.
There was I remember reading a review, Rumble in the Bronx from Jackie Chan movie.
Yeah.
And it came out and I remember one of the critics was like, okay, this movie was like filmed in like Canada. There's like mountain ranges in the background.
Yeah.
This is not the Bronx at all.
Well,
where are you getting this?
They do go out of their way to say that like the government bombed the fuck out of everything and they killed a bunch of people and they have these quarantine zones, and they do make it a real big point to say that like you can't leave these quarantine zones. So I mean, I don't know much about the outside world yet in this, but it doesn't stun me that you could be off the grid 10 miles away from a big city, It was a huge deal to leave Boston to begin with. They had to sneak out. There's not a ton of gasoline or cars or anything like that. They, there's nobody wants to catch this. It's like airborne or in some ways. I mean,
that's the other thing that's kind of like sad about this episode too, when they were like elderly in the end. Like you see, like the town is not. They can't maintain the town anymore.
Yeah.
Like Frank was one who like made it something more, and like,
well, you even see there's one scene where they open up and it's like just 5 years later, and like the houses look a little run down. It's like the paint's chipping off and there's weeds, and I mean, like, it doesn't look terrible. It still looks nice, but you're like, oh, that's what happens. It's like the time's going on. It's sad.
Yeah. Well, that's why they like the world and everything. It's like all the buildings like falling and like just collapse, and like nature taking over. It's again, this is from that great book that came out years ago called like World Without Us. Documentary. It said, and they, like I said, they studied Chernobyl. Chernobyl is a perfect example of like an area that was populated, and monitoring it over the years and seeing like what happens when like you're not maintaining things, and after like 100 years the cities and everything will be engulfed. They said, I remember watching these what was it, they're like, after like it was like after 100 years without any maintenance, like the Sears Tower collapses.
Yeah.
You know, it's like eventually these things collapse. We are everything we do, Earth, humanity, we're constantly fighting the nature from taking over. So
yeah. On that cheery note,
we're all fertilizer.
Right. Well, we can shift to something really upbeat and good news.
What's that?
The COVID emergency is over, or it will be in May.
Yay! Why? How? Is there like a? Did they find something?
We beat it. Yeah,
we beat it.
Ivermectin, right?
Ivermectin, goat shit, goat piss.
No, I think here's my take on this. Joe Biden is announcing an end to the COVID emergency in June.
Yeah, Republicans want to end it now, of course.
Yep. Well, here's where I kind of like think this is probably fine. Like the notion of an emergency should be like, oh shit. You know, I mean, like if you had hospitals having to turn patients away, which we've seen, that's an emergency, right? And if you have like no vaccine or that's an emergency. Or there's a bunch of shit that can make something an emergency. It can still be very, very serious and not actually be an emergency. You know what I mean? I think my issue with it is that the problem is like, okay, that's great. It's not an emergency anymore, even though like people are still getting sick. Yeah.
It's that COVID tests will not be given out anymore.
I think this
and the vaccine will not be free anymore. And if you think the rate of people thinking the vaccine has maybe gone down, if they make that thing where people have to pay for it, that shit is going to go down so fast.
My guess is that insurance will cover it.
But a lot of people, most people don't have insurance. A lot of people don't have insurance, and a lot of people have shitty insurance. Like
I was going to say, because like my insurance paid for the flu shot. It pays for every year. It paid for my shingles vaccine. I mean, like, I have like decent insurance, but I don't have like.
But again, this is a thing where the vaccine needs to be available to everyone if you wanted to prevent this thing from becoming it was a fucking pandemic. That's why watching shows like The Last of Us are kind of eerie, because it's like a post-apocalyptic show. And I'm like, in a fucking weird way, we are living in a post-apocalyptic world. It's dumb because like most people just ignored it. But like we lost 1.5 million people in the United States, if not more. And I don't even know the global scale. Do you know the numbers? Is it like over 5 million?
It's a lot.
I mean, it may not seem like a lot, but that's a lot of dead people. I mean, that's a lot of it's very strange, and it could have gotten so much worse. And the fact that fight the vaccine, that's why it's like you see these dipshits who are like try to push this anti-vax stuff, and you're just like, what is
7 million people globally.
It is bananas. What?
It's a big deal.
7 million is a lot. 1 million is a lot. I mean, and it's crazy how you have a huge chunk of the population who doesn't even believe that it happened.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I mean, like, so I think I feel like the COVID vaccine should be fucking free for the next decade. It should be available until it is a thing that is just like catching a cold, that it has depleted, that it is just like, you can still get sick. We recommend you get it. But I feel like we're still not far removed enough to just remove that is a bad idea. Now think about this. If you have like a family of like 5 kids, there's people who have that. Now you got to go pay like, all of a sudden now you got to pay like, God knows how much, $80, $100. Who knows what it's going to fucking cost.
Well, even if it's just $10, that's like $50. That's nothing to like, that's money. I mean,
again, there's people who, wages are still stagnant, inflation. Now you got to deal with this. I guarantee you that this is just going to reduce the amount of people getting the vaccine. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
And you're going to get apathy. If it's not free, people could just think like, oh, you don't have to take it anymore. Like it's not even available. It's not a thing anymore. I have to do.
Well, and this is just the most visible change, I'm sure.
I saw an interesting ad today. It was like Martha Stewart in like fighting, like I don't know whether it was like the Omicron variant, and it was like it was like a got milk ad, but it was like got the vaccine, and it was like a government funded ad. And I'm like, man, they need more of that shit. I feel like that's always those type of ads and stuff like that should have been like needed from the beginning. Like just I don't know. I just find it I just think it's a bad idea. I think it's defeatist. I think like you could say like, listen, like you said, we're declaring it's not an emergency anymore, but I think by declaring it's not an emergency, you are cutting fund. I think like the vaccine should still be free.
I think it's a funding issue. I think that's why it's no longer an emergency. I think hospitals aren't going to get special grants. I think that this probably is going to make federal workers go back into the office. I think that it'll be like, different protections.
So we could have another pandemic again.
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
Know. I mean, I don't know. I guess my ultimately I'm kind of mixed on this in that like, I don't. It doesn't feel like an emergency anymore. It feels like a very serious thing we got to address.
It's not, it's like I go to shows, I go to movies, I go to eat, I go out, I do stuff. I hang out with some people. I go to I don't really wear a mask anymore. So it's like, it doesn't feel like an emergency. But I also got the vaccine every time it's released. And I'll pay if I have to. We can do that. I mean, it's not a big deal, but like I said, other people, they're not going to.
And you want everyone to take it because, if just you're taking it, that does you no good. You need everyone in the grocery store to take it.
And that's what the other dipshit thing the anti-vaxxers try to push is like, well, you were vaccinated, you should be fine. And it's like, oh, you're such an ass. You know that full well that you need to have a majority of people take it, or it doesn't do its job. And you can't win those people over. They're just fuckheads.
It sucks. I mean, I don't know. That the well has been poisoned with so many people. There's probably like 30% of the population that will never get a vaccine again.
No,
I mean, it's
probably not any. And you got a guy who's we'll talk about him later. A potential Republican candidate for president who's literally made it his mission to deny vaccines and shit.
Yeah.
He has in Florida, DeSantis, there's like a freaking, what would you say, like a spinal meningitis, a meningitis outbreak.
It had a meningitis outbreak. It currently has a meningitis outbreak.
My son, he got a vaccine recently when he got a checkup. He got a vaccine, which he wasn't happy about getting because he didn't know he was going to get a shot. And it was the meningitis one.
Yeah, I read that just when I was reading about that, they said that a lot of kids there was a recent vaccine. They just recently developed it. A lot of kids have never had it. So, this, I don't know. It sucks. If they want to make it not an emergency, I think that's fine. I think that as long as they're putting money in the right places.
But they're not. I think that's the problem. Listen, if you want to declare it's not an emergency, I get that. But the vaccine should still be, and not just the vaccine, but the kits. First of all, it took a very long time for them. Remember, it was over a year, and they're like, "Oh, you're going to start getting kits," and it was like, "Why was this not done 6 months earlier?" Remember, we finally got it. It took forever, and because those things are fucking expensive to get a kit. If you have to go to the store, it could be $25. That's expensive. That's a lot.
Well,
what do you get? Two in a case?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I had a stockpile of them when we got them free through the post office.
Good. They should be free. That's the other. Like I said, it's there's got you can declare it's not an emergency, but you should still be but we're still for the next couple of years going to provide vaccine and test because
it's just crazy.
Sure what
there should be public health centers for any of these communicable diseases, or it's just crazy.
I don't know. I need to read more about it, but I think I don't think it's a good thing. I think it's a failure on the Biden administration's part. Yeah. I need to know more about it. It's
I need to know more about it before I say that.
Do they have do they have true results that says like, okay, this thing is really controlled and it's not an issue anymore? It's going around. The strains are weaker. The hospitals aren't getting filled. Okay, but you could also look at like, yeah, but also like the vaccines were free and available everywhere, and we were providing people with tests, so people had to test because they were getting sent to their house and it was convenient. They could stay home. They're sick. They're not going out spreading it. They don't have to go to fucking Walgreens and spread it at Walgreens. And the vaccine's available. They get the vaccine in their system. Again, it weakens the virus. But now you remove those elements, and that's the recipe to make it blow up again. Or another variant comes. And like I said, come fall or whatever it is, like I was told it would probably be like once a year now. Come and there'll be one available with the flu shot next year. I'll get it, and if I have to pay for it, I'll pay for it. But I'm just saying that I think like from a national for the whole country and the good of the country, I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I mean, I don't know, and I just love it though. It's like we're keeping it. I almost like it's great because I think like if you have it in May, it allows them maybe to like, okay, we're gonna get rid of it in May, but like if something were to happen, they could be like, oh well, we're keeping it. While Republicans want it gone now, and I think like pushing it off to May, at least it's like maybe there's like wiggle room. If like the rates go up, they can come back and say, listen, we're still keeping it, or I don't know.
It's it's in a lot of ways it's almost pointless because states like Texas and Florida and I'm sure Arkansas have made it so that like it's so difficult to get vaccines and to get anyone to
Is it difficult to get vaccines?
No, well they look in
or you just talk about the propaganda that makes
no, it's not. I mean, like
that bullies people into not getting it.
Yeah, or that again, like I said, I mean, I could get the vaccine, but if no one else in the town is vaccinated, I don't know that does me a ton of good. I mean, it's certainly
you're a little better off, but you're not getting the full strength.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Well, and equally to maybe not equally, we were also going to talk about Ron DeSantis and what he's been doing in Florida. This is a real sad story, I think. There's this college. Have you heard of this college, New College? Have you ever heard of that?
It sounds familiar. I don't really know a lot about it, but I've heard you talking about it.
Yeah, it's a public college. It's a state university in the state of Florida. It's in Sarasota. They have it at the Ringling Center, which is like a famous art museum in Florida. And it's like an honors college, real small. They don't have a football team. They don't have any sports or whatever. But it's a unique college where you design your own degree. You meet one-on-one with an advisor and you say, I want to study comic book art. And then you build a program around comic book art. And then you graduate with a degree in comic book art. And then you go on and do whatever you want to do with your life. And it's real hard to get into. And it's like a very well-regarded, prestigious liberal arts college. So Ron DeSantis dissolved the board, filled it with a bunch of radio chud DJs, and then they got rid of the president and the Office of Inclusion and Diversity, and they're making it into a little chud. They're doing it to all the colleges. They hired David Perdue to be the president of the University of Florida, and Ron DeSantis.
Isn't that the guy who used to be the senator of Georgia?
Oh, yes. It wasn't Perdue. It was it's the guy from Nebraska, SAS, SAS.
Oh, Ben Sasse, yes. That guy. Yeah, that guy sucks. He was the guy. So he's no longer a senator, huh?
No, he quit, and then he got hired by Ron DeSantis to be president of the University of Florida.
He was the guy who tried to claim to be like the new, like, I'm the moderate Republican, but I vote like 100% with the Republicans.
So it's real depressing, and like I still follow a lot of stuff on education. A lot of schools in Florida can't have books in their library.
Yeah, I heard this. Like, they put all these insane rules where like books now have to be investigated by some weird like Nazi party shit. So basically all the schools now are just pulling all the books because they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah. And
it's disgusting.
It's really fucked up. I mean,
this is like fascism 101. It's not hyperbole. It's not hyperbolic to say this.
Even if you get rid of, and you can't, I mean, that's the big deal. So the fascism and the awful political lean on it. Let's just say this was apolitical. You're wrecking a lot of lives. Like a lot of kids will never pick up reading. The only reason like some kids read anything ever is that they found a book that they could connect to. And I don't know what's left in the books. They have these weird like Sons of Liberty books. I mean, it's just like a very bizarre thing. It's just really sad. And
yeah, it's disgusting.
A lot of these schools used to be great, and now they're just crap. I mean, it's like, for what? Like, what do you?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like right-wing fascists, whatever politics thrive when people are ignorant. They hate the colleges because the colleges can deviate from whatever learning that they were able to force the schools in the local area to teach and deny certain education. And they go to the colleges and they start to learn and they read things like People's History of the United States. And they realize, oh, wait, this country kind of sucks actually. And we have a horrible past.
New College was famous because and you probably heard about this not too long ago. There was a kid there that there's a kid whose dad was like the leader of the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, and the kid wound up at New College and renounced all white supremacy. He became like a social justice activist. But like even if you take away the political sides, you're turning out dumb kids. You're turning out kids that I joked about it earlier that like they will never realize that Egypt, like one of the cradles of civilization, was in Africa. They won't conceptualize Egypt as African. They won't have like a good understanding of like the world or how it works, you know?
Yeah.
They won't be prepared as adults to appreciate things. I mean, it's just a really sad thing. I don't know any other way to say it. And it's done, the fact that it's done for political gain is just even grosser. I mean, it's
just like this fucking guy wants to like probably run for president, and I just don't. And it's like it's such a reactionary shitbag, and like
this guy went to Harvard and Yale.
You're talking about DeSantis, right?
Yeah.
This fucking guy. First of all, I watched a thing, Renegade Cuts. I highly recommend it. It's called Renegade Cuts. They did a whole thing about him. His politics always sucked. He was a horrible person. Going back to college, they said there's proof that he's a fucking straight up racist. People said like he was fucking racist. He was supposedly like a JAG officer.
Right.
And supposedly he was absolutely horrible. He was involved with Abu Ghraib and everything like that, or Abu Ghraib. And he's just a fucking awful, shitty person with terrible politics. He's always been terrible, and he's like I said, he's the fascist that, Trump was a joke, still incredibly dangerous, but a buffoon.
Yeah.
And DeSantis is like the real fascist who like Trump opened the door for it to exist. And the right wing has basically morphed, or they've always been this way, and they're just now can freely feel like they can freely say these things. I mean, look, the John Birch Society was horrible. John Birch Society goes back, like, what is it, like the 60s or something like that? And someone, I saw some article recently, and it said basically, like, the John Birch Society basically took over the country. Like, Fox News is basically just the John Birch Society 24/7, all these right-wing media groups and everything like that. And the thing with the Black History thing is disgusting. Well, that's just, I think, first of all, like, okay, so let's talk about Trump and DeSantis. Trump is gonna, he already announced he's running for president. We'll see what the fuck that is. I mean, I guess he's starting to actually do things. We're gonna talk about that. I guess he went to New Hampshire or something like that.
Yep.
Or was it Nebraska?
He went to New Hampshire, and then I think South Carolina was the second place he went.
Okay, so they're going to be on stage and they're going to try to outright each other. But the one thing that, like, Trump and we'll say, I'm sure he'll drop it real quick now that Diamond's dead. He always try to act like he was going to try to court the Black vote. Now, he never gave a good reason why Black people should vote for him in any way. Like, they try to attack Biden, and Biden said something stupid, really dumb. I knew exactly what he was saying, but it sounds stupid when he said, "You're not black if you vote."
Right. Yeah.
Vote for me. I knew what he was saying, but it was not like
inartful. Yeah.
No, it was awful. But like Trump is literally doing kind of the same thing, but he's giving zero fucking reason why, like, but he's always tried to, like, I guess he in 2016 must have gotten like the biggest jump in black voters or something.
Yeah.
Compared to like former Republican presidents, but the numbers are like, it's nothing. But it was enough for Trump to be like, look, I'm chipping away. And he was trying so hard. And then you have like DeSantis, who's just like, fuck that. I'm just gonna go full on racist. I'm gonna like remove Black history. Right before Black History Month, too. Just really
he did it. And then the College Board, and I've said this before, is like a lot of textbooks, a lot of colleges, they are beholden to Texas and Florida because those two states together purchase a lot of textbooks. So you get other places, like let's say a place like, I don't know, Georgia, which is becoming more progressive. They're going to still buy textbooks tailored to Florida and Texas. They're going to buy the textbooks that were built with their input.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know. It's just really awful. They're doing it to the public schools. They're doing it to the larger schools. That
Florida affects like 10 other states or something. They're going to follow through with this, basically.
Yeah. Well, it sucks because like there's no recourse because the College Board, the people that make the AP courses or whatever, they're selling a product. If Florida doesn't want to buy that product, then they, you know what I mean? Like then they're out of business. They either need to say, well, to make a stand, we're no longer a company, or they have to like play ball. I mean, I get that intellectually, but then like you could argue, well, colleges shouldn't accept kids from Florida, but of course they are, because the colleges are also chud colleges. They're being taken over by these bizarre political appointees.
Well, that was the other problem too. Is like the same thing with like the abortion, where Texas put in its ridiculous law that they said the minute the Supreme Court was kicking, that the 20 other states would just take what Texas did and make it their model too.
Yeah.
And
but then
that's kind of what's happening here, right? Where like automatically there's a whole bunch of red states or whatever, they're just gonna follow through.
Well, look, the AP isn't going to develop 6 different African American history courses. They're going to develop one African American history course. And Florida's a big purchaser, and they're going to dumb it down for Florida, and then everyone else has to deal with the dumb course, Yeah,
like there was like bullshit. Like, what about conservative Black people? Like what? Bill Cosby? Like what?
Yeah,
Kanye West? Like,
I don't know. It's just, it is so obscene, and then
it's just like idiotic, like that. It's like, it's so funny how the right always should say like, oh, the left, all they do is virtue signal, but it's like all this is virtue signaling.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, like the one part of me that makes me feel okay about all this is that, look, conservatives never ban anything until they've lost control of it. You know what I mean? Like, you know why they're pissed? Well, like, by the time the conservatives get around to getting pissed off about Black Lives Matter, it's too late. It's a big thing. They can't put the genie back in the bottle. And when they're all pissed off about
damage, you don't really hear much about Black Lives Matter anymore. I feel like
you don't, but it's like
I think that like I think that it's more deadly than you think. I know what you're saying, that like the genie's out of the bottle, but like they were fighting it and now they're making it worse. It's like I mean, look, gay marriage was legalized, but there's states and everything are trying to find ways to make it illegal. Make it illegal for gay people to adopt children. They're trying to do that.
That's because I think it worked too well. I think it's hard to look at these things day by day and get a good bead on what's happening like over a period of time. I think I really do think that these things are failing spectacularly. I think that if you tell a bunch of kids, if their formative experience in school is my governor didn't want me to read books, I don't think that goes well.
Well, I understand what you're saying, like in that part, but they're thinking long term. And like, yeah, you get the first group of people who would be like, what the fuck? But guess what? The ones that are 3-4 years younger, it's going to be slipped into their milk so much to the point where they're not going to put up a fight. And they're just going to go along with it. They're going to be dumbed down. You know what I mean? That's why, like, all the stuff that was going on in Texas with their education, like all the stuff Abbott wanted to change. Again, in like a year, the students in there now, might not, but they're thinking like the students 4 years from now, 5 years from now, that's more Republican voters. That's more anti-democratic. That's more, you know what I mean? That's more fascist voters. More authoritarian leaning voters. It's a long game. If you let that shit, if you don't nip that in the bud right away, it will rot. And it is designed to make sure that incoming people do not get a proper education, and they won't know the fucking difference.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, I'm not.
They hate colleges. I've seen the right for decades try to push this whole thing about, and then all that bullshit about like all the violence in colleges and how horrible the left is in colleges. Like I remember these stories in like 2015. They were all bullshit. They'd send like Milo to the schools and Ben Shapiro to the schools and like create these false thing about and it's like insane. Like they're trying to make it that the not even left leaning, just teaching teaching history, teaching like different theories and stuff. That is a liberal agenda. When in reality, it's just education. It's like the joke about like right-wing media. That's like an oxymoron.
Yeah.
The media, as it should function, is supposed to just report on the news. I mean, the media can be used as propaganda. It's always has throughout history.
Sure.
But local news, stuff like that, just it's supposed to be like a news source. And the idea of saying like, well, I don't like the news is reporting that like Ted Cruz's penis fell off and automatically went into his ear, even though it happened. We all saw it. But it's the left wing that are trying to push that. And it's like, no, it's a news article. And the right-wing media comes and be like, well, we offer another point of view. And it's like, what do you mean another point of view? There's no other point of view of a fact. Ted Cruz's penis fell off and went into his ear. You all saw it. It all happened. You can't deny it. And it's like, well, that's just the woke mind virus telling you.
I don't know. I
think that's what's going on in the schools. It's like this. It's just a distortion.
It's that I think that this is why. I think you're right. I think this also explains the sudden urge to ban TikTok from schools. A lot of schools have banned TikTok. You can't use TikTok if you're on the school Wi-Fi. And to have Elon Musk take over Twitter, because they want to
control information.
Well, that's where the pushback happens. And like if you go on TikTok, and look, I know TikTok feeds me videos I want to see. I don't see conservative videos on TikTok, but there's a lot.
I don't see him like I used to. I used to see him a lot, and I stopped. And I don't know if it's because I stopped. I just kept on scrolling.
I think I've read a lot about it. TikTok skews very liberal, and it's very young, and that's why.
But don't all these social media apps just kind of show you what you look at? Like if you're looking at like people sitting on cakes, and you're just going to see people sitting on cakes.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, like, not to say that I watched that. I'm just saying that's a thing that came from Canada told me. And I say, you're a weirdo. You're a weirdo.
You search for one jerk off chair video, and then the next.
Yeah, or can I buy that chair that Viggo Morrison sits in Crimes in the Future?
Yeah. Well,
the jerk off, the thing that jerks you on while you're eating soup.
Wow, I don't know. The here's a fun story from Florida, because the Ron DeSantis is just terrible.
It's just getting worse. It's like every day Ron DeSantis finds another way, and the Ron DeSantis administration finds another way to be shitty. Like, you thought the thing when we illegally transported those migrants to Martha's Vineyard as a troll, that was bad? Oh, we're just getting started.
Well, I still too think that that it's going to take people fighting. Like, I still to this day don't know why the states of Massachusetts or New York haven't sued Texas and Florida for human trafficking. If they won't, then I don't know why I should. Why am I all worked up over this? Well,
maybe they are, and we're just not. Maybe that's not.
Possible.
It's not sexy, so we don't hear about it.
Possible. But like, it's going to take a parent saying, look, I deserve a free and appropriate public education, and I'm not getting it.
Again, right? Though, I mean, look at Florida. I don't know what the state's like, but it sounds like it's pretty chuddy.
Well, I'm just saying, like, but it's going to take people doing that. That's a civil rights thing. That's not a state thing. That's a federal thing.
Yeah.
Why don't you go to a district court and say, I am being denied a free and appropriate public education.
And then if it makes it out of whatever court, it gets to another court, and it ends up in the Supreme Court.
Well, then you keep doing it.
Barrett looking at it.
Yeah, but you keep doing it, and you keep doing it, and like, honestly, that's like the ballot or the bullet, and you keep at it, and eventually, like, you either change it or it gets so intolerable that you start doing more serious things. I obviously don't mean a bullet or anything, but you start not going to school, like, because honestly, if you're going to school and getting the Ron DeSantis education, well, fuck, go to a homeschool cooperative or something. I mean, I know that's what they want anyway, but
unfortunately, that's the problem, is that this is also an attack on public education. Yeah. And Ron DeSantis and the Republicans want to destroy public education. Because, like you said, if you're not going to public education, then your money's not going there, right? Like,
I get that. I'm like grossly oversimplifying the fight.
That is their end game. You are playing into it. Yeah. Actually, you are helping him. You are speeding up the results. It's like, yes, we want more people to go to private schools. We want, did you hear about this like fucked up like Nazi homeschool program that's like basically gets I gotta see if I can find this. And
I have not heard of this.
Next week there's like a homeschool plan that's based, I don't know if it's in one area or it's all over the country, but it's literally like it's literally Nazi propaganda.
Well, I'll tell you,
Nazi curriculum.
I'm in a bunch of homeschool groups on Facebook. I used to try to because I'll sometimes do like academic advising or, like educational planning with kids and families and stuff. And I used to think that like homeschool would be a good place to kind of get involved with that, because a lot of homeschool kids, they want to go to college, but they haven't been in public schools. They don't know the best way to do it. Anyway, long story short, the homeschool groups that I've witnessed are just such a crazy mix of people. And there's some hardcore, like straight up Nazis in there, like literal, like,
I mean, they're all like weirdos. They're all like a bunch of Bills with no Franks.
Yeah. Well, they are like, even the good ones are like, I don't know. I mean, like, I get a lot of them are like, do you want your kid doing this, that, or whatever, or like obeying all these fucked up rules? And I'm like, no, but like, eventually they're going to get a job. And unless they have like a really specific, cool, I mean, you probably have like more like freedom in your job than anyone, but you still have to like deal with people and deadlines. And I mean, like, there's like these weird little shitty things everybody everywhere has to deal with. And if you're like homeschooling,
I guess their end game is to create a community where they can just interact with the people they want to interact with, and that's their end game.
But like, if you, I don't know.
These are not normal people, dude.
No. Speaking of not normal people, I got a great
Florida normal though.
I was reading
Florida normal.
This is okay. This actually makes a lot more sense. She's a Florida woman. A lot of her actions happened in Florida, but I don't know if you read the article. But here's how it started. This caught my eye. Florida woman rescued from storm drain for third time in less than 2 years. So she's been pulled out of a sewer 3 times over the last 2 years. 2 of them were in Delray Beach, Florida. One was in Grand Prairie, Texas. So she was pulled from a storm drain for the 3rd time in 2 years last week. Delray Police Department said officers and firefighters responded to a report of a woman possibly in distress while swimming in a canal near the 500 block of Lindell Boulevard around noon. The police asked her if she needed help. She ignored them and then climbed into a storm drain pipe, refused to come out, and crawled further into the pipe. Anyway, the woman was missing for 3 weeks. They eventually found her under a street, like calling out like Pennywise.
Yeah,
from
float.
And that's it. She's repeatedly getting lost in these sewers. The sewers anywhere are terrible, but like Florida is just the standing body temperature brackish water.
This is how The Last of Us starts right here.
Exactly.
This lady's going to be the beginning of and the end of all.
It's stunning. It is stunning. I guess one of them started when she went to a Bible study and heard a story about the prophet Elijah, and then told her mom that
Jonah's the one with the whale.
Yes, told her mom that she was going to go on a journey of her own, and the mom said that's a good idea because they had gone to Bible study together to learn about that. Next thing you knew, she's in a fucking sewer again.
Your mom was probably just like, "Oh, a journey, like I don't know, you're gonna get a job or whatever," and like,
don't stop believing.
We're going on a journey, like it's just like a metaphor for something, and it's like, no, I'm literally gonna go on a journey. I'm gonna crawl into the sewer system.
Oh man.
Do you think there's something going on with this woman besides the fact that her brain's rotted for being in Florida?
I do. The previous headline from
she had like schizophrenia or something. Usually a lot of these cases, like people will go missing for a long time or wonder away. You find out like, oh well, they suffer from like schizophrenia or bipolar or whatever. Like they have something wrong with them. They're off the meds.
The last headline reads that she was found naked in a Florida storm drain. I 100% think, and I do think it's schizophrenia a lot. That for some reason, this is like clinically true. This isn't just my opinion. There's a big overlap between schizophrenia and like religious delusions. Like,
I mean, then they even say like, so if whatever, if any of these people actually exist or whatever, if there's proof of any of the existence of these people, any of these like prophets and shit, then it was like, well, one, they were either just really good liars, or two, they were schizophrenic.
Yeah, like Joan of Arc was probably schizophrenic or something. I'll bet you this woman.
You mean the woman from the Go-Go's?
No.
Who she did an
Joan
exercise thing in the Bill and Ted?
Yeah, no.
It took me forever. I didn't realize that was her the whole time. Like years later, I was like watching it. I was like, oh yeah, it is her.
Yeah, she had a single too, didn't she?
I think so. She was on the Surreal Life a bunch of times. So I remember watching it.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I definitely think
I don't think she's schizophrenic though.
This woman certainly is something.
I remember reading some story years ago about like it was like somebody's brother who either was suffering from schizophrenia or whatever, or I don't know, some mental ailment or whatever, and they went missing, and they were found like if they were living in like South Dakota, they were found like 4 states away.
Yeah.
Or something. And it's like just kept on walking and ended up, and they found him in like wandering like 4 states away. So
well, this one here, this says Kennedy had been checked. Oh yeah. She has been in rehab facilities. She climbed out of a 6-foot drain pipe Saturday night and was taken to a hospital. She had been checked into a rehabilitation facility in Texas when she wandered off last. She was last seen in the area near the Dallas suburbs of Grand Prairie. Let's see. Yeah, this is another one. The family had been tracking her using an app they put on her cell phone.
How there's a chip. They put it in the back of her neck. Dog.
Every time
they chipped her.
Right. Every time, if your family has installed an app on your phone to keep tabs on you, then you probably have a history of something.
Oh, breaking news.
Okay.
There was just announced that she is going to be working she's running for Congress in Florida.
Right.
Kevin McCarthy is already what's this woman's name again?
Put her on the education committee. Lindsay, what is her name? No, that'd be awesome. Lindsay Kennedy. It's probably that guy from Louisiana's sister.
Oh yeah, it's probably like his daughter or something.
Yeah.
You know? He's too busy trying to wrangle catfish. He doesn't have time, or pretending to. Well, I say.
Back when I was knee high to a crawdad, I was.
When I went to Cambridge and talked like this.
This is also her family. As a precaution, her loved ones dropped bags of food and Gatorade down nearby manholes.
Just in case she would find it.
Yes.
Where's your sister? She gone exploring again. She's on a journey, Mama. She said Lindsay's on a journey.
God.
It's like it's like the movie Billie Jean, but like not good. Remember that movie? I love that.
Yeah, The Legend of Billie Jean.
Yeah. We got the right to choose it.
I remember I saw that in the theaters when I was a kid, and I thought it was about Billie Jean King, the tennis player. And I was like,
yeah, they diverted a little.
When is she gonna?
Slight diversion from the
tennis
player.
I 100% thought it was a tennis movie going into it. And halfway through it, I was like, I don't think she's going to play tennis.
My favorite part of that movie is Yardley Smith, the famous for playing the voice of Lisa Simpson. She's in that movie, and she gets her period, and she says to Billie Jean, she's all like sweaty and like fucked up and getting her period. I mean, she's like, Billie Jean, I'm a woman now. They crack up. Lisa Simpson.
Man.
And this was before she was Lisa Simpson. I remember.
Oh, this was like pre.
It's like 85. And
I
remember a lot of people were confused about the movie because Christian Slater was in the movie and Helen Slater was in the movie, and everyone always assumed they were related.
Yeah.
No relation. Just happened to have the last name Slater.
Oh, so, wow.
Sorry.
Anyway.
Even though they did play brother and sister in that movie. So sorry, Slater fans. You're just going to have to make your own, I don't know, sibling. Ew. I mean, it doesn't have to be. You know what? There's no way, a good way to say it. I'm just going to move on.
I think at the end,
did you hear, real quick?
Yeah.
Did you hear about George Santos supposedly left all his committees or something?
I did hear that. Yeah.
So what do you think's going on there? Do you think he's going to get kicked out or something? Like the writing's on the wall?
I don't know. I mean, like, look, Kevin McCarthy's got a 5-vote margin in the House. He can't, and George Santos is a guaranteed McCarthy vote. He can't afford to lose McCarthy, Santos. And I think if he leaves office, he's immediately open to all sorts of legal trouble. Like while he's in office, it's difficult.
Are congressmen protect? I mean, he's not the president. Congressmen,
no,
I guess they have some protection, but
he can use campaign contributions to pay for an attorney.
Yeah,
you know, there's a bunch of benefits to staying in power.
Yeah, more access to more resources and shit.
Yeah. In fact, he might even have like a congressional allotment for that. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
So
why would he leave his committee seats? That's weird.
Well, it could be that someone asked him to, because if he's on a committee, then I got to imagine, like, did you see?
It just brings more attention to him.
Yeah, and the Democrats can use it as a cudgel. Like when Matt Gaetz was on a committee today, he put forth an amendment saying that they should have to read the Pledge of Allegiance prior to every meeting, and then a Democrat added an amendment to it saying that that would be fine as long as the pledge isn't conducted by anyone who's ever supported an insurrection.
I saw that. Yeah, that's pretty
so
funny.
you'd get a lot of headlines about George Santos. So I'm sure every time the committee met, there'd be a Democrat saying, like, you know, what name did he swear in under? Is that his, I mean, like, there would have been stuff like that.
Or whatever, Kantara, his the drag name.
Right. There would have been shit like that constantly. So I don't know. I mean, he's in. He's not going anywhere. I mean, I think he won. So joke's on us, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens, but I just found that interesting. All right. Well, we talked about sewer dwellers, sewer people that come from the sewer, like Ron DeSantis and George Santos. Speaking of sewer monsters, Trump.
Yeah.
I guess he's on the campaign trail or whatever, and he went to, you said New Hampshire. And what happened?
He went to New Hampshire and he gave a speech at a school, a high school, I think. And I want to say he's in South Carolina. I don't know where he gave his trans speech.
His insane anti-trans speech. That thing is.
It was nuts. Really bizarre. I mean, like,
it was like scary. He's like basically saying, like, I'm going to make the whole country like Florida, basically.
Yeah.
You won't be able, because there's people who fled Texas and Florida who have trans kids. They got them the fuck out of there. The states. And Trump's goal is to say there will be no escape.
Yeah.
Like, there'll be no escape. You will.
Well, he basically wants to eliminate trans people. I mean, it's a real bizarre thing.
It seems even more like he's always been a chud. Like, when he ran for president, he tried to act like he was the post whatever the thing that led to gay marriage or whatever, like the post of that Supreme Court decision, Republican. And he's like, he told people after he was inaugurated, like, listen, we need to like
move on from this. Yeah.
Move on from the LGBT. He held the flag and everything like that. People were like, okay, maybe he's not that horrible, even though it was like, come on now, who is here? And then immediately put in a trans ban in the military, like immediately, like within the first like month of his presidency.
Yeah, I think.
But he's never like, I don't remember him ever saying anything so like just toxic and shit. Like,
not him. He used to be. I think he legitimately started out not having any problem with gay folk, and then he hired all these chuds who were horrible towards gay people, and he let them run the show. And then somewhere along the way, he realized, oh, the people that like me also hate gay people, so now I got to start hating gay people. That's what I think happened. I don't think it's like super complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, I really think the Trump of 15 years ago, I think he'd have no problem having gay folks or trans folks or whatever in his house. I don't think he'd have any problem with that. I really don't.
The guy went in Studio 54.
Yeah.
My mentor was Roy Cohn. He loved Dick.
I really don't think he did. I think he probably like didn't even put much thought into it. He probably just thought they were like just like you or me, I mean.
Nah, I mean, I'm sure he said way worse shit than that.
Yeah, it could be. That trans speech was horrifying.
This one was like, okay, is he feeling the heat from DeSantis? So it's like, I need to go even further to the right now. I need to outflank DeSantis. Like, oh, you're doing this in Florida? Well, I'm going to do this on a national stage. I'm going to make
how much territory is there left to mine here? I mean, like, how much more mileage are you going to get out of this anti-trans talk?
I mean, the joke is too, it's like these guys have nothing else, because it's like, isn't it like kind of proven that they did not perform so well in 2022 because of the obsession of trans people?
That's like part of it. There's all like, some of the abortion,
like a bunch of freaks who are like bigoted freaks, like.
Just so weird. Like,
then it's like, I'm sorry, but then maybe in this election it was frowned upon, but as Lives of TikTok gets bigger and Joe Rogan and all these other people start spreading more, and fucking J.K. Rowling, and they normalize the bigotry of trans people. That's what they're doing. They're normalizing bigotry. They use bullshit euphemisms like I care about women's sports. No, you don't give a fuck about it. You just are using this as a way to attack trans people and lure people into being bigots by picking, again, nothing is more disgusting than people who claim that they are for a minority or a group, or like J.K. Rowling claims she's for feminism and attacks trans people when she's already proven to be pretty shitty even about feminism. Like when they announced like the Roe v. Wade ending, she was completely silent on it. She had nothing to say.
I think that the big problems here are that the Republicans have been successful on 2 points, and one is that they've somehow convinced the public that there are parents getting surgeries performed on young children,
and they're making it sound like it's not even the parents, that there's like this shadowy cabal that is taking kids and removing their genitals and mutilating them, taking away their breasts and all this stuff, and then it's like none of this shit is happening.
Right, none of that's happening. And it's not happening, now, like,
this is,
but it's working.
It's
working. There are people believing it.
This is scary shit, because this is like, if you go look back in history, in the early 30s, the Nazis went after this doctor who was like one of the greater like years of research on gender studies, like transgender and all that. And they burnt it down, destroying years of research, setting us back decades of knowledge when it would come to this. And this was something the Nazis did in the beginning. This was like an early, they hated the Jews always, but like this was a thing, one of the first things they went after. And again, you get those like people who are like, well, I'm not one of them, so I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm not trans. Those people are weird. I'm fine. You even get some of those like gay people who are like, those people are weird.
Well,
like,
the other thing, I guess the 2 other things would be the athletes in collegiate sports or high school sports. That's gotten like a huge amount of attention. And then
but then you find out you got like, isn't it under DeSantis? They want to check the periods.
Yeah, they are doing
that. That's disgusting. What?
Well, the whole thing is just sort of weird. It's like, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know why like anybody cares who swims faster than another person.
There's like women that don't have periods. Does that not make them a woman? You know what I mean?
I think the Olympics does like a testosterone check. Like,
there's some women that just naturally have more testosterone than other women.
But that's how they divide it. It's like you can participate in men's or women's sports based on your testosterone level. Because like,
what was it like? There was like a joke or something like where like the woman who was the cisgender woman versus the trans woman in like a sport. The cisgender woman had more testosterone in her system than the trans woman did. It was like, I mean, it's
bizarre.
It's a bizarre thing to talk about. Like, but you have to talk about, because these little freaks want to turn this into like a political discussions. These so-called freedom of speech, freedom of these freedom and liberty people, and the first thing you want to do is take away your rights of a bunch of people, because they, they think, one, they hate them. I think they generally do. But the other thing too is they see these people as an easy target. I've said it before in the podcast many times. They lost the battle on gay marriage. Gay marriage is widely popular. I think, didn't the Senate just vote to basically codify gay marriage?
I think so, yeah.
And also interracial marriage and everything like that. Like the Supreme Court couldn't strike it down if it wanted to or something like that. And they know that the transgender thing is like an easy target. But again, it's crazy because it's like you're just micro targeting. Like
that's where I was saying is like, how much is there a lot of territory here to mine?
Bullying? And like it's just, so you get sweaty Trump out there giving this insane speech with all fucking lies and shit, basically saying he's gonna go after parents and like, what, are you gonna send them into a camp? You gotta send some of these people to camps? Like, what?
Well, it's just a weird thing. Like, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I don't understand it much. I mean,
the way he delivers his speech is so gross. It's just like it first of all, it's like awful because whenever he's reading something clearly, it's like it's all monotone. It's like you could tell he like the joke, like someone said, like, well, he's like illiterate, like he doesn't know how to like connotate things or something. Like everything's just like he reads things like stereo instructions or like.
Well, it's funny when you can tell his ad libs, like they're in a completely different voice. He'll read a script, then he'll be like,
like he'll be like,
oh, and I'll tell you,
where he throws in like a little thing. It's like all of a sudden the tone changes.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's like a different person talking.
It's like that. What's that comedian who does the Hot Pockets joke?
Oh, Jim Gaffigan. Yeah,
he's like Jim Gaffigan, where he's like,
right.
You shouldn't do that. You're on a diet. You know, and it's like that's Trump, and he gives a speech.
Well, I don't like this at all, obviously.
Well, I hope so. You don't like it?
Well, I'm wondering, I mean, I don't like it, period. I mean, like, part of me is like silver lining it, like, geez, if this is where they're putting all their energy, then I don't think they're good. But like, it's not even good. Like, you shouldn't even want them to get sidetracked on this issue, because then
I think they think this is an easy way to get uninformed people to like I said, the Libs of TikTok thing. It starts out, it's just like, look at these wacky people. Look at this blue-haired, non-binary person trying to tell you how to raise your kid or whatever. Look at this. I'm going to find the worst examples of people I could find of a particular group or take things that they say out of context. And it sounds kind of funny. And that's how you lure people in. And then all of a sudden, the storming the fucking Capitol a year later. Like, that's literally, that's how they get them.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why it's like, you get Joe Rogan to go out there, who's like a sports guy. He's a freaking commentator for the UFC. He knows his stuff. He seems like a serious person when it comes to
right.
And he's saying some interesting things about trans people in sports. I should listen to him. He's a validated thing. And then you're listening to him, and then like a year later, all of a sudden you're fucking like voting for DeSantis. And I mean, that's like the end game. That's the end game. You get someone in there who's like a, soft fascist or whatever, sounds like an average everyday person, uses like a certain kind of tone, like, called like concern trolling, and you just lure these people in, and then all of a sudden they're fucking, I don't know, goose stepping down the street.
Well, I'll tell you, that is one thing I'll say, and I guess I'll leave it at this for the Trump DeSantis people. The Republican primary is going to be a crazy experience. Everyone's gonna have to run so far to the right, and they haven't even started trying to top each other yet.
Wouldn't the first debates be later this year? They would be, right? Yeah,
they'd be coming up. You'd probably be in like November of this year or something.
Maybe even as early as fall, as this late summer.
So,
well, Nikki Haley supposedly threw her name in, and everyone's like, "Come on now!" And everyone's like, "She's probably just running for vice president. Like, she doesn't stand a chance." Her brand, or whatever her brand she claims to be, the Republicans have become so far right that you can't. The idea of like the so-called friendly face moderate, or whatever it is, that's not acceptable anymore.
I could see Kristi Noem running. I could see Mike Pence will probably run.
I don't see him running. I don't. I think if he runs, it will be the shortest stint ever. I can't imagine him being on stage with Trump. Hey, Mike, remember when I almost killed you? Oh yeah, that was very funny.
Ron DeSantis will run, obviously.
I don't know if he will. That's the other thing. Is like, I mean, what point do they have to announce? Don't they have to announce at some point?
I think they can announce. There's a point where they have to be announced to be on the ballot, but that's not for a while.
Like I remember in 2008 or 12 when that fucking guy from like Law and Order took forever to get on.
Oh yeah,
everyone was making such a big deal about him, and he just
Fred
Thompson, he just shit the bed.
Yeah,
that guy ended up just being like a complete joke.
Yeah, he was kind of a moron. But I
well,
could
his
see
whole what? Go ahead. What?
Larry Hogan could run.
Isn't that the guy from like
Maryland or something?
Again, isn't he like considered a moderate? I mean,
yeah,
like,
but you'll get these people running, and like you never know who's going to. I mean, like, look, Larry Hogan's not going to win the nomination, but he could take a bite out of someone. You know,
I just don't think that like anybody on stage, it's just gonna. If you pay attention to any of the Republican primaries over the past like 20 years at all, they've just gotten progressively and more insane. If Larry Hogan's on stage going like, well, I don't think you should say that about someone, they're going to get booed. He has to come out and be like, I don't think we should just ban trans people. I think we should eat them.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, that's how crazy it is. You can't have. That's why, like, Trump giving this speech, it was like almost like he's putting his line in the sand, like going like, hey, I'm the most extreme dude right here. Look at me. I'm just literally fucking saying Nazi shit.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a zoo of a nomination process.
You think what if you think Ivanka will run?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think I could see her running in the future.
I think her career in politics is done.
Yeah.
I think her dad losing, I think, completely through.
Yeah, that shattered the spell.
The idea of any Trump kid running, like I said, maybe fake teeth guy, the cokehead son.
Oh, Don Jr.
Becoming the mayor of like Bug Spit, Missouri or
something. Yeah, I could
but
see
like,
that. I could see that.
But at the same time, I just think he would never do any of that because then he would have to like be a mayor.
Yeah, he'd have to show up
like,
and work.
Yeah,
I could see Barron Trump running for a congressional seat. Like
Barron Trump will not do anything. I don't think we'll ever see that kid again in anything. The only thing you will see him is if you're high up in the hills, you'll see someone walking through the trees. 40 feet. He's you ever seen that anime Attack on Titan?
Yeah.
I think he's one of them.
That could be.
He's one of the Titans.
All right, so we have a couple topics left. We have the Paul Pelosi video was released. Yeah. And the assailant called into a Fox News station to apologize for not finishing the job.
Yeah, well, apologize. Oh, that's great. For not finishing the job.
Yes.
So where is this guy right now? That he can make the phone call.
Yeah, I thought he was. I think he's in state custody, but you can make phone calls. I mean, like,
well, like, what's his face? What's that guy's name? The Andrew Tate guy. He was like held captive, and like he's like in Romania or whatever. And I don't know if he's still in prison or not.
He's
like tweeting, and I'm like, how's this fucking guy tweeting if he's in prison?
I just read they extended his detention to February 28th. That guy's so fucked. That is so hilarious. That's probably.
I still think it is like one of the most funniest things. I love that this guy put out a weird troll like to Greta Thunberg. Yeah. Like, hasn't really been on anybody's mind in the recent years. It's kind of just been this thing, and we knew who she was, but it's like okay. And then he brings her, and he just gives her like completely juices her, like brings her to a new status by like trying to troll her, and her just responding saying he has like little dick energy or something. Small dick energy, and just fucking crushing him on Twitter. Just like, and then that's been the great, like Elon Musk, even though it might be like, must have been so exciting when that happened because that like brought life to Twitter.
It really did.
And then that guy got so fucking just ratioed to death by her and puts out a video where he's eating pizza and the authorities find out where he is. And I love that the authorities have to claim like, oh no, that had nothing to do with it. Bullshit. Right. It had everything to do with it. You saw the video that went everywhere. The fucking address was there. He's in Romania. Let's go get his ass.
And then on the cherry on top, the chef's kiss was that he was bragging about all his exotic cars, and every single one of them was confiscated.
Yeah.
The Romanian government now owns them all. So
it is like, I mean, come on, how is that not like funny as shit? That the whole thing plays out like a joke.
It is hilarious. Anyway, on the opposite end of things, Paul Pelosi's attack, him getting attacked, they released the video. It's gruesome. Did
I
you
only saw
watch
the guy breaking in. I didn't see the full video. I just saw the guy smashing, clearly using like a hammer or whatever, breaking into the house.
I saw a longer video, a couple minutes, and it was just gross. I mean, it was really disturbing.
So, the guy is clearly, I guess he's in where is he?
California. What do you mean, the city or the?
Well, I mean, this guy who did it, like,
they caught him and he's in prison, I believe. He's in pretrial detention.
He was able to, so the video got out, and then he calls like a local Fox broadcast, like in California or whatever. Basically says, I want to apologize for basically not killing him and not killing like other Democrats. And it's the most deranged thing. They got the picture of the guy up while he's saying it. The guy looks like a chud. Like, it's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he looks exactly like what he sounds like.
For sure.
And like the woman, like he's talking to, doesn't like push back at all or say anything. Like,
nope.
That's pretty. I mean, first of all, this guy, if this guy does not get sent to jail for like ever, this video, I mean, this call alone should like, indicate that this man had every intention of killing Paul Pelosi. He literally whoever's his lawyer had to have been like, who gave this guy a phone?
Right. Yeah. I mean, unless he's shooting for like an outside insanity defense or whatever.
Unless he's hoping that like Judge Schroeder, his lawyer, Judge gets the case.
Yeah.
I think this guy's like never going to see the light of day for God knows how many years. But like, no. I mean, I still to this day am amazed that the story was not bigger than it was. That this should have been the thing that like would have just killed the chances of Republicans winning the House. Like the fact that the media like let the right spread lies like about it, say it was like a gay affair. Fucking Elon Musk pushed that.
Yeah.
And people were like, "You're gonna fucking apologize?" And so
not a peep.
He let out one like shitty little reply saying like that he's sorry, but it's not aimed at anybody. It's like it could be totally like it's exactly, it's so tepid, and it's like if he really meant it, he would have put out a tweet. But he didn't.
He
would have put out a tweet saying like, "I want to apologize for putting out this false information," and that's it. And and instead he just put out this like little tepid thing. Fuck that guy. But like, I'm just blown away that this was not a bigger story.
It's crazy. It's a big. It's like
the speaker. This is third in line to the president.
Yeah, and the guy basically tried to kill her husband for political reasons.
Yeah,
I mean that's.
He was trying to kill her. I'm assuming, right? He was there to kill her.
Yeah, right.
It's fucking deranged. It is absolutely deranged, and the fact that this guy gets to call in and act like he's some like fucking hero. It shows you how dangerous right-wing media is, how it's blunt. What was it someone who's dropping OAN, or is it Newsmax? One of them is it like Time Warner, or one of them is like dropping Newsmax.
I think just got the axe.
And the right winger like, we need to do an investigation. It's like, why? It's their decision to do it. Like, this is business. Like, this isn't political. They don't want it on their thing anymore.
Yeah.
It's so weird how the free thought, free thinking, free enterprise people are all of a sudden the opposite of everything they claim when it's something they don't like.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis, that is him in a nutshell. Like, well, I don't want African American studies taught. I don't. But you have to have like diversity of thought in political speech or whatever. It's just
complete bullshit. They don't want diversity of anything.
No.
What?
Oh, go ahead. Well, we were going to talk a little bit about the police stuff that had happened over the weekend. I
feel like this is like a bigger topic, obviously, but I guess in Memphis or something, there was a video that got out. Well, the police like they were trying to like do whatever they can to like damage control this. Like, we're going to release this video.
Right. Yeah.
We already fired all the cops. or whatever. Well, 5 of them were fired or whatever. And this video got out, and it's just these 5 cops just beating this man to death.
Yeah.
What did they get him for or whatever?
I think they
stop or something.
I think they pulled him over, and he was like, "I got to get home," and he didn't stop. I mean, it was like one of those.
It's like Rodney King all over, but like worse. Yeah. It's like fucked up. Remember that Rodney King video? And it's like,
yeah,
that was like 30 years ago, and you would think like, oh, in a perfect society, we would have looked at that and we would have transformed police. And instead, it's like it happens like every day.
Yeah,
and you see it all the time on video, and it's like we need to give them more money.
It is really crazy. I mean, I get policing's a hard job. I mean, I know, like, you know, there's aspects of it that might lead someone.
They should not be the ones doing it. Like cops, like when it comes to like traffic stuff, honestly, with the technology we have with cameras and everything like that, like there should be nobody pulling anyone over. Yeah, it's like, hey, you just got a ticket in the mail for like,
yeah,
you have to report to court. You got a ticket in the mail. You have to come to court. You have to do this.
That's really true.
Honestly, that's really all it should be. You shouldn't have some guy with a fucking gun on a power trip pulling people over, trying to intimidate. I mean, I get why they do it, but just it shouldn't get to that.
Yeah.
I put out let me see. I put out a tweet like basically saying what I think, like, honestly, when you hear the argument about funding the police, and the argument of like defunding it, and honestly, the way I look at it is you got to look at it like any other business. So, like it said, by overfunding the police, I mean, they keep saying, keep giving them money. Okay, well, by overfunding the police, we are giving them more reasons to overreact and do what they did to Tyre Nichols. Just like any other business, the police have to justify their inflated budgets. Coming back on their funds and laying off shitty cops will reduce these type of incidents. That's a fact.
It is.
I said, and some assholes like, funds should be cut back. They should be distributed to better policing tactics. And I'm like, no, you should have different divisions and stuff like that. Like social workers that deal with like, oh, there's like an autistic kid freaking out. Don't send a cop with an itchy trigger finger. You know how many stories you see of autistic kids getting killed by cops?
Oh yeah,
astounding.
There's a famous one in Florida. The guy he was in the middle of the street. He got gunned down because
there's and then the other today I saw some. I don't know where this was. This was so disgusting. I saw this one earlier. It's a double amputee running for his life, like on his knees.
Oh, Jesus. From
the cops, and they kill him. It's off. You see the cops shooting at him, and thankfully, like the camera covers him, connecting the bullets.
Unreal.
But I mean, it's so fucking disgusting. I'm like, they said that he had a knife or something. I'm like, how is this guy? He has no fucking legs. Like,
God. Plus, like, the way it is that in a lot of states, you can carry whatever weapons you want. There's no prohibition against it. So,
let me see if I can
don't know.
That one.
Yeah. It is.
Here it is. California officers feared for their life that Anthony Lowe Jr. would throw his knife at them. That's why they had to shoot this 36-year-old double amputee as he was attempting to flee at least 8 times. Content warning, evil, but does not show the shooting.
Okay.
Yeah, they show this guy, and you're going to see assholes taking that video because it's like a guy running like an amputee running on his knees, and I can see that getting like used. And it's like, this guy's dead. Like this poor guy. Like, it's a hard argument to have, not because like, oh, it's hard to decipher if what the cops are doing is bad. It's hard because it's like there's so many assholes out there that like are fine with it. They're fine with it, but except when they like invade the Capitol and they stick flagpoles up cops' asses and shit. That's or cut their fingers off with them and shit like that.
Yeah,
that's when they're
suddenly not okay.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is like, I don't know what else to say about it. It's just the gun thing. It's like, it just keeps happening. It's like, at some point, it's like, what else are you going to say? What are you going to talk about? Like, there's a gun shooting every other week, or there's like 4 in a row. There's one every day. There's one once a month. It doesn't matter.
The majority of these, you're right, could be handled via camera. So.
But I'm saying that I'm talking about mass shootings, and you have the same fucking argument with these twats every fucking time. Like, oh, it's my right to have a gun. I'm going to defend my family. And you're like, shut the fuck up. It's like, what's the point? There's no point having this conversation. I remember this one guy was like, left a message on my thing, on my comment, like, we should have a discussion. I'm like, what's the point of talking about this shit? We don't make the fucking laws. Just sit here and waste an hour and you just regurgitate the same fucking shit. Like, we don't write the laws. Like, the law people do it. The people who write laws are the ones that will decide what happens to our fate. We can discuss this for hours until the sun goes up and down.
And you can try to influence it,
It won't make a fucking difference.
Not really.
It won't make a difference. My discussion with this guy, I'm like, we're not the lawyers. I mean, we're not the Congress people. We're not the senators. I mean, what? My job is to try to convince you to, like, maybe guns might be bad. You're not gonna change your fucking mind.
No, don't waste your breath.
It's like bullshit. And I think it's like the same thing with the cops. It's like, we should fund them more. And the joke is, like, the Republicans be like, Democrats, they cut the funding of police all the time. And then the Democrats are like, we want to raise the funding of the police. It's like idiotic. It's like they both fund the police. Biden has said we should fund them even more.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like that whole funding question gets a little tricky because I'm not opposed to funding cops or police departments as long as they take that money and buy social workers,
that's what I mean. Like what are you doing with the money?
Yeah.
Is this just like is this like another form? Is this like a laundering scheme?
Yeah, like why I get that sometimes the government gives you surplus military vehicles, but do you need to drive them around? Like,
I guess that was the argument someone made about the fact that why they were annoyed that the game took place in The Last of Us takes place in 2003 because I guess the police weren't fully militarized yet or something back in 2003. I don't know. I was like, who cares?
Sure. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I think, that's tough. All right. So what do we have?
It's just a thing that happens. It's like, if there's not a shooting, if there's not a mass shooting at a supermarket or a school or a movie theater or whatever like that, there's a story of a cop shooting or a bunch of cops beating a person to death or shooting a person wrongfully. And it's like, it never stops. It's either mass shooting, cop shooting, or cop doing the shooting, I mean. And it's just like, it's the same story all the time. And it's like, it gets to the point where you get like a little jaded.
Yep.
I mean, the problem, you can't be jaded. You have to still say, in the end of the day, this is wrong. Something needs to be done. But it's like,
it's hard to work up the energy consistently to address these things.
But I think that's the end game goal, is that you are defensively exhausted.
Put you
and you don't care anymore because you're too busy trying to pay bills or something. You're just like, I don't have time. To do it. I gotta. They just raised the price of eggs to like, $1 million. Are eggs really expensive by you?
We don't buy eggs, so I couldn't tell you. I know I've seen people post about it.
They're not. They haven't really gone up by us, but I saw someone like they were $18. I was like, where the fuck are you getting eggs?
Yeah.
No, get the hell out of here.
For me, the place I notice it, I noticed prices going up, but like I used to buy coffee and it was a certain amount, and now it's like noticeably more. Just different products I've noticed, they all have gone up. You know, I mean, they've just gone up here and there, and it's inexorable. It's not stopping, and it's a little frustrating. And
then you find out it's almost like it has nothing to do with supply chain. It has nothing to do with that. It's just because they can.
Well, that's the thing, is that, like, it's a constant drive by activist boards wanting profits. They want more. you know, and they'll cut salaries, they'll cut jobs, they'll raise prices, and it's not even to like ensure the profitability of the company, it's so they can afford third homes.
Yeah,
or a fifth
or
car.
A ticket to the spaceship arc.
Yeah, a spaceship ticket, or their kid wants to go see Taylor Swift, and the weekend is like $7,000, so they need to raise. I mean, like, it's all seriously like stupid shit like that.
Oh yeah, it's always something dumb, and then all of a sudden everybody's paying more for fucking laundry detergent.
Yeah, and then that's the other thing is it never goes back down. If it
goes down, it goes down like a nickel. You know what I mean? It goes up and then it goes down a bit.
But the new normal is always that higher amount. Yeah.
What?
So, but the new normal is always that higher amount.
Exactly.
So,
speaking of which, before we go to the last thing,
did
you see that? I guess a judge or something approved a civil suit against Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
A father of one of the victims.
Yep.
Is going after him and going after the police and I guess some other things, but like the fucked up thing. So the Rittenhouse was trying to claim that like, oh well, you guys like wrongfully gave me the suit.
Right.
They're trying to throw down. The judge was like, you're not anywhere. They had like a really difficult time finding him, supposedly.
Yeah, he was trying to dodge the service. Yeah, that's awesome. I hope he gets taken to the cleaners. And honestly, even if it's all paid for by donations, then good. Then those donations are going to someone who deserves them more so.
That'd be great. And then you could say, hey, you know, you were found guilty here, buddy. You're a fucking murderer.
Yeah. Well, and that can also lead to like civil charges and stuff. I mean, it could still go back to being criminal. But yeah, this is
charges. What does that mean?
Like a civil rights charge, civil was a bad way of putting it. I meant like a civil rights violation where you could go to prison for it, you know?
Like my son was there, speak out and protest, and you murdered him for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and also, if I remember right, he was only arrested on state charges.
Yeah, we've said this before that at the, you know, what was it, the feds or whatever.
He crossed state lines. This is clear. This should have been federal from the get-go. So
yeah, that guy deserves everything.
Yes,
that because he, besides being a little murder shit, he's proven to just be a piece of shit.
He's just garbage.
He's a
garbage,
fucking trash, and the people that like him, they're trash too.
Yeah,
you just are. You have basically told everybody you're a fucking piece of shit.
It's just, it's grotesque.
Absolutely grotesque. Speaking of weird, I don't know.
Yeah.
So do you know who Mr. Beast is?
Vaguely, yes.
I've heard familiar. This name dropped around forever. I don't know
a while, yeah.
Fucking guy is. I'm always like, Mr. Beast is doing this. Like, I remember seeing like there was like a pop-up shop or whatever, like Mr. Beast burgers or something.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
and there were like people, long ass lines. I'm like, why are people waiting for this? Like, it's just a burger.
It's stupid. Yeah.
Like, so this guy, I guess, does like these stunts or something where he's always giving money away, right?
Yeah,
like, and he gets them to do like really like humiliating shit or something like that.
Yes. Yeah, it's the basic premise is he like runs his own little game shows where he hands out money to people in need, but he essentially gets them to perform like trained animals, and he films them, and he does all this when they're clearly in a desperate state in which they need the money, you know. It's like a Black Mirror type of thing.
What did you call it? Poverty porn?
Yeah, I see a lot of this. I see there's a whole subgenre of it where basically, like, I don't know if they're wealthy or not, but people get a couple $100 or whatever, and they find a homeless dude, and they're like, hey, I thought this could change your life, and I want to, you know, and then they give them $100 or $200 or whatever, and they film the whole thing, and then they disappear. And look, like, I've seen good ones of these. Like, I've seen ones of like a hair cutter, like a barber, giving out free haircuts in a bad neighborhood. That's pretty cool. I mean, like,
yeah, whatever. I mean, if it's
people approach, like, if you set up a barber chair in the middle of a street and people are interested and they come up, what are you doing? Do you want a haircut? Yeah, I want it. And then
what if the haircuts suck?
Well, yeah. And then you're like filming. I mean, like, sure, that's less offensive. I still don't like it, but it's less offensive. But these people are like, they seek out impoverished people and then kind of coerce them into being unpaid extras in their little videos. It's really creepy.
So I wrote, because I've seen a lot of people react to a recent video where Mr. Beast like paid a certain amount for a bunch of people in a poor area or whatever to get like their like a 10-minute procedure that basically improved all these people's like eyesight or something.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, you know, it sounds like he's doing something good, but
sure.
It's all exploitive and shit. And it's like, yeah, the big argument, like, we should look at it and be like, well, why is it reduced? Like, why is it like, should he be angry that this kid's whatever this guy is? He looks like such a little creep, this dude.
Yeah.
Like, why is it reduced that these people have to rely on Mr. Beast to have their eyes fixed? Like, that's how fucked up this country is, you know? And you have to look at it that way. So I wrote, the discourse over the person named Mr. Beast is dumb. I'll never understand his appeal. Sorry, Mr. Beast. He seems like just another YouTube opportunist grifter that uses impoverished people for social credits, self-promotion, and accrual of wealth. Did I miss anything?
No, that's 100% it.
Then,
now I could 100% see people still using social media in a way that's helpful. Do you remember that Simpsons episode where Krusty's brother, the rabbi, comes into town?
That's his dad.
Oh, his dad. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And there's like, I'll never forget it. Like Bart or someone asks him a question, and it's a debate. Like, is it better to give charity secretly, like to donate money secretly, or is it better to do it publicly as a way to encourage other people to do the same? Like, which is more noble, you know? Yeah. And it's a good question. Like, you could see both answers being correct. So like, you could make a video where you're talking about like, hey, here's me souping it up at a soup kitchen, handing out, but you're the only one in the video, and you're obviously like getting clout from your charity or whatever, but you're not exploiting anyone per se. And you are saying like, look, I just did this for an hour. It was no big deal. I had a good time. You should too. Bam. You got a nice little...
I will say, like, it's one thing if like the people doing it. The ones I hate are the celebrities that do the whole like, I'm running a charity and they use their clout to get donations, when it's just like, why don't you just fucking donate it yourself?
Give your money. Yeah.
Use your own fucking money. And if you want to tell people you did it, that's fine. But to use the whole like I'm just supposed to think you're amazing because you're just kind of bullying your audience into giving money by playing into their sympathies. You know, it's like when you go to like a fucking like Taco Bell or whatever, and they're like, do you want to add more to students or whatever? And then like, why don't you fucking do it? I mean, like, or they get it, like, do you want to just, like, if it's like $9.80 or whatever, you're like, going to roll it up to 10 for students? I'm like,
fuck no.
Yeah, sure. But it's like, again, why don't you fucking do it? You're you're Taco Bell, part of the Yum Yum brand or whatever, mega billionaire corporation. You're trying to fucking squeeze out extra dollars from your fucking customers so you can have a tax write-off. You know, it's like that. It's like social bullying. You know, it's like the whole like, I'm gonna get a coffee and the person behind me has to get a coffee, and that person gets you a coffee. I'm gonna get, and it's like, I don't want to be part of that. Like, I think that is like such weird pressure.
Yeah. And
it's putting people on the spot. And then, you know, some people might react good to it, and other people might be like, the fuck is this? I just wanted to get a cup of coffee. Why?
I don't like,
I don't be involved in a weird social experiment.
Right. Exactly. I did not come here looking for a moral dilemma.
I came here to get bitter ass, way too hot coffee from Starbucks. I did not come here to like for a good time at all.
Well, I don't know. I 100% dislike that our society is built on charity instead of like
many times you hear stories like, oh, my dad died and I need money to pay for a funeral. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Or not even like, that's one thing, but like my kid's in the hospital, has leukemia, I need money. Like, it shouldn't come to that.
Yeah. And secondly, I don't like these ghouls, exploiting people.
They're trying to make it sound, of course, believe it or not, the right wing's defending this guy, believe it or not. Or at least the right wing media chuds are.
Sure.
And it's like, okay, like, well, I can't believe the left is against curing blind people. They're making it sound like Mr. Beast did this, like, first of all, what's his name? I don't want to call him. It's such a dumb name.
I don't know his real name.
Barry Beast.
Oh, Jesus.
Barry Beast or Beasticon.
Sure.
Supposedly the whole thing just cost him $100,000, and he probably made like God knows what from his videos. And he's the kind of guy who has like so many views that his YouTube channel probably generates like $1 million a video.
Yeah. Well, like, is Mr. Beast more of a problem than Ron DeSantis? Of course not. I mean, this is like,
his name is Jimmy Donaldson. That's his name.
It's just gross. I don't like it.
It's just is he? No, he's not as Ron DeSantis or Trump. And I'm not gonna put him in that. He's not Kyle Rittenhouse. He's not any of these people.
No, he's just like
I'm not gonna kiss this guy's ass.
No, I don't like him. Even worse, and I really do dislike these people maybe as bad as Trump. I don't like the TikTokers or YouTubers that go to a fast food restaurant and then force everyone in the restaurant to be unpaid extras in their little video.
Yeah.
They'll like go to Burger King and try to return a Big Mac, or they'll go to like a Home Depot and put on a vest and start giving people the wrong information, and then the manager comes over and they give the manager a hard time. Like, fuck you. All these people have hard jobs. They just want to do their none of them want to be in your little video. None of them want like
I'm not going to be exploited in your fucking video.
Yeah, I mean, like,
turn me into an out of context joke or something.
Exactly right. Like, that is, every time I see one of those videos, I'm hoping that the person involved just gets tased repeatedly.
I've heard that this guy has done, like, Mr. Beast, like, has done, or Donaldson has done more. Like, this is probably one of the nicer things he's done, and supposedly this guy is kind of shitty, actually. Let's see, Mr. Beast, shitty. Let's look that up, see what comes up. Why do some people dislike Mr. Beast? This is from August 2020.
Yeah.
Life would be a whole lot easier if someone would just Venmo us $1 million, but unfortunately, the chance of that happening is Wow, I do think it's nice that he's one of the few YouTubers that actually gives back. I feel like a lot of his stunts are just fabricated for views. I can't really say for sure that he's actually that nice and generous. A lot of his videos, I don't know.
They said the same thing about taser balls. The guy who tased his own balls until he exploded because he loved Trump so much.
Yeah, him and Taser balls and Mr. Beast are one and the same.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's like, yeah, like, okay, if you want to cure blindness and want to do a really good thing, why, like, then don't make a video about it. Just do it.
Yeah, just do it.
Like, I don't know if there was like a story that got out years later where you find out that like Prince was donating money to something like big thing for years.
Yeah.
You found out after his death. I'm pretty sure that's just like Prince was donating something. Prince.
I think the owner of Little Caesars Pizza had been like paying Rosa Parks' apartment for like decades or something. Yeah, and it came out like after everyone was passed on. Like, he just did it, So I don't know. I mean, like, I do get how participating publicly in charity can encourage others to.
Well, it's like, how is Mr. Beast any better than actually, he's probably better than fucking Bezos. Remember when Bezos laid off a ton of people? Then that morning, PR does an interview claiming he's going to donate like all his money.
Yeah.
There's no proof that he's going to. There's no the organization it's going to go into. And I mean, at least there's a bunch of people who could see better. and that's great, but I just
Yeah.
think that like people should be watching it, not thinking like, oh, Mr. Beast is so great, but more like, why is this like this?
Right. Yeah.
Like, why are these people suffering
Yeah.
for something that could have been like this so-called curable? And then the reason why I don't like it too is the picture he uses is so fucking weird. Did you see the picture? I posted it.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
said, also, how is this not creepy looking? It looks like if Ken Arnold, I meant to say Ken McCaskill,
Yeah, I saw that.
lost his battle against the wet bandits in Home Alone, only to wake up in a hospital with a creepy dude in his room. They said, like, why did he use this image, this Photoshop bizarre image of this kid with like clearly a head injury?
Yeah.
Like, and his hand
Weird.
around the kid. It's like has nothing to do with the video. It's super weird. I'm like, why would you do that? That's such a bizarre, like, it makes weird. The whole thing seem like a joke, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You don't think, like, I don't know. You know what pops in my brain when I hear about this guy? Coney 2012.
Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Yeah.
Makes me think of that. It's just, these, like, kind of schemes, bullshit, Do you remember that? That whole thing was weird.
Yeah. I never understood it. I
saw like a documentary on it years later, a video about it years later, and the guy was just like a weirdo. Yeah. The guy ran it. It was like some Christian thing. The whole thing was bizarre, and it was like people were like, "Does Coney even exist?"
I never really understood it, but I remember it being kind of like really.
It just got viral really quick.
It got pumped virally real quick, and then it kind of all got a little ambiguous.
Well, like all of a sudden, like a few weeks later, the guy was caught jacking off on the streets of like San Diego or something.
Yeah.
Like, it was super weird.
That is weird.
The guy like lost his mind and just was walking around naked, feverishly jacking off.
Jesus.
There you go. Money,
That's a good place to conclude for the night.
Yeah, that's a weird, that was like a weird, how like the Greta story is like a fun little, like, oh, then this happened, and now he's in jail and he lost all his car. A good little story. It has like a nice loop. It's like a nice callback to the cars.
Yeah.
But like the Coney one, it's just like
it
puts out a weird ambiguous video, gets like a lot of money. Oh, okay. What happens next? He gets caught walking down the street, walking around naked in San Diego, jacking off.
Just purchased a new jack off recliner from
the jack off
furnitures of the future
and ball sack bed,
ball sack hammock.
Oh God, I hate that movie.
Oh, woof.
That movie made me mad. Not because like I hated it so much, but more for that like it just won't resonate and like the joke that it deserves to be.
That's funny.
All right. Well,
all right.
On that note, I'm Rob Israel.
I'm Joseph K.
And you still going on about
that?
I'm Rob Israel.
I'm Joseph K.
And you still going on about
that?
All right, Joseph. It is January 25th. Soon to be January 26th.
Yeah. Almost done with January.
I know, it's crazy. I feel like I haven't really done anything.
I know.
We've done stuff. I take that back. We've done several things. I don't know. It's just weird. It's been a weird month.
Yeah.
January is always good. What?
I have taken the trash to the curb 4 times now this year.
I just did that today.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 times.
So I haven't missed one yet.
Yeah. Wow, that's exciting. That's the kind of stuff we talk about on You Still Going On About That, is we just go on about very mundane things like
I have a big review of my mail planned for the next hour. I have a big review.
Check it out, see what the local penny saver has in there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But it's been kind of a slow start. A lot of what we talk about is like politics and stuff like that. And there's like politically there's been like flurries of activity and then nothing, and then like a flurry of activity and then nothing. So
once it's like the year doesn't really start until after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, yeah, I guess I can see that.
When is Super Bowl?
It is February 2nd, maybe. Let's see. Wouldn't be February 2nd. It'd be, I think it's like the 11th, February 11th or 12th, something like that.
Who's playing? Is it the?
Well, we don't know yet.
Dallas, right?
No, they got drummed out.
Did you see those videos of people like destroying their TVs?
Yeah, yeah, those are great. I grew up.
Dude, donate them or something. What the hell, man?
Yeah, I grew up a Philadelphia Eagles fan, and I'm still an Eagles fan, which is odd because like their big rival is Dallas, which is roughly where I live. So it will either be the Eagles or the 49ers, and either the Chiefs and the Bengals. So those are the teams.
I have no idea who any of those people are. I don't know what that is.
I love football. It's like probably one of my favorite things to watch on TV. But
you like watching paint dry?
Well, no, football's real exciting. It's just I do have kind of like mixed feelings about it because it's a real dangerous sport, and a lot of these players put themselves at risk. And I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it.
A sadist, so that's another reason I like it.
Well, it's like I don't know.
The fact that you know that they have severe brain damage from years of playing it, that it just makes.
Well, if they were, I think more players should play a short period of time, make a ton of money, and then get out. You know, like hire a investment brokers. You know, hire someone, make a couple million, put it in the reasonably safe funds.
Crypto,
and then, Well, retire when you're like 26, and then you get a life ahead of you. A lot of these players that get out young, like, will buy car dealerships or
what is that? Is that like a joke? I mean, there's only so many car dealerships you could have.
It's easy because like if you were a local hero, like if you were a popular high school football player, and then you got to the NFL, and then you move back to your hometown, and you open a car deal.
Popular karate star.
Yeah, right. It's funny. Yeah. But
high school karate star.
There's a guy, Ernest Graham, who went to a high school where I grew up, and then he went and played at University of Florida, and then he was in the NFL, and he came back and he opened up a couple like insurance brokerages.
That's crazy when you think about that. Like, I mean, that obviously that's not always the case. That's only the best case example.
Yeah,
some of these people usually don't have that luxury. But like that you retire from this at such a young age, and then you young. Like I would say anything under 35 is like to be
right.
You were at least under 30. Like you still have your whole life ahead of you, and at least in this day and age. And I just think of like, man, imagine that. Like you do all that, but you have like the rest, if you don't fuck it up. But it's just crazy. Like,
well, I think the trick is if you can find a good second act, then you have an amazing life. But like you're right, some people, like, they've defined their whole life as being a football player. That's all they are. They are out of the NFL. They're not playing football anymore at 25. And then you see a lot, sadly, you see a lot of them like, go into drinking, or they just don't know what to do with themselves. So that can get people into trouble, but yeah.
You know what?
Huh?
They should just outlaw it completely.
Well, honestly, I don't think
because I don't care about it, that's why.
Well, I don't think it'll be a thing later, like.
You really think that'll go away?
Or it'll change so dramatically that we don't recognize it. Well,
Robo-ball.
No, but like you could easily see, like, there's no reason why you couldn't see them slowly start to adapt safety measures, and eventually it becomes like a touch football or something.
I could see people totally being into that. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Oh my God, they got the flag. Flag football. Yeah.
Something like that, I mean.
No fucking way, dude. Brennan Circus. They want these people to fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so horrible. What happened to What's his name? What was that guy's name?
I forget his name. Dalvin Hamlin or something.
Darlin Hammond. You're able to say his name was Daryl Hammond.
Dorothy Hammond.
Daryl Hammond from SNL. Got hit by.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that stinks. What happened to him? Man, that game was good. It's like, come on. No one's gonna watch that. The more safety measures they had, people will be like,
Vaccines are a tricky business.
The guy has a compound fracture in his leg. I think that's kind of.
Yeah, you do see a lot of that. But honestly, I don't think eventually it's not going to be like the fans' choice. It's going to be players. So a lot of players are like leading the charge and getting some of these safety measures put into place. We'll see. I mean, it's not going to happen in my immediate lifetime, but I think it'll look different in the future.
I don't think so. I think it's going to just become like a dystopian future where it just turns into like where the game just gets even worse and there's like spikes and like.
No, look at how they played football in Starship Troopers. That was like look how they played football in Starship Troopers. It was like on a basketball court and stuff.
Oh, that the fascistic world
of
Starship Troopers where people get gored and ripped apart by space bugs.
Yeah.
Or have knives thrown in their hands by lovable drill sergeants.
Yeah, he was the best.
Also voice SpongeBob characters. That guy's great. I love him. All right, Joseph. What are we talking about?
We actually have a decent list of things. We're going to talk about the second episode of Last of Us, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the first season of The Glory, which is a South Korean.
North Korean.
Yeah, South Korean.
They don't transmit that stuff here.
the Glory from North Korea. It's just 8
Doesn't that sound like The Glory would sound like the name, like a thing that would be a total ass kiss show about Kim Jong-un?
Why do they call it The Glory? Do you know why they call it
was it something to do with the school or something?
Oh, maybe. If it did, I missed that part.
No, that's Old Boy. That movie. You ever seen that movie, Old Boy?
Yeah.
That was South Korean too. Kind of similar vibes to Old Boy. And that was because the school was called like Old Boy or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know why they call it The Glory, but we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the fact that there's been like 40 mass shootings so far this year, which is we're gonna talk about
the United States.
The M&M Mars company caving into Tucker Carlson's
They did not
demand.
cave in. I don't believe they did. I think they're planning a crazy. They got Maya Rudolph to be in it, and I think they have a plan to make a really like great commercial during the Super because it's supposed to be for the Super Bowl, and I have a feeling they're going to troll the shit out of people. I do not. No fucking way. No way. You don't invest those things. That's like Fox. That's like Disney dropping The Simpsons because some person got mad or whatever. Like,
well,
Marvel not making like
as far as I know
anymore.
The M&M company has eliminated sexy girl M&Ms because Tucker Carlson likes his M&Ms just like Matt Gaetz likes his press secretaries, young, dumb, and full of cum. That's all I do.
Oh my God. I don't think they have cum-filled M&Ms. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it's the caramel ones. It is. It's the
birthday cake ones.
Yeah. So,
all right, cool. Well, we'll get to that. All right. What else are we talking about?
We're talking about this Crowder thing. Apparently, this is big hullabaloo in conservative media circles. Talk about Diamond and Silk funeral. I guess it was only a funeral for one of them.
A real banger.
Yeah, and then we're talking about the COVID vax videos.
So now because Twitter doesn't have any regulations anymore.
No.
Free speech. Yeah, bullshit. There used to be like a very strong like COVID thing, and that was like the first thing that like first week of Musk being here, he got rid of that because he fired like I don't know 7/8 of the company. So Twitter has just been a barrage of anti-vaxxers putting out videos of them, these horribly acted videos of them shaking, and it's weird to watch.
It is, and the weird thing is like these are purportedly real people. And we'll talk about that when
we'll talk about that.
Yeah. And then we're gonna talk about Trump getting back on Facebook and kind of the showdown between Trump and DeSantis and that sort of thing brewing down in Florida. And then it looks like the last thing we're gonna talk about is Mike Pence's garage.
That just sounds like something where
the worst NPR sounds like the worst NPR show ever. Like,
I know, Mike Pence's garage.
Yeah.
Yeah, like like this guy thinks he's gonna run for president, and like remember back in like the year 2000 or whatever with Al Gore and Bush, and they asked question, like, who do you want to drink a beer with? It's like, who would you want to fall asleep listening to?
Like, right. Yeah, I can't imagine anyone voting for Mike Pence. Like, the people that like Trump hate Mike Pence.
Yeah, they hate him because he's still alive.
He
was supposed to give Trump the presidency or commit or hang himself.
The people that don't like Trump want nothing to do with anything Trump related. No Democrat. Yeah. He's not. I mean, like, I just can't imagine a single, unless you know him personally, like you're his paper boy or something.
He's he's DOA. He's not.
Yeah, I mean, who would vote for him? I mean, and I'm not even making that as a
wet paper bag.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not even like making a judgment as to his suitability for office. I'm just saying, like, I can't imagine anyone liking him. You know, right. I mean, like in any capacity, just none of the numbers work. So anyway, that's what's up on tap for the whole evening.
Hi, I'm back.
Yeah, and we'll start.
Listening. I had to lower the thermostat.
Oh yeah, well, what's the?
This is a smaller room, so it just gets like hotter quicker.
What's the temperature tonight in the?
I only have to keep the house at like 68 to keep it pretty warm. So I put it down to 67 because this room just gets warmer. Like it heats up. I mean, we used to live in a ranch house now, so the ceilings are not impressively high like they were in Texas, but also like I'm not freezing because the house actually warms up. And the heat comes from the floor.
Oh,
like we have the vents on the floor or against the wall.
Yeah.
And they say that that's actually better.
Well, hot air is supposed to rise. I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Like ours in a house in Texas, they had in the living room, those things were high up. So you never felt the fucking heat in the living room. When
I lived in Massachusetts and when I lived in Oregon, I still had radiators, which were like so bizarre.
I had that in New York. We had like radiators against the wall, like those. Bottom,
real weird. Like not very precise. Like you.
Oh god, we had those things in New York City in old apartments, man. You go near those things, like
it had two
yourself.
Yeah, like mine had two temperatures. You had basically like Antarctica and sauna. Like those were the only two settings of the thing. So all right. So episode 2 of Last of Us. What'd you think?
I liked that's right. We're gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
I liked the whole that it began again. I like that they're continuing with the spoilers. We're gonna spoil this.
Yes.
You gotta put that in there. The episode begins with a flashback to 2003 in Jakarta.
Yep.
Right before the shit hits the fan. They bring in this, like, I guess she's like a fungal expert, this lady.
Yeah, she works for University of Indonesia or something, and she is a fungal expert, mushroom expert.
You see like a pattern of similar dialogue to like the first episode with the discussion of like the discussion about, you know, fungus and all that, and what would happen if like they took over and everything like that. She says literally the same thing. Like they're talking, she gets picked up, she's like eating lunch, she gets picked up by like some military
soldiers. Yeah, she's at a Chipotle. Like, and
she's not a Chipotle.
I think it was a Chipotle.
She's eating 2 for $2 at Wendy's. No, she's at like some whatever she was eating looked pretty good actually.
The soldiers showed up and she's like, "Can I finish my blizzard?" And they said, "No, get in the truck. We got."
She turned it upside down to show that the stuff doesn't come out.
Yeah.
It's right. Yeah. I'm drinking my Fribble from Friendly's. Do you remember Friendly's?
Yeah.
You remember Fribbles?
Yeah, yeah.
What a horrible name for a drink. Excuse me, honey, you haven't finished your fribble.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they take her. She thinks she's getting arrested. They're like, no, that's not the case at all. He's like explaining everything. There was like something to do with like an accident at like basically a factory.
Yeah. Well, it's what you had said last week. Your theory.
It's not my theory. It's a theory going around. Yeah, sure. I made it up. Yep.
The theory you had found on the internet. It was at a flour factory, like
basically
baking flour.
They implied that the reason why the main characters, well, I'm going to pull up because I forget everybody's freaking names, survived that night, obviously except for the daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Spoilers for episode 1. And the reason why the theory is that they survived was because none of them ate anything with like starch or like flour. Like he was supposed to get a cake. He didn't have time. He didn't get the cake. They were offered biscuits earlier day. Did not. I love how like you see the guy shoving biscuits down that old lady's mouth too. Like, and then later on you see her with that. Oh, they show like the fungus coming out of the mouth. It's so gross.
They all survived because they were on the Jordan Peterson all meat diet.
All meat and salt water diet or whatever. But then the main guy had a sip of cider and died instantly into a 6-month coma.
Well, the scientist said that flour is like a good substrate, like it's a good growing environment for this type of fungus.
So she's talking to the guy basically, and she basically breaks down the whole thing. Literally, what the guy says in the first episode in the beginning. The guy played by John Hannah, who explains like well, the other guy who was talking about pandemics says, how's that even possible? It's a different body. Like a fungus can't do that. There's no proof that it's never happened. But like, and then John Hannah's character said, well, the environment changes. If it gets a little hotter, it's like planet shifts 1-2 degrees. It's changes how everything functions in the world, and things that could not live in something before could now breed in something now because the heat and everything.
Right. Yeah.
That's why we made jokes. If you listen to our classic episode from last week, one of the classics episodes of YSGOAT, we talked about probably that if there was somewhere in the United States where this could start, it would probably be Florida.
Absolutely.
Brackish water where if you fell in that and you're in like this mucky water, that's like the same temperature as the human body, basically, if not hotter.
Yeah.
And if these parasites or whatever that live in there will get into your system and they could live inside of you.
Seriously, you get in body temperature water, sitting water, standing still water in the state of Florida, and you get any of that like in your nose or in your eyes or anything, the next thing you know, you're in a hospital, and it's like that scene from Total Recall where they're like pulling something out of your nose that's like way too big for it. It's bad.
So much. Okay, now stick it out your nose and twist. And he's like,
yeah, that's it.
It's like 3 feet wide. His nostril gets so big.
You get an amoeba-ectomy or something. But yeah. So she's setting it up that it's basically like the world has become Florida.
Well, yeah. So she goes to. They have her wear this protective gear. And look at the body that they have. And she sees the body, and there's like where the fungal infection is. There's a bite.
Yep.
And she cuts it, and you see all the fungus under it.
It's crazy gross.
And then she sees the mouth and pulls out the fungus. And even though the body's technically dead, the fungus inside was like moving.
Yeah.
She was like, ugh! And she basically, and then they take her, and they say, well, what are we gonna do? And she's like, you need to bomb this place. And you find out later in this episode that is clearly what they must have did around certain areas, because you see like some, like when the three of them, Joel, Ellie, and
Teresa, is it? Or?
Teresa are on their little quest, like in the video game. You see craters and those craters were literally from the bombing.
Yeah.
I was like, they were like, you're just gonna have to blow people up, like you're. Well, we have no way. It's crazy. There's no way to fight this.
Well, that's what they're saying, and they're also. It's weird because, like, from what I understand, they changed it. I read a lot about the video game.
It was like spores or something.
Yeah, and that makes more sense because, like, theoretically, if you bomb something, then that's just going to spread. Like, if you kick a mushroom, you don't get rid of the mushroom. You now have like 30 mushrooms the next morning because you kicked spores everywhere. And so
that was in the ending of was it Return of the Living Dead? The one with the girl Trash is dancing naked the entire movie.
Oh, that was Return of the. Yeah,
that's the one with the tar man who goes brains. In the end of the movie, they bomb the spoilers for this horror movie that came out 40 years ago.
Yeah,
I put that on for my son a couple years ago. Bad mistake. I did not realize. Right, like literally in the first 10 minutes, Trash takes her clothes off. You see vag, everything, and she pretty much remains like that the entire movie. And I was like, I remember she's naked later, but I didn't. Like 5 minutes into the movie.
Yeah, they made movies different back then.
They made them good. So,
well, in the video game, there's a lot of scenes.
Say that it gets bombed in the end. They don't. They're like, fuck it. They have no way of doing it. They send a nuke, and then it rains. So the spores that brought these things to life ends up spreading everywhere because nuclear cloud or whatever. It's just like
that was Return of the Living Dead. That was
the end.
In the video game, there's a lot of scenes where the characters have to wear gas masks because they can't breathe in the spores. But they changed it for the TV show because they didn't want their actors walking around in gas masks.
I think it also makes the story just like way too complicated. It's like you're just like, well, the guy's like, you know what? I'm in a show where I wear a helmet like 90% of the time. I'm not doing that again. You want the Pasquale? You get the Pasquale.
Have you seen the TikToks where they take like it's a split screen and they show the video game and the movie?
I see maybe like one. It's pretty like the part when she walks across the beam is like straight out of the game.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's another one. My favorite one is the guy did all the differences between the show and the video game, and he did one of him playing the video game, and like the character gets killed like every 30 seconds, like.
Well, yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah, he's like, the show's nothing like the game. In the game, the lead character gets killed like every 35 seconds.
Yeah, that's the big difference.
Yeah. So
I like that there's like a theme running in the beginning with the same repetition of they can't take over your body. If they did, it's game over. There's no cure. She says the exact same lines he says in the beginning of the 1968 scene, the first episode of like, oh, there is no cure. There is nothing we can do about it. Like, and in this episode, you finally really get to see what they call them clickers, because like they don't have eyes anymore. It did. Some of the makeup effects are amazing.
Yeah.
Like, people literally are like, they're mushroom heads. Like, like the best way to describe it.
They said that there's like different stages, but like one stage are these clickers, and it's basically like it looks like the zombies from World War Z, like the bird-like zombies. They have the same.
I didn't care for that movie.
It's fine, but they had the same kind of gesticulations and whatever. But they did have their head split open and a mushroom was growing there, basically. Yeah,
like basically because they're basically just they're like, it's weird. They're zombies, but they're not. They're like puppets, basically. Yeah. It showed like the way their bodies move around. It is almost kind of like like a puppet that's like not full control. And it's like the mushroom, like they take over like the top of the head, and it's like clearly, like they said, it's like a parasite, and it just keeps the host. And he says in the beginning, Joel says to Ellie and the other one that like there's some that are like 20 years old. Like he said, like most of them usually die after a while. Like they just like the bodies just die. But he says there are like, I guess they have found that there are some clickers or whatever they are that have been around since the beginning. They're still like walking around. They're still like somehow like, I don't know why some of these, because that's what the guy says in the beginning of the episode 2, the one in the 60s, says kind of like how it takes over the body, but it kind of like keeps it alive, takes over food, but it's like it keeps the body alive as well, like a puppet.
Yeah.
So I guess we're gonna. Like I said, I never played the game, but I guess we're gonna run into probably some even crazier looking ones that have probably, like I said, are like 20 years old, and it's like, what the hell do those things look like?
Yeah.
What kind of monstrosity are those things?
It'll be weird. I like it. It is it's a horror movie or horror series or whatever, but in a weird sort of way, it does make a lot of sense. Like, this is so much more plausible. Like, obviously it's not super plausible.
The problem with Walking Dead is they never bothered or explained how it happened. They just never did. And I feel like if you weren't going to explain in the beginning, then no answer, like any answer, would have been not satisfactory to the consumer. They would be disappointed.
Yeah, someone would be. Yeah, I agree.
They'd be like, "No, this is not what I expected. This to be more complex." And it's just like, no, there was just like a outbreak in some lab somewhere, and here we are. And they could have just did that in the first season and just been like, "Yeah, there was like an outbreak in one of the labs," and
this feels like real-ish,
Well, the one thing I like about The Walking Dead that they established early in the show was that everyone in that universe was technically infected. We are all The Walking Dead, because the minute you die, you didn't have to be bit. You do not have to be bit to be turned into a zombie.
Natural causes.
You can be bit and turn instantly to a zombie. Like, the bite would kill you and turn to a zombie. But if you just died, you would eventually just turn into a zombie. Like, anyone that even just died like a natural death in The Walking Dead had to have their body like exterminated. Like, they could not instantly, or like stabbed in the brain or whatever, because he said that in the beginning. I always thought that was like a really cool thing. It's like, we are all infected. Everyone has this. Like, there's no cure for this, because even if you're technically alive, you can be one of these zombies. Like,
the bite like killed you. The bite didn't reanimate.
It just sped up the process.
It just sped up. The bite killed you quickly.
They said, like, if you got shot and you died from that, you would get up 5 minutes later and be a zombie. Like,
it's kind of crazy.
I always thought that was kind of like a cool little like detail that they added. But this show is different. I think it's like, it's like cool. It's like, they're not zombies. It is like post-apocalyptic. I will also say about this show is that it's anti-gluten propaganda. People are probably like, I'll be fine.
It's a really good show so far. The special effects are amazing. The characters are great.
I mean, that show, there's money in that. Like, that scene when, like, also that was kind of a cool. I saw like I watched like the behind the scenes after. If you keep it on longer, I don't know if you're watching on HBO Max. They have like the preview for the next episode, and then they have like a little 4 or 5 minute talking.
Oh, cool! I haven't watched those.
Yeah, it's cool. You should just fast forward the credits, and then you get to see the trailer, and then watch like they kind of explain stuff, and they talk about the makeup effects. I thought that was really cool, showing all the sketches and behind the scenes of like perfecting the makeup, and then, like you said, the different stages. But one of the other things they brought up was the how mushrooms and like fungus communicates with each other. And it showed like how you saw like a little strand move when they were in that room, and then like I don't know, a couple of acres or whatever away, there was all those bodies you saw, and they all basically woke up because they were sent a message from like, it was like a signal, because it's like they said, like, there's like mushroom. I don't even know. I'm gonna butcher this. I'm not a mushroom.
You're not a mycologist.
No. I guess like a colony or whatever. Like, there could be like a system that's like a mile long.
Yeah, and I think that's true in real life. I mean, I think
It's
that's
like
all.
think about like your nervous system.
Mm-hmm.
It's like almost the same thing where like, you know, your finger gets cut, it instantly are like, ow, it's not like, it takes like 3 minutes to get to your brain. You're like, oh geez, you know?
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of a cool, and that scene when they all woke up, I thought that was great.
Yeah.
Spoilers, we unfortunately that's it for Anna Torv.
Yeah. I was sad to see that because I like that actress quite a bit, even though she's like Rupert Murdoch's niece. Or
oh, really?
She's literally. I think that's Anna Torv.
Good thing she's dead.
Really? Well, she was great. Yeah, Anna Torv. Let me see. All right. Australian actress. Yeah, her paternal aunt was married to Rupert Murdoch for 31 years. So she is Rupert Murdoch's
but not
niece.
by blood.
No, not by blood,
no
but
blood
like
relation.
No.
She's pure then.
Yeah.
Guilty by association more than anything else.
Yeah. She was great in Fringe.
I never watched that.
Oh, it's such a great show. But anyway, yeah, that's it, because she does get blown up in this episode.
Well, again, I'm glad I don't know anything about the video game, so everything's a surprise to me.
Yeah.
People like the game, I guess, like the show. I haven't seen any complaints. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've seen any complaints. Like I said, I think this episode works better than the first one because it's like I like the beginning. I like that as a good intro. First couple minutes is going to be in the past. I think that's a good way to like explain the show and everything that's going on, like cool little flashbacks. Maybe they, like I said, I would love if they revisited those guys from the first episode.
Yeah.
If there's a reason to. I mean, like they're just sitting there and drinking coffee or something.
Sure.
Wasn't that crazy what we talked about? The episode begins. You're like, I think the writers took a nap.
Just go home, raise their families.
Like the next. Like, oh, we don't have anything to worry about. Hopefully, it'll be dead before 2000.
I know, right? They pass away shortly before it all happens.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I haven't seen any complaints about this show from people that enjoy the game.
I think this one worked better just because one, it was more focused on like I said, my issue with the first episode just felt a little disjointed. I think the first episode would have been fine if the whole episode took place in 2003 with like a little stinger for the ending. Like 2 minutes or whatever, or even just a minute just to show you something. And then everything that happened in that last third or half or whatever was transported to this episode or whatever. I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
I enjoyed it. I like the show. It's very well done.
Yeah.
I'm curious, like, how they're gonna make this. So there is a part 2. I'm wondering, like, are they gonna branch off at some point? Because like you can't wait. Like some of these games take forever to make. You can't like, you know, like, oh, season 3 won't come out for another like 6 years. You know, because
I read somewhere where they're gonna do 3 seasons, and they're gonna do. And the third video game is set to premiere or come out right when season 3 starts. So
is that the one they're working on now?
Mm-hmm. Because they've done 2 video games.
Yeah.
So the first season is going to be the first game. The second season is going to be the second game, and the third game is set to come out when they plan on premiering the third season.
I heard that there's a comic book that is one that comic goes for like a ton of money now. I'm like been trying to like find it, like hoping call this there's a word for it where you go into a store and buy something that's like, you know, I'm not even gonna tell you. It's just you know, book they have $4, but it's going online for like 200. You know, that happens a lot, especially if there's like shit, you know, books, a comic book or even collectible in general. But I have like really next to no value one day, and then something happens, and then the next day that thing almost suddenly is now worth like 500 times what it was worth. That comic, it's a 4-part miniseries that kind of explains everything that happened to Ellie before the first game, and how she how she got infected and everything like that. And supposedly it's a pretty interesting story. You can probably find it online or find like a synopsis that explains how Ellie got it. I do like that they implied that she is a lesbian in the show, because they asked her about like her boyfriend and she was like, oh yeah, sure. And it was crazy. She was like wearing Birkenstocks and listening to the Lilith Fair 1993 compilation. I thought that was interesting.
I thought the Rosie the Riveter tattoo was a giveaway, but you know, I mean, it's always
the fact that she was really good with tools.
Yeah, right.
You know.
Yeah.
All the stereotypes. Pete Rose haircut.
Right. Yeah.
All this, and she was a gym teacher. I thought it was weird. All the stereotypes.
The overalls. Yep. It was all
you
there.
know, yep. Super.
Well, it was good. I liked the show a lot. I'm super excited for it. We did watch too. You watched it first, and then you gave it like I wouldn't say it's like a strong recommendation, but you said a worth watching. We watched The Glory, season 1 of The Glory, which is 8 episodes, 6.
Well, it's 8 episodes, and I don't know how long. It's 2 parts. The second, this is a show that's on Netflix. It's from South Korea.
Mm-hmm.
The second part is going to air in March, which I'm glad, because I was like, oh no, because it ends on like a little bit of a cliffhanger, and I was like, maybe like fucking Squid Games or whatever. We're gonna wait like 3 years.
4 years.
Real quick, have you heard about Squid Games?
No, what about it?
So Netflix, okay, so Squid Games came out, obviously, we talked about.
Yep.
Huge hit. They're a surprise hit.
Yeah.
South Korea. They are working on the second season. It's coming out like next year. So I think it's like a 3-year gap. When did this show come out?
Gosh, it was a while ago. Probably
2020 or 2021. Was it early 2021? It was 20. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it came out in like 2021.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm trying to look it up right now. Squid Games.
Okay, so Netflix, of course, wants to exploit this as much as possible. So they were putting out a game show that was like a real world Squid Games, obviously without like the murder.
Sure, yeah.
But supposedly, whatever they've been doing though has still been incredibly dangerous for. They were putting in the contestants in pretty dangerous conditions. Not like, oh, if they step on glass, I got to fall 100 feet to their death, or get shot by a lovely doll that just kills them for stepping wrong. But I got to see if I can find it real quick. Yeah.
Well, I've seen like late night TV shows where they do. I think they're like game shows from Japan, and they're basically like an obstacle course, and they looked incredibly dangerous. It looked like.
Well, they've always joked about Japanese game shows for like decades. Like that's always been like a joke. Like there's a famous like Chris Farley skit where he ends up he's like a course in Japan. He gets his balls shocked, and he's just like he didn't even know. It's like it didn't age well because there's no Japanese people in the episode. Like Mike Myers, it's a host, and Alec Baldwin, but they all get their fingers cut. Janine Garofalo and Chris Farley's like, "Oh my god, Jesus Christ!" they're like, it's a great skit, but warning.
Yeah. There's a lot of.
It didn't age well. You know, unless you like that stuff, and you hate cancel culture,
right.
What's the matter? You know, back in the day, you could have Mike Myers dressed up like.
Yeah, they were. It's weird. They were doing like pretty outrageous, like Asian caricatures up until fairly recently. That was like just a normal thing. I mean, like if you could never imagine that being done with like black characters or.
Well, go back like probably like 40 years and. Years in that story changes.
Yeah, absolutely. I just meant like at that time.
But you're right. Like you go back like 5-10 years, and it's like it wasn't even like on a mainstream. I'm sure a lot of Asian right groups and stuff were fucking pissed off about it. I remember a Dick Tracy cartoon aired. Do you remember the Dick Tracy cartoon?
Yeah,
it was shitty. Okay, so Dick Tracy had a cartoon. And I guess it was aired in like the 60s or whatever. the Dick Tracy movie was coming out, the one with Warren Beatty. So they're like, we should air this. It's a movie's getting a lot of attention. Let's air the cartoon. Right. Cartoon is from the 60s, and it's a terrible cartoon. It was just like Dick Tracy, like the fact that it was even called that was ridiculous. He's in it for like 2 seconds, and what he would do is he would give like a mission to like cartoon character.
Right.
The cartoon characters were just like rip-offs like Bugs Bunny, but instead there were just these horrendous stereotypes. There was like a Mexican who is like basically Speedy Gonzalez, but like a person, but like somehow worse. Like Speedy Gonzalez, like it was worse. It was really bad. Like he would be like, "Oh, I can't even do it." Because And then there was an Asian character who was basically like Charlie Chan or whatever.
Oh, God.
And it was so bad. And Asian groups were like, this was like 1990, and Asian groups were like, "The fuck are you doing airing this fucking cartoon?" Because they're just like, we'll just air this Dick Tracy cartoon. These people,
I remember eating candy.
Not thinking at all, like, I grew up with this stupid cartoon.
Yeah, I remember eating candy like Charlie Chan, Cherry Chan candies or something, and like that. I remember the boxes were like
that cartoon. I remember that. I remember like it was on for a couple of weeks. And I was watching. And I was like, my God, there's something off about this.
Yeah.
But they were pulled. I think they kept it on, but they got rid of all the episodes that had those characters. And I just thought it was hysterical because I was like, man, that's such a bad cartoon. Like, okay, Netflix. What?
No, go ahead. I was going to say the glory is good. All right,
well, hold on. I was going to pull. I found the article. Netflix forced to defend conditions on the Squid Game The Challenge reality series following freezing temperatures. Netflix has been forced to defend the conditions of his upcoming Squid Games The Challenge reality series following reports of freezing cold temperatures and medical issues during the red light green light game and the bullet holes. Amidst UK temperatures that have dropped below freezing during the day, Netflix producers said, "Well, it was very cold on set and participants were prepared for that. Any claim of serious injury are untrue. They are no longer alive."
Right.
Let's just say that
we're working with the estates.
The money in the pig got bigger. Like the pig. Yeah. We care deeply about the health and safety of our cast and crew and invest in all appropriate safety. It was weird because it was one of those guys with those masks that were saying that, and I don't believe them. I think they're lying. He was like, they were like placing bets while they were doing that. Before we get into it, you ever see those that meme that went around, especially with like after like people started to realize NFTs were like a huge scam? It's that it was a meme where the main character is talking to his childhood friend, and because he's there too, and he's like, "Wait, you were always good with money," and then the next scene it shows you like what he did, and in the meme it's like he wasted all his money on like board or something.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, well, let's get into the
the glory.
Okay,
I liked it. These South Korean shows for me always are really beautiful visually, but the stories sometimes I have a hard time relating to them, and some of it is like the dialogue I find kind of distracting because I know the challenges is like they're using, how do I want to say this? Like they're saying things deliberately and it's kind of play on words, but it doesn't translate perfectly. And sometimes that kind of like distracts me. And culturally, I think it just like plays out in like a long manner. And you know the scenes where the guy's teaching her how to play Go, that board game, I think that's like a good example of it. Is like, I know that's supposed to be important, like she's like,
well, I mean, think about like scenes where people learn how to play chess. It's like the same thing,
but like that's a good example because
the strategy game,
exactly,
game has strategy.
In the US, if they were making that, it'd be like she's playing chess and then they'd show her learning how to like take a pawn, or she'd learn a lesson how a pawn can be important, and then she'd like meet the housekeeper.
What was that show with Anna Taylor-Joy?
What was it?
That show with Anna Taylor-Joy, the chess show,
Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
But so anyway, so some of it was like, I don't know, I find it a little distracting, like in those ways. But the show's really good. Acting's good. It's really pretty to look at.
So the basic premise, real quick, is you find out this woman is I don't really know any of the names of these characters.
Yeah,
I saw the show a couple weeks ago. The main character is this woman. You find she's looking at like photos and stuff like that. She's in this apartment, and you see that she has like tons of scars on her arms and stuff.
Yeah.
And basically, in school, there are these bullies that, I mean, they're like, it's beyond just bullying. I mean,
it's more.
They would use like a literal, like, what they call that, like an iron,
a curling
iron, and burn their skin, and they severely burn this girl. He's like this rich girl and her friends, and she's this poor kid, and like, I'm not gonna go full into detail. That first episode is incredibly brutal because it's
grotesque. Yeah,
it is, like what they do to her, and the fact that she almost kills herself because she can't handle it. But then I forgot what happens. That like she decides not to.
Her mom leaves her.
Well, her mom sells her out. Like basically, it gets to the point where she goes to like, it gets even crazier. She goes to like her homeroom teacher or whatever and explains it, and he starts hitting her. The homeroom teacher hits her and shit because he's in on the take too. He's getting, so you find out this like girl, the main, like the antagonist, whatever. She's some rich bitch who's like, her mom's like pays off people. Obviously, the home teacher is being paid off and everything. He's wearing like this really fancy watch and shit. And he starts beating her and shit. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if this is like a South Korean thing or not. This would never fly in the United States. They'd be like, what? Like, like this, maybe like if this was like the 30s when they still had like corporal punishment in school and shit with like rulers and stuff.
Yeah. Well, but if this were filmed in the U.S., there'd be like a school shooting by episode 3.
True. Like, there'd be a school shooting before the show started.
Yeah, right.
There wouldn't be a show. So the one you find out like basically the mom gets paid off, and the mom they show her, she's kind of shitty. She just flees. She leaves her.
Yeah.
She takes the money and abandons her child. She comes home and the mom's not even there, and the like whoever the the apartment's. So it's just super fucked up. She ends up like working in a factory and all that stuff. She's like, but she ends up, the whole show is a revenge show.
It is.
It jumps to like, I guess, I don't know what year that was supposed to be. It's like a 20-year gap, I guess. Is it 20 years?
Yeah, they give the years.
Or is it 18 years?
It's something like that. I don't know how many years, but it's around there.
So in the beginning, and you find out how she got there and where she's at, like right now. Like I don't want to like spoil too much or get into it, but it goes to the present day and it shows what she's doing and how she's kind of like working her way. She goes to good schools. She learns how to play this like game and everything, like acquiring like status and stuff like that. She becomes like a teacher, and I guess in this, in South Korea, I guess, if you're like a teacher or whatever, especially in like any of these kind of like more uppity schools, it's like it's a big status symbol. Like you're respected and shit. Like, which I think is crazy because here it's like if you mention like you saw an episode of like the Jeffersons once, they'll like fire you and say you're in like committing CRT or something. At least they're in Florida. You bring up to Sanford and son, forget about it. You're gone.
Yeah, that is grounds for termination.
Oddly, they're fine with Song of the South.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So you get to see like what the bullies are up to. It's like the main one is like a weather girl. She married some rich guy, of course.
Yeah, and she's still terrible.
She's still terrible in her own ways. Like, joke is like, she's literally there because her husband pays for everything. There's like a scene where she's explaining to like because the joke is she's starting to like age out in a way.
Yeah,
young girls, and she basically says like, I get paid a certain amount, but my husband pays way more. Like, so it's kind of implying like I'm protected no matter what or whatever.
Yeah. And they also like hint that she can't even really write.
She has her own writer. She doesn't do shit. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know she doesn't even know what the fuck she's doing. Like that's the joke. Or she doesn't have to, because she could just pay someone to come up with everything. And then you find out, there's the main guy. He's in charge of like I don't know, private club or something. And he has that. There's like 4 bullies. There's like the main girl, the main rich guy, who it's funny, he was always there, but he never really did anything. He's kind of like, he just would watch or some shit.
Yeah.
And then there's like this other girl, and she's like nasty. She becomes like an artist or whatever.
Yep.
But it's more like she's just connected, and all the
like a stoner artist.
Yeah, all the rich people just buy her shitty paintings because she's part of that class. So she has access to that class, and there's people who are willing to pay her $1 million, and she just all she does is drugs. So it's not even like stoner. She's like just wasted all the time.
Yeah.
And then there's the other one who's like a stewardess or something. I like her character, actually. That's the one where they explain that you find out, like, well, she was not rich at all or anything like that. She's horrible, though. Like, that's the joke. Like, they tell her basically, like, oh, you know, if it wasn't the main character, we would have bullied you. You
were next.
You were next on the path. And you see that when in the past, they would always tell her what to do. Like, they boss her around, get her drinks, get her this.
Well, there's a definite like caste system vibe to it.
And that's
like
why you get that with like, that's why I brought like Squid Games and like Parasite. Like, I see a lot of like the movie Parasite in this a bit.
Oh, a lot of Parasite, and not obviously Snowpiercer, but Snowpiercer had the same type of...
It's interesting, like, you've seen like all these like movies and stuff about class, and I'm gonna bring up another one real quick. I saw another movie that aired on Netflix called like Jung-E. It's a sci-fi movie. It just aired. It premiered. I saw it the other day. I'd say it's worth a watch. It's another like, it's far in the future, but it involves like class and stuff like that. It's an interesting movie. I think you would like it. It's it's interesting. It's kind of cool on Netflix, is like gets all this content from South Korea.
I like it.
And there's a lot of good stuff coming out of there. But what I find interesting about South Korea is there is like, you see a lot of stuff about like class and like how people are treated. And it's interesting because I saw recently, like in the news a couple of weeks ago, whatever, where like the South Korean government like raised the age of retirement to like 78 or something insane. And I'm just like, it's like, well, gee, I wonder why there's so many things, like, because it's horrible. It was like, let me see if I can find that article. It's like South Korea. It was something terrible, like really just like, and you're like, okay, we know who this is going to hurt the most.
Right.
It's the class. It's not going to raises retirement. Retirement, which is interesting because they want to try to do that here all the time too,
Yeah.
Hear that in the United States. The pension age is, oh wait.
Well, it's a constant push in the US.
Yeah. Well, their whole claim is, well, people live longer now, which is bullshit, because it's like, maybe people live longer because they retire younger. Well, now some people, you hear that story too. Some people drop dead, like could stop working, and they're just like, they're alive, they die in like 10 years.
I think they've got like problems. I mean, like, I don't know. So some people, you're right though. When they stop working, they're no longer a very useful engine, And
I don't know what I don't even know what the article was that I read. It was like it was something with, it had something to do with that, and it was just interesting with everything going on and seeing all those shows about like class. It was a very like classist like policy they were trying to implement. So, maybe it was that How Work Week or something. It was something to do with that. It was something. Like, oh my God, this is terrible. Like, I have to see if I can find the article. But so the glory involves like, she comes from nothing. Terrible upbringing. Did you see the end though? When they showed like the mom for a second, like an older woman, and she's eating an apple, and she kind of looks like a bum or something.
Yeah.
That's her mom. So
okay.
We'll get to see her in the next part. She befriends or works. It's weird. She's very cold, the character. She's kind of cool, the main character. Everything's like, she's just like decided, I'm gonna get revenge on these fuckers and just becomes this like calculated, like everything serves a purpose, like how she gets into the school and becomes that teacher, and that she happens to be the teacher
of the daughter of the
main bitch's daughter.
Yeah.
And they're freaking out thinking that she's gonna like abuse the daughter or like be mean, and she's not. That's like the joke. It's more like just like a psychological game of just like, yeah, I'm your kid's teacher, and it's like,
right,
you don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm probably not gonna do anything, but it's just funny that I'm the teacher. Like, I'm probably gonna treat her great.
It is really good. It's a slow burn. It's for me, it was a solid B show. You know, I mean, definitely worth watching.
I think it's worth watching. You even see too, like how like the main antagonist is like, it's like her mom is terrible to her.
Yeah.
And as like you see her like dumping rice on her or whatever,
right.
in the first episode or whatever, she's just she's horrible to her. And you see that she's like she's like trying to be nice to her daughter. Like she's trying to almost teach her to be like a good person.
Right.
Even though she's terrible. It's kind of interesting, but she still like enforces like materialism on the girl and everything like that. The husband kind of reminds me of like the main rich guy from Parasite.
Yep, I could see that. Yeah.
There's like because the main character is playing that game. What is that game called?
Go.
Like
just Geo.
Yeah. It's like black and white pieces and stuff like that. She's the only woman playing, and he's playing there, and it's like, and he's like infatuated by her.
Yeah, he is.
There's something going on there, you know.
Yeah.
And they haven't really gone into it too much. There's also like another one of the bullies was this guy who, he's really gross, but he's just like a lackey, and he kind of is like the go boy for like the main bad guy, whatever his name is, and he goes like missing. I don't know. There's a part 2. I'm looking forward to it. Airs in March. I'll watching. If you've seen like Parasite, I don't know, like, if you like Squid Games, you'll like this. I don't know about that, but if you like Parasite, I think you would like this. If you
definitely Parasite,
yeah, I think you would like this. Like, there's some
like Squid Games has some like sci-fi like elements to it. It's like a little more fantastical. This is
it does deal with class and everything like that.
Yeah.
You know, desperate people being forced into awful situations, and they're all being manipulated by rich people who are betting on these people's lives. Yeah. This show, it's basically like a bunch of bored rich bullies picking on a poor kid that has no resources to, like, you know, because they could pay off the I love when she shows up to the teacher when he's an adult, like when he's older. She kind of befriends the son, and it's for a second, I'm like, you see her talking to this guy, and you're like, what? And then you notice, like, oh, that's the son, because he's wearing the watch.
Yeah.
From the flashback. And then she visits, and you think at first, like, the guy's like senile, but then he remembers her, and he gets super angry, like he wants to hit her again. It's really, and she's just sitting there, like, kind of smiling at him, like, hi, remember me? Right. And that guy he dies, right? Doesn't he like die of a heart attack or something? Or the son? Like,
it's like an asthma attack. Isn't he the one that dies?
Oh, it was she brought a flower or something, and he has like a weird allergic or an asthma attack from it.
Yeah, she killed him with the flowers.
Kind of, yeah. But I think the son kind of almost allowed it too, it seemed like.
Yeah. It was that. I guess that's like too, like, not my problem with it, but it's like it confuses me sometimes, because I'm like, I think I know what's going on here, but I can't quite tell if I know what
I wonder if they're going to be like, at what point do you become the bad guy? You know, like, does it get to a point where she is like, she finds herself that she's going to like do something mean to the child? Like, you know, like, when do you become like the bad guy? When are you the bad guy? Like, fuck that guy who like died of the flowers. He was a piece of shit. I mean, and he becomes a teacher that does that to a girl who's been like severely burned and starts hitting her.
For sure. Yeah.
Fucking scumbag. Especially when you find out he's being paid off. Fuck him. I'm curious what will happen. So the big stinger in the end is, so she, of course, she's kind of crazy because she lives like in this apartment where there's like no furniture. It's like a little top floor.
She's
and
definitely unbalanced.
A wall of well, she's focused to the
photographs,
point of, where someone could think she's crazy. But there's a wall with pictures of everything, and I guess the main antagonist lady, because she's freaking out because she's this woman's her kid's teacher. She's going nuts over it. She finds out where she lives, and she, I guess, gets into her apartment and sees it. But then her husband shows up, and I forgot why he was there. I don't know if it's because he's dealing with the main character. They have some weird relationship going on. And it's interesting because at first I was talking to my wife about this, and I said, what's great about that scene is at first, if it was just her and she saw that, then it would give her like an edge, the bitch.
Right.
But because her husband shows up, she now has to explain to her husband how she and her friends literally terrorized and severely
tortured a woman.
Disfigured. She's disfigured from these severe burns. And then there's also like the story about that girl getting killed and that one guy who's like the lackey. It's interesting. It's like, is he trying to cover his ass, or did he really maybe cared about this girl and knowing that, or he thought maybe he killed her and he finds out maybe he didn't?
There was a scene earlier, like in episode 3, I think, or 4, like earlier in the season, where they're sitting outside, and it's a scene where the newscaster smokes a cigarette and her kid comes home, but the husband says something like, your friends told me about you back in high school. And she gets real nervous, and it turns out that they just told him that she was a poor student, not a good student. And she's relieved almost. She's like, oh well, whatever, it's just one test and blah blah. But like, you could see for a minute, like, she was afraid that her awfulness would be discovered.
Like it's not like just typical bullying. Like, this is like criminal shit.
Well, and that scene to me made it seem like her husband would think she's a shitty person. Like, she knew
he would leave her.
Knew,
because it's like, wait, what the fuck you're a monster.
Right.
So I thought I was glad it ended that way. That it didn't just end with her seeing the photos, but it ended with her husband coming in and seeing it, and now there's a conflict there.
And you don't know what's going to happen
because there's evidence and like there's pictures and stuff, and it's like, okay, explain like what's going on.
What's going on here? Yeah, exactly. What's going on here?
So, and then there's a couple other things going on in the show. I do before we move on, I do like there's like a neighbor or something of hers, and that's like, you see her, she's getting abused by her husband. Like, husband like horrible, whatever, and she like. I forgot what it is. Like, she was going through her trash or whatever. I forgot how they ended up meeting.
She was going through her trash, and she got caught by this
the woman who was getting abused. But she ends up like getting her to do work for her. In a way, she's like helping her too. Like, she learns how to drive. She knows how to drive. She learns how to like take really good photos. Because that was like the funny part. She's like, she tells her like, she has to learn how to drive, but then she gives her a camera and she's like, I don't know how to use that. Like, here we go again. I got to learn how to do this now. She's a little bit of a comic relief, nothing funnier than a severely abused wife. That's comedy gold right there, right?
Who's hired someone to kill her husband.
What?
Who has hired someone to kill her husband.
So does she? I forgot. Does she do that?
Well, in the scene where they first meet, she's like deeply implies like, I need you to kill my husband.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, she almost does it. She pulls out a knife because the kid was getting hit. They work out a deal. She says like, I will tutor your kid. She sends her kid off abroad, which I thought was weird. It's like, I'm sending your kid to America. I'm like, okay, I guess I have no agency to my kid. I don't know. But I guess, she's helping her so much in a way, and she's kind of becoming her own independent person. Like, and the joke is, because her abilities get so good at spying on people, that's how the main character ends up becoming a teacher, because he sees the head of the school is having an affair. She's able to, I guess, read lips or whatever, and she's videotaping and sees that the head of the school is having an affair with his driver. or something like that. And that she was able to basically blackmail her way into that position.
Yeah, that was interesting.
But I thought it was great too. But she's like, "Listen, I am actually like a great teacher. Like, I'm blackmailing you, but you're actually hiring.
Like, but I'm legit good. You can check my references.
Yeah, I thought that was great. All right, so I'm looking forward to the second part. There is a little bit of cheesiness to it. It does fall a little bit into the soap opera-ish, but like I said, if you liked Parasite, liked Squid Games, I'm not saying it's exactly like that, but check
thematically
it out.
Similar,
real quick, there's another thing on Netflix before we move on. I watched this the other day called Jung-E. It's a sci-fi movie from Korea, and that's another really it's interesting. It's like there's like takes place in like the future, and involves like AI and robots and everything like that, and class again.
Sure.
It seems like there's a problem in Korea or something, South Korea. Not like it's not a problem here. But it's actually a pretty good sci-fi movie. Like it has the twist, It was like funny. Like it started out kind of stupid in the beginning. Like it's a battle. Soldier fighting robots. And I remember putting it on later. My wife was like, I don't want to watch this. And I put it on later, and I was like, maybe she would have liked this, because it switches and turns into a totally different movie.
Cool.
And it is like a good, like, I think I'm not a sci-fi movie expert. It's funny. It's like, what is sci-fi? It's like, some guy on like TikTok explaining all the Star Trek movies. And he says like the first one is like a legit great sci-fi movie.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's also like boring as shit.
It's a little dull, but it is a great one. The first like, Star Trek.
What they say, like there's like sci-fi, but then like hard sci-fi.
Yeah, there's like hard sci-fi is like sci-fi that could be plausible. You know what I mean? Like you're going to talk about how the warp drive works. You're going to talk about the idea of like, oh, how could this ship support life for generations?
Did you say The Last of Us? Is that what it's called? Wait, what's the movie called? The
Last of Us.
Yeah. Would you say that would fall more into hard sci-fi?
That's more
the other zombie stuff.
Yeah. It's the general thing is like Star Trek leans towards hard sci-fi. That first movie, especially. Star Wars is not hard sci-fi at all. It's
fantasy.
Like, it's science fantasy, or
it's got with some science fiction elements, but it's fantasy.
Yeah, because there's really no like there's no like you don't need to know how the fucking lightsaber works or anything.
Well, that's like the joke is like they the more you know, it kind of almost ruins stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Now I know how lightsaber works because they use a kyber crystal.
Right.
We know what Jedis are because the midichlorians. I remember that. Like now I'm used to it. I don't mind it. But I remember like seeing episode 1 and like, gee, Master Qui-Gon, what's it? I was like, what?
Yeah.
Around it's a thing. It's like a mystical thing. Why do you have to like make it into like it's weird blood cells that are in our system? I think we talked about this.
We did, yeah.
The original plan that George Lucas had for the sequel series, what his idea was?
Maybe. But
it was almost like it involved like think of like Ant-Man Quantumania, where it would go even further.
Oh yeah.
It's almost like he wanted Star Wars to always be this more harder sci-fi, more like political, more like what his original plan was. Yeah, he wanted like it would involve like I don't even know, like I don't even explain. You can look it up, like his idea, and you read it and you're like, yeah, that shit would never fly.
Right. Yeah. I remember we talked about that.
Disney was like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna just have characters in like TIE fighters and that's what the people like.
Yeah.
And we're gonna give them that. Kind of.
There you go.
All right. Speaking of things that people like.
Yeah, right.
Or maybe they don't.
Maybe they don't.
No, they don't like it, but it keeps happening here in the good old USA. It's the product no one wants, but everyone keeps getting it. I guess some people want it. That's the other big problem is that you can't have a debate or conversation about it because you're dealing with like irrational people. So there's been 40 mass shootings in the past like 25 days.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's 40 exactly. I know like a couple days ago it was like 36 or something.
Last I checked, it was 39. That was like 2 days ago. So at this point, it's probably like 60.
Yeah, it is. It's weird. I listened to a story on the radio this morning, and it was a shooting in Yakima, Washington. And I don't even know if it was considered a mass shooting. I think 4 people were killed. And some dude just went into a gas station and killed 4 people and left. No robbery, no anything, just shot people. And it does feel, it feels like, I don't know, like this weird nihilism. You know what I mean? Like,
well, my whole thing is, I posted a drawing that I've done before. It's the magical good guy with the gun, and he's like he's got a horn and like wings and everything, and it says like he doesn't exist, and that always stirs a pot every time I post it. I don't care. I get all kinds of crazy comments, of course. My good, like, right. You know, they're like, or they bring up that one fucking kid all the time. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's great. You know what? I'm glad that kid did that, but guess what? 4 people were still killed that day. And he killed somebody too. It shouldn't come to that. That's a problem. And there was one guy I was talking to who was clearly like a gun person, but at least we had a somewhat rational conclusion. It's like, hey, people, I said my issue with people who bring up mental health is it's usually said as like a cudgel by like GOP Republicans and stuff like that. And they always gut any kind of health or mental health care any chance against. So I don't take them seriously. I think that's a talking point. And I think they're full of shit. And I said, I think there needs to be more intense background checks. There's no reason no one should be able to go into a store and buy a gun that day. If you really need the gun that day, there's probably a good reason that you shouldn't have the gun.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the biggest issue. And I was talking to the guy, and he even said, like, I think like even in some instances it should be like 3 weeks. Because someone brought up a point and said, like, it seems like all these so-called sweet white boys are the ones that like go up and shoot things. And they're not always white, so calm down.
Sure.
But so they tend to be. But what if that sweet white boy didn't get a chance to go buy the gun, or the parents didn't have it in the house because half the time they usually are able to get it because their parents own guns and they have access to it. I mean, the reality is, fine, you wanna make it that people can still buy fucking guns and all this shit, but you can't tell me that it's not rational to have like a fucking 2-week cool-off
period. Or trigger lock, or some safety measures.
No, something that prevents somebody from acquiring a gun or owning a gun. And like that kid who's like goes and buys a gun, and the next day they shoot up everybody. Well, guess what? Now that like 2 weeks has passed, 3 weeks passed, maybe something happened to that kid. Maybe that kid met a new friend, or I don't know, did something that just changed his course or her course, changes their course, and they don't shoot and kill a bunch of people and kill themselves in the process. There's like just delaying the access to a weapon for a couple of weeks would probably
save a big deal,
so many people's lives. And you can say the argument like, hey, motherfuckers can still have your stupid guns, you little bitch boys. You can have your fucking guns. We never said you couldn't. We're just saying like, and it's like, the gun lobbies don't want that because, hey, that's a sale they didn't get. Because let's say they have to wait 3 weeks and the person's just like, you know what? I didn't get my gun. I'm not interested. Do you still want that gun? No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I moved on. It's like I joined a club or something. Whatever. I mean,
or they just got lost in the heat of the moment one day, wanted the gun, and then when they kind of sobered up out of it, they didn't need it anymore.
Yeah. Like I said, it's like I always bring it up. Ozzy said the one thing that was the hardest thing for him to break was smoking cigarettes because they were fucking everywhere. And guess what? As cigarette laws become harder to acquire those cigarettes, people don't smoke as much. That's a fact. Access and accessibility are the main focus. And the thing is, the gun lobbyists, they're especially like NRA or them, their main goal is not because of freedom, it's to fucking make sure that Smith & Wesson makes billions of dollars a year. Of course they don't want people to wait 3 weeks for a cool off period for a gun. That's a fucking sale they could lose. They're gonna lose If that happened, they will lose $1 billion. And you know what? Good. Fuck them.
Yeah.
I mean, like, or I don't know, how about put laws where people can sue the gun manufacturers? I think that's a fair thing. You know?
Well, California's tried that. I don't know what's come of it in the courts, but well, this is a lot of mass shootings for a small number of days.
You know, it's like I was dealing with all these idiots, and I always like some of them are just like twats where I know, like, okay, this is not a real conversation.
Yeah.
You know, some guys call me like a statist.
They're not in good faith.
I'm like, okay, first of all, I don't even think you're from the United States. No one talks like that. No one says
Right.
statist here. That's English is not your first language, so I'm gonna block you now. Like, and not to say because I don't want to speak you because your English is first language, is that you're trying to pretend to be something.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you're not. You know, there's some great ones from people from other countries, though, who are just like, I don't understand the obsession of guns. You know, there's one guy from Italy had a really great thing. He wrote this like long thing about like how there's like the worst crime families ever in Italy and all this stuff. And even to this point, he's like, some of the most violence comes from our country, and we don't have this issue that the United States has.
Jeez.
And then you get these other idiots who try to like pretend that like gun massacres or the crime is down. Yeah, crime as a whole supposedly is down over the decades, but that doesn't mean that this is not an issue.
Right. Yeah, no, I would agree.
Like or you get those dumbasses who try to be like, what about knives? Yeah, what about knives? I mean, you can't kill 30 people with a knife.
Right.
You're not Shinobi, a dangerous assassin from the Sega video game.
Well, it's strange. I wondered, like in my head, I wondered if let's say we successfully enacted some common sense gun control laws, and we did all the things you're suggesting, you know, background checks and stuff.
Or raising the age to 21.
Yeah.
I love the Abbott lying and saying, oh, constitutionally can't do that. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking creep?
Yeah.
You're the one, and him and the GOP were ones who recently lowered it to 18.
Yeah, they do whatever they want. You can't buy beer Sunday morning, you know, so.
Yeah, bullshit.
I think that even if you successfully did all these gun control things, and I think you should, I think you'd still have some really fucked up problems. I think those mass shootings would turn into like suicides or.
Well, half of them already are suicides.
I know, but like, I guess that's what I'm saying is that like, I 100% think that we should start with gun control and that's worth doing.
Well, period. I think the background check thing and the cool off period, I think would be. And again, these people always say, like, they try to like say that gun laws don't work, and we're like, laws do work, and I say bullshit, they do work. It's just it could take like a decade. Any law they put into place, we won't know for like 5 years if it had really any impact. And guarantee after like probably a year or two, you'll start seeing like a little bit less of situations or a little bit, you know, like this one guy left a funny comment. I think he said like, you know, he has like a shotgun in his house, right? Mm-hmm. And he's like, I don't even want to use it. He's like, I just hope that just the pump noise would scare people off and they would leave.
Right.
I'm like, I have nothing against people who need something for that. They think they need something like that in the house, but don't need to fucking AR-15 in their house. Like, that's insane. Like, oh, hold on, let me get my AR-15 out.
Right.
As I'm getting robbed. Like, give me a fucking break. Mm-hmm. All these people act like they're fucking Chuck Norris until they're not.
Yeah, that seems to be common.
It was like I need a gun. I get those weird people leave comments over the years. And every time I post something like that, they'll be like, I need something to defend my family. I'm like, where the fuck do you live? Fucking Kosovo? Like in the middle of like war-torn Kosovo 20, 30 years ago? Like, get the fuck out of here. Your life's that much in threat all the time. Maybe that's a you problem. That seems to be like, maybe because you are like a gun nut and you probably not with people who are gun nut set. The threat of being killed is higher. I don't know.
Well,
I just don't. It's scary to know that like you could be like at a supermarket and just get fucking mowed down by some fucking off who was able to get a gun. I mean, fuck, Kyle Rittenhouse is a great example of someone too. He wasn't even supposed to have a fucking gun.
Yeah, honestly, that's where I kind of think about it is that there are instances where you could just be wandering around in a Walmart and someone might open fire. You know, I mean,
I remember the end of the last year when there was a manager that killed like a bunch of people in the freaking in the break room.
Yeah, I remember that.
Break's over.
Went over
15 minutes.
Yeah. See, that's exactly the kind of thing I was talking about with The Glory. Like, that's one of those jokes where it's like, it makes so much sense to Americans, you know, like break time. But like, I wonder if you did that in South Korea and just translated it, if they'd be like, what is break time? Like, we don't get break time at work, you know, or so.
Yeah,
yeah. And then the whole joke is like
different. England, they have like different words for things.
Exactly. Like, what is that like tally ho time? Like, is that like
how do you mean that's jolly good show week?
Is that like cup of tea? Is that like so yeah, anyway, the
spotted dick hour.
It's just exhausting. That stat really jumped out. We were like 25 days into the year, and we are near our 40th mass shooting. Not even talking about like murders or shootings or stuff like that, like mass shooting.
And nothing's gonna get done because now we have this douchebag Congress that's just there to be bad faith and not do anything. Not like it, it's like states can put in things, and that's the other thing too. Is that these douchebags come in, what about Chicago? Like, what about Chicago? And they'll bring it up. I'm like, why are you guys always bring up Chicago? Oh, it's what's about Chicago about?
Right.
And it's like, okay, well, one, if you look up stats and everything, all the stuff they say about Chicago is bullshit, and that it's been a proven fact over time that some of the worst violence happens in the red states.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, the other dumbass argument is like, yeah, why are there guns in Chicago? Because Chicago isn't a walled-off fort. Anyone can go into like the neighboring state.
Yeah, they say most of those guns come from like Indiana or something.
Yeah, Wyoming or whatever the neighboring states are. They have to deal with that shit. Like, it's such a bad faith argument when you hear that. You know, it's like they want to like throw that out there, but like ignore the fact that like, we live in the United States. We don't have border checks or anything like that yet. At least I'm sure Ron DeSantis will try to do that in Florida or something like that. I'm going to do a vaccine border check. Anyone tries to bring vaccines to Florida. So I don't know. It's just like this thing that never ends. It's never going to stop. They put in some legislation not too long ago, but I don't know if that's going to do anything.
I don't think so. I think no matter what happens, some chud takes it to the Supreme Court, and the ghouls there say, of course you have the right to marry your gun. Like why wouldn't you want to? Right, homosexual.
Yeah. But like the funny thing too is like they always want to bring up that thing too. They always want to bring up that one kid who was able to take out a sound. But I'm like, there's been multiple times where like the guy's taken out by people who didn't have guns. Like there was that shooting in Aurora in Colorado Springs a couple months ago.
Yeah. I remember that
at the LGBT club, and they were taken out by. He was eventually taken out by a guy, literally by a drag queen.
Yeah.
and some other dude. Like they took him out. They didn't have guns. They're able to get him. And I mean, if you saw the guy, you'd be like,
right.
Who was able to even walk in with the gun. But the good guy with the gun argument is insane. Oh, you don't hear about it. Yeah, you don't hear about it because it doesn't happen.
Right. And look, the archetype exists. We've seen instances of it, but that's just not how it goes down in like 99% of the cases.
Years ago, there was like a church in Texas that was like shot up. And eventually like someone had a gun and took out the guy. And that's great. But the guy already killed like 20 people.
Yeah.
I mean, like.
Right. It's great for persons 23 and above, but.
Right. Yeah, not by age, by like anyone after the 23rd person being killed. It's disgusting. And like And I'm like, I'm on there and I respond to some of them, and eventually it just gets exhausting. And some of them I just flat out block because they're just bad faith, or they start getting like personal nasty. I'm just like, okay, this has nothing to do with it. You're just a shitbag. I need to block you. Like, there's no reason.
Right.
But I don't know. Some people, people. Unfortunately, this is gonna be like one of these issues where, there's people who are against it because they know it's just in their heart that it's wrong and something needs to be done about it. And unfortunately, there's going to be those people who might only learn until it personally affects them.
Yeah.
There's going to be those others that just never learn because they're off the deep end.
It'll happen. I don't know. It'll happen. I know that the teacher who was shot by her student last week.
Oh yeah, that was the 6-year-old.
Yeah, 6-year-old took a gun to school and shot his teacher. The teacher today filed lawsuits against the school saying they should have known that this would happen. So
yeah, didn't the kid like make like threats or something?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like,
if a 6-year-old's making like threats like that, that should be like an immediate like.
Yeah,
we should look into that.
Absolutely. It depends on the threat. Like, I remember, like,
so the teacher's not dead.
No, the teacher lived.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, explain what she's.
Well, like when I was teaching, they would tell us, like, look, if a 8-year-old says, "I'm going to kill you by driving my army tank over your head," then that's not really a threat, because he doesn't have an army tank, and like, I wouldn't put my head under the treads, like that. He's just making up some impossible bullshit.
Yeah.
But if he said, "My dad has a gun and I know the safe's combination, I'm going to bring that gun and shoot you in the head," then that's a threat. Then you're like, oh, that could conceivably happen. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's the whole thing's just fucked up.
Not as fucked like up all as... these like all those dipshits who like say like the teachers should be armed. No, they shouldn't.
What are you gonna do? Like, preemptively pop a kid?
Yeah, like the fucking teacher shoots a 6-year-old,
right? And then you're like, "Look,
heard that, Billy."
I felt threatened.
Billy, just remember that.
Right. I mean, that's it. I mean,
that anyone who brings, I always say this, anyone. Their first thing, they try to bring up like doors during Uvalde. Any of those people that say stuff like that, or bring up like, having the teachers have guns. Those are bad faith people. Like, that's just dumb. Like that. Those are bad ideas.
Yeah, you
should not be entertained. Yeah, it's great to have a guard, but they tend to be kind of useless too. They're usually like underpaid and like. They're usually not alert, and they can't be everywhere at once. What are you gonna do? You're gonna turn the fucking school into a prison and have like a guy in every corner with a fucking AR-15? Like, come on, that's insane. It's like these guys will do anything they can to protect the gun industry, and there's all these like people online who like it's like a religion to them, and some of them like you don't even know what like some of these people you don't even know where they're coming from. Like,
it's their perspectives are just so out of whack.
They're bad faith. You don't even know, like, if they're even from the fucking United. Like, this one guy said, all these comments coming from people. And I wrote the guy and I said, some of these are not even from the United States. They're from, like, troll farms and shit. Like, you can usually tell by, like, what they write. Some of them are just, like... Look, this one guy this guy who called me a status says I was a tanky. I'm like... Like, do you know what a tanky is?
No.
Well, it's, like, somebody who's, like, far left, but they love like Mao and Stalin.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, that's a tanky. I'm like, I'm not a tanky.
Yeah, that's not me.
I don't think I've ever given any like allusion to the fact or like, no.
Yeah.
Like,
weird.
It was odd. I thought that was a strange, and I ended up blocking that account because I was like, that's just weird. It just sucks because again, it's just going to keep happening. It's never going to stop. I mean,
it may stop eventually, but not in the near future.
Well, it may stop eventually.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Look, it's to the point where it just happens so much, and you can't have a functioning society.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be next up, I suppose, right? I mean,
what?
That'll be next up. The next step of this is like
What?
not having a functioning society.
Yeah, like if people are like, "Fuck it, I'm not going to the movies. Fuck it, I'm not going to the supermarket. Fuck it, I'm not doing this." Like Amazon will love it because they'll just, delivering all that. But like, you'll have like whatever restaurant lobbies or like that being like, "Hey, what the fuck here?" And that's when you might actually see something happen, because when it gets to the point where these guys are not making money because we do live in a capitalism world, why COVID was a disaster here because nothing could be shut down. When it starts hurting the bottom line of certain things,
then you'll get action for sure.
Yeah, like it's frightening. Like I remember, like even like concerts could be scary, man.
Yeah,
you don't fucking know, man. I remember like years ago, it was like Dimebag Darrell from Terror was killed by a guy came in. It was like a regular sized club. Now some places are pretty good, and they have security. They'll check. Like here in Colorado, like most places, they usually check on you before you go in anywhere. Like they have
it's
metal detectors and everything.
I saw a couple. Gosh, I haven't seen a show in Deep Ellum for a while, but the last few times I went, I got metal detected. But I saw a show recently at the Granada, and I did not get metal detected.
What did you see?
A couple cover bands. It was a Cure cover band and a Susie cover band.
Yeah, they're probably like, yeah, you're good, man.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, you're just as likely to get shot up at, I mean.
I'm making a joke because of the kind of music.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, if you have like a disgruntled ex-boyfriend and he knows his girlfriend's going to be there.
Yeah.
That's what happens. I mean,
it's like you want to say it, but it's like tough to say. I saw one great tweet. One person said, "How come all these so-called gun nuts who like shoot up everybody, they don't ever go after like big targets?"
Right. Yeah.
So he's like, "I'm gonna mow down like a supermarket."
Yeah.
Why don't they ever go to like
an army base or something?
No, there's been tons of that happens a lot.
Yeah,
too.
but it's other soldiers usually.
Yeah, but I'm not. No, I think they were saying like big, like
yeah. I know what you mean.
Shit. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I'm mad at Nancy Pelosi, so I'm going to take on her husband who's home.
Well, someone did that.
Yeah.
But again, it's like a nut who is there because of right-wing propaganda.
Well, speaking of, I guess that's a good transition to our next topic.
The dumbest of right-wing propaganda.
This is so stupid. Yeah, like I guess Tucker Carlson was real worked up that the green M&M was sexy, or
okay, so a couple of weeks ago,
right?
M&M's put out they have like they're always putting out like different packages. They've done the yellow and the peanuts, the David Bowie.
Yeah.
You have your standard bags of M&Ms.
Yep.
And then they have like ones where it's like there's a movie coming out and they're like co-sponsoring it or whatever.
Right.
Or there's like a special one with like a different design. So they did one with like all girl M&Ms.
Yeah.
And like the right wing went nuts on it. Ben Shapiro did a whole thing about it because he's a weird little man. And Tucker Carlson did a whole thing about it. Nick Adams said, right-wing hero.
Yeah.
Nick Adams said that everyone needs to, what M&M's is doing is disgusting. And I tell people to go to the store, buy up all the M&M's and destroy them. Like, which I think is hysterical. Because again, that's why people are like, is this like a joke? Is he a right-wing? Is this
Nick Adams
is he trolling? Like, is he trolling the right? Because
he is to Twitter as the Clash was to music. He is the only thing that matters. He's the only one tweeting that matters.
He puts out these ridiculous things and they say like it gets him attention because people will leave like insults. It's like he's clearly asking for, but it's like people like saying, is this guy legit or is this a parody? Like, is this a real person? Like, of course he's real, but then people are like, no, he's like really entrenched in like right-wing politics. He's just savvy at this and knows how to get attention. It's just to say the dumbest thing. And by telling people, go to the store, buy him up, but then destroy them.
Yeah.
Like, what message are you saying to M&M?
Genius.
Like, it's like, are you getting a cut from M&Ms? Because, you're telling
none of this shit makes any sense. It's just hilarious. But the M&M company put out a statement. M&M Mars put out a statement that said, this is like our decision to playfully reinvent the M&M has caused division in America, and we don't want that. We want to bring them together. So we're temporarily pausing our campaign. That's what the statement
and they
said
they're bringing Maya Rudolph on, who everyone loves. I like her. I guess I don't know. Does everyone like her?
Because if there's anything that placates MAGA chuds, it's bringing on a strong black woman. And then
right. I think this is a deep trolling on M&M's part. I think, and the Super Bowl's coming up, and they tend to have a big ad on the Super Bowl. So again, the right wing was trying. This is what they do, though. They made a big shit about Dr. Seuss removing books and then going out and saying, look, they're taking the cat and hat away from you, and none of that happened. We're talking about Mr. Potato Head's penis or something like that, getting angry over that. Real dumb shit. Aunt Jemima not being called that anymore and changing the bottle. Just real nonsense. It's all about keeping the eye off the ball. If you get those people that never think about real things like, hey, how come like wages haven't gone up? Or these mass shootings,
Right.
Like, if these mass shootings happen all the time, but like I'm too focused on the Tucker Carlson going on a whole episode about like M&Ms, and they would say like these dumb comments. The one they said like the purple M&M is clearly trans because it's a peanut, and I guess because it has a nut inside. I was like, oh my god, it's not gonna be a joke. I can't handle this. It's so stupid. And then like they would go on like, oh, and I guess the M&Ms. This is the thing that made Tucker Carlson angry. They redesigned the female M&Ms to be a little less like sexy, I guess.
Yeah, he was mad at frumpy M&Ms.
Well, as opposed to the round circular body they have, whatever. They would have I guess the green M&M would have like arms and legs, and she'd wear like boots or whatever. Fluffy boots, like wood. And I guess they changed it to her like where the body now it was all white instead of like a peach skin.
Yeah.
And she was wearing like sneakers now instead, like less sexy sneakers. And they got really angry about that. They were like, and then they claimed that the
how could I possibly wank to this?
You expect me to jerk off to this? There was a great image. I've seen this one. Like it's like a cartoon. It's sperm, and one of them's talking to the other one, and it said like the one guy's like, "I'm gonna be this," and then the guy's like, "Dude, we are in a bowl of M&Ms, like Tucker Carlson's M&Ms." Thinking like this. There's another one where like the sperm are talking, and they're like, I'm gonna be this person or whatever, and the one sperm says to the other one, "Dude, we are in a dead raccoon right now." I'm like, I love the green M&Ms with Tucker Carlson though. But so they claim it was this packaging that they put out with all women, and of course they went crazy and claimed that like there's lesbianism here,
right?
So the purple one's clearly trans, like nonsense shit.
Of course.
So M&Ms, I could find the statement. They said they're going to put a pause on the ad campaign, but I think that's a joke. I don't think that's happening. I hope so.
I
think
would be really funny.
They are going to troll the shit out of Tucker Carlson, or it might not directly be Tucker Carlson, but I bet you they're going to have a Tucker Carlson type personality. And I think it's going to be very clever and a very funny ad. Because again, M&M spent the fact that the character's been around now for like over 20 years. This campaign, it started with like the red M&M was John Lovitz or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
you know the peanut is. It's fucking what's his face? The guy who plays J. Jonah Jameson and guy from Oz.
Yeah, the guy from Oz. What is his name?
Old guy. He was in that movie about
J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons has been playing the peanut M&M since the beginning of the campaign started.
Wow.
There's no fucking way they're gonna stop that. That'd be like if like Disney stopped making or like Marvel stopped making Spider-Man or something.
Right, yeah.
Because like Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro said something, like, get the fuck out of here. And like if they saw sales dropping anyway, maybe that's why they're responding. Regardless, it's super dumb. I think they're going to put an ad out. It's going to be funny. They got Maya Rudolph. She's a trained comedic actress. This is going to be a troll, I think, on those.
Well, that'd be awesome.
Like, it'd be funny if they had like a Ben Shapiro M&M.
Yeah.
And like a Tucker Carlson M&M, but they weren't M&Ms. They were called like shit nuts or something. I don't know. Or like, like something like
they were like the generic M&Ms that you get like in
those things called like sixlets or something.
Yeah, sixlets.
Those things suck.
They'd be like 88 lits. They'd be like
14 word lits. I made a really dumb drawing. I don't know why I did, but it's
I saw that.
Holding a machine gun and shooting, and I said that when I said it's the dumbest drawing ever made.
Yeah.
This is going to confuse Tucker Carlson and Nick Adams.
Yeah.
Like, very confused by this.
Yeah.
Again, like I said, I think this is a trolling on their part. A&W put out like a similar thing where they said they were removing their bear mascot, or they were putting jeans on it or something.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a whole like, you're going to start seeing every day until the Super Bowl. You're going to see all these companies put out like our mascot. We're changing our mascot because of. Like,
well, that'd be funny.
And it'd be, and again, this is all nonsense, but I think it'd be a good way to diffuse this nonsense. Because again, the whole point of right-wing media and everything is the goal is to keep their audience riled up.
Yep, in a constant state of rage.
A state of rage, but also having their rage pointed at the wrong targets always.
Yeah.
You know, like,
right.
I am angry about the wrong thing. Like,
yeah. Or something that just completely doesn't matter, right?
Well, yeah, the wrong, like, yeah, something that is irrelevant, has no actual like economic health or any on their lives.
Yeah, yeah. We're about to raise the retirement age for Social Security, but I don't know if you've noticed that cartoon M&M is now wearing Reeboks. You know,
yeah. What was it like? The Republicans were like in Congress. One of the big things they were trying to propose was getting rid of income tax and putting on a 30% sales tax.
Right. Yeah.
Which is literally a tax on the working class.
Yeah, it's like a super regressive tax.
Yeah. Absolutely disgusting. But thank God the M&M's doesn't have those no good
right.
purple M&M that trans, I don't know. Yeah, you expect me to jerk off to this M&M? Did you ever see that CGI one of the green M&M naked?
Yeah.
Like on
that's really unsettling.
Like weird jowls, but if you look down, she does have a vagina. That's
right?
Like,
yeah, I did.
That's your eyes focus on the weird boob thing, but then you like if you look at the bomb, you're like, oh.
Yeah, it's like almost Lovecraftian. It's really just like
I tweeted that and I said, "Look what the right has taken away."
I saw that. So unsettling.
Speaking of, I real quick.
Yeah.
Go on to the next thing, but real quick, I saw a movie from Cronenberg.
Oh yeah, his son. It wasn't Cronenberg, right?
I thought it wasn't Cronenberg. It's his son.
It's his son. His son has made 2 movies: Crimes of the Future and a different one.
Okay, well, Crimes of the Future is awful.
Yeah, you said that.
I still think you should watch it. Like it is laughably bad. Like I can't even explain it. Like the trailer makes you think like, oh, this is gonna be cool. It is just filled with really weird performances from big name actors. And it's just the atrocious dialogue. It's weird it's trying to be weird as shit. Like it begins with like Viggo Mortensen sitting in this bizarre chair, and I'm like, I was like watching it, like, why is he sitting in the jerk off chair? it's nudging at him, and like he's trying to eat. Like it's like Showgirls level dialogue bad.
Yeah, you're right. That is David Cronenberg, not his kid.
Maybe watch it, and we can talk about it next week.
Yeah, I really wanted to say I like David Cronenberg a lot. This movie looked interesting. I thought his son did Possessor, which was supposed to be good, and his kid also has a new movie coming out called Infinity Pool.
Okay. Oh, I think I've heard about that. You sure? I thought this was a Cronenberg movie.
Crimes of the Future was David Cronenberg, the father.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you were right. I said it was the son, but you're right. It is a David Cronenberg movie. It's the one you're talking about.
I wanted to like it so bad, and it was not good.
That sucks, because Cronenberg's a great director.
I mean, just watch it.
I will.
You'll probably be like, "Oh, I thought it was very deep, thoughtful." Clearly, you just
this is cinema. This is
cinema at its finest, and you can sit at your Hardee's or whatever.
No, I'll check it out.
Paul Blart or something, but that's fine.
I'll check it out. I from what you're saying, it sounds like what I would fear from this movie. But
it's like I can't it makes me think of Showgirls.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because I feel like with movies these days and stuff, it's really hard for a movie to have impact. You have to be really special or be released in the theater. Showgirls was a movie that was put out by Verhoeven, and it was a summer release movie. And I feel like movies had more impact back than they do now. A lot of stuff is just streaming fodder, and people forget about it a week later. But people remember Showgirls because it was shockingly awful, but also also campy and cult
That's the charm of Showgirls, is that you can't really even tell how to appreciate it. You're gonna like it.
Were they fucking? Was he fucking with us?
Yeah.
Was he just having a laugh while making this?
Well, and this is the same guy who did RoboCop and Starship Troopers.
And there's lots of satire in his movies that it's almost did he make a is this a satire completely?
Yeah.
It's just Gremlins too, but but everyone's the googly eye gremlin.
Right.
Well, this movie is nowhere near as fun.
Okay.
But there's just dialogue and the way people talk to each other and deliver the lines. It reminded me of Showgirls, how bad some of the more cringier parts were.
Well, it's got good actors too. It's got Viggo Mortensen, Kristen Stewart.
Yep.
A
couple of people that I recognize that you will recognize from things, but the Crimes of the Future was more like a crime in the present.
Nice.
That's my Gene Shalit. Crimes of the Future, more like crimes in the present. the also red
giant walrus mustache.
What?
The giant walrus mustache.
Did I tell you I went as Gene Shalit one Halloween?
I think you did mention this. Yeah,
it's pretty epic. I have photos of it. It's pretty good.
All right, so we got the next topic. I don't understand too much. It's Crowder having a temper tantrum about money.
Okay, so Steven Crowder is a right-wing media tool.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a shitbag who puts out content on YouTube. His whole goal sometimes is to get kicked off YouTube so he could tell his people to go on Mug Club, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Sign up, and people have to pay so he could say the real racist shit and anti-Semitic shit that he can't say on YouTube without getting completely kicked off. I guess it was found out that he worked for the Blaze. I didn't know that. I always figured his show was 100% just his, but I guess his contract ended with them or something. And he's just bitching. I guess he had some deal or working on a deal with Daily Wire, and it came out that he was bitching that they only offered him $50 million for 3 years.
Yeah.
And I'm like, 50 million for that shitty ass
for that shit
show
content.
Like shit content, 50 million so you could have him dress up like a woman and pretend to be a trans person at a gym and act like an idiot, which is like, that's the kind of crap he does. Like, where he tries to harass a black artist on the street during in Texas during the Floyd protest. He was trying to set this guy up so that the cops would come, and like this, he could have been fucking killed. I mean, he's a right-wing troll. It's funny. He's another one of these failed actors. I guess his most famous thing was, as a kid, he voiced like a character on Arthur, the Aardvark cartoon. So I guess that was like his big like mainstream thing. But he's a shitty theater kid, kind of like wannabe, and like he's made a career out of just being a right-wing provocateur. His most famous thing, and anyone like progressive left-wing circles will know, there was like, he was on H3H3, and he was supposed to debate Ethan Klein, and Ethan Klein fucked with him and had Sam Cedar from the Majority Report show up. And the joke is that Crowder was supposed to debate him like at something years ago and backed out from
I remember
coward, because Sam Cedar is somebody who will like destroy anything. Crowder doesn't really nothing to say. Crowder's whole bit is he would go to like colleges and like fucking just set up like freshman students who don't know how to communicate, have no media literacy, and he would just like make them sound like idiots, because it's really easy to do that. If you have media literacy and know how to, I'm not saying you know what you're talking about, but you know how to communicate your bullshit.
Right.
And you know how to speak in front of a camera and like, you know, not like shit the bed like a little 18-year-old who's never done that before would. So the fact that this guy was bitching about this contract with Daily Wire it's kind of depressing, because like, what? Now the 50 million pays, that's not like, here's 50 million, this is all yours. It's more like, here's 50 million to produce your show. Somehow this guy has 30 people working for him, which I'm like, it takes that many people to make this shit show. Like, he has like 4 guys that are on there. I've seen like clips of, like, it's horrendous. And it's like, it just shows, it's like crazy, because it shows you how much money is in like right-wing media, because billionaires will just throw money at it, because billionaires are not going to throw money at progressives, because they're not.
No, they just want the content. They want the content to churn. So,
well, they want the content to favor them.
Yeah.
They're not going to give they're not going to pay a progressive or left-leaning person $50 million to tell the audience that, like, hey, maybe we need, like, you know, better healthcare and regulations. That doesn't, most billionaires are usually against that stuff, because
even if it's not advancing their agenda, they at least want something attacking others' agendas, you know.
Well, that too. It's all. And, you know, Daily Wire gets all its money from like the fracking industry and all that. So it's just funny watching this guy. So there's like this war, like Candace Owens has been like shit on. Awesome. She's basically said that he's that Crowder's gay in every way that she could say without saying it, as in one of her attacks. Like, you know, he claims he's a Christian, but there's things about him that make him not.
Right.
It's like really funny. Like, it's like watching these ghouls like go at it, and it's fun to watch. But the reality is, you're like, how does this generate so much fucking money? Like, it's like Anderson Cooper doesn't make that.
I doubt it. Yeah,
there's major like news networks where, like, they probably make a couple million a year. They're not. And they're probably on call all the time. They're not fucking putting out some shit YouTube video for clicks. I'm like,
that's a good point.
That, like, all this bad faith content, how like they could get so much support from like Christian groups, probably you know, like evangelical groups, you know, right-wing billionaires, which is like 99% of the time. I love it. The right will always talk about Soros, but like the joke is Soros doesn't even fall in the top 100 or something like that. So he's bitching about it. He tried to make it public. He did. He like recorded their conversation which I guess in some states it's illegal, but I don't know if he's in Texas or not. But in Texas, it's not illegal to do that. You can record a conversation in Texas, and
you don't. Yeah, in some, I think in Florida you need both parties' permission, but in Texas, I think you don't need, if it's in your home or if it's on your phone line, you can just record. No.
Yeah.
Well.
So. Yeah, I don't know what else. It's funny because it's like he's trying to like act like oh my god, poor guy, he's only making 50 million, but they're like these scumbags. Like they basically spread content where like they tell people like, oh, how dare you try to ask for $15 an hour? How dare you? Like, oh, look, you see the robot they installed? This is what you get when you ask for $15 an hour. It's like there is no $15 an hour. They were going to install the robots anyway.
It is kind of an irony to have him complaining about fair pay.
Right, yeah. It's like all of a sudden he's a socialist. It's weird.
Right.
And it was kind of funny because I saw a clip of Candace Owen where she was like shitting on him and saying that she says basically that he was a socialist. And she started bringing up like Amazon. And at this moment, all she does is lie. She's like a fucking lying pit bull. She's awful. She's going on about like the Amazon workers and claiming that they're taking 3-hour lunches and shit and they're not happy about it. I'm like, these people are like pissing in bottles. What the fuck are you talking about? You overpaid ghoul. Like these people make so much fucking money and all they do is spread venom.
Yeah.
It is
hate
like,
and disinformation and
like what a grift to get into this. So that's why I think like the crowd thing, I think what's great about it, how much it exposes, because you're like, okay, this guy makes like probably a couple million a year and he's living, and he probably sells a lot of merch and gets like a bunch of other like gigs and shit, probably gets like fucking money from, I don't know, Rifle Company coffee, whatever, other right-wing bullshit that's out there. And you're like, okay, he probably pulls in a couple million, but then you hear like, oh, I'm getting paid 50 million. You're only offering me 50 million? And you're like, what? It's like more money than like some of the biggest name actors in the country.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh god. And of course there's like, it's like, oh, you start hearing like the anti-Semitism too, because like Ben Shapiro is Jewish and he runs, and it's his company, Daily Wire. It's like, oh god, this guy's a horrible person. But the funny thing is, I guess like there's only so many avenues this guy can go to. So if he just burns enough bridges, he'll be fucked. Maybe we'll see him working at McDonald's, and we'll tell him,
I doubt it, but yeah,
I know. I think he's like already like a little rich kid anyway, and I'm sure like the amount of money he's made over the years, he could probably go away for a couple of years and like live like a hog or whatever. I don't know. I do you know? I mean, did you know anything about this or?
I saw them arguing, and it kind of, the stuff I saw kind of fit into the broader context of like Candace Owens jumping on people. And
well, the joke is she works for Daily Wire, so it's like they have her say all the stuff.
Right. But there's just a lot of infighting in the MAGA chud sphere, which is funny.
I guess the big joke about the whole thing too is that was only like the beginning of the conversation. Like if he wanted to have a bigger conversation, Daily Wire probably would have paid him $100 million. I guess the thing he was complaining about, and this is kind of funny because again, these motherfuckers always attack people about like, oh, you want more money? Well, you better have better job performance. That's how you know. Right. That's how you get it. You know, the lie of what's the term? Like if you do well, your job, you'll get paid. There's a term
like a meritocracy.
Yeah, which we really don't live in.
No.
Well, the joke is like this guy, because he gets funded by like dark money, billionaires, and all this other shit all the time. He doesn't have to perform. And I guess part of the contract from the Daily Wire was, and this makes sense in some way, you represent Daily Wire if your show gets kicked off and you're not, if your show gets pulled off of YouTube, whatever, right? Like that, you're not making money. That means you're not going to get the same pay.
Yeah.
And he didn't like that. It's like he just expects to get paid all that money regardless of performance or not. Yeah. And it's funny because again, these are the type of assholes that will tell their listeners, how dare you ask for better health care? How dare you ask for a better wage? How dare these workers ask for this? How dare they ask for that? These lazy, selfish employees. They're hurting the business, the job creators. And this guy's like fucking crying about only being offered 50 million for like 3 years of work or something like that, which is insane.
Unreal.
Like being paid. You know what? I will gladly talk about fucking M&Ms I'm talking about it now. We're not getting paid. Joseph, where's my money?
Well, I was just going to say what's even funnier than Steven Crowder getting a 50%, losing out on 50,000,
50 million.
What was it? 50 million is Diamond and Silk, who have recently taken a 50% pay cut. If you,
I don't like that kind of joke, Joseph. Well, in a way, you can almost maybe it's possible. So smart, she's going to get a 200% pay raise.
Yeah, or that. Yeah,
I would say 100%. You think 100%, but then you realize that's literally like, isn't that the same?
Right? How?
Like, what?
Yeah, and they're offering 50% less hate now. So,
I trust that she could double it up.
Yeah,
I think she could hate for both. So I said you're not. Where's my money? And you quickly switch.
Oh, well, I'm not getting money from this either. I'm paid like I am always in Baja Blast. Like,
I don't get it. At least you're getting Baja Blast.
Baja Blast, yeah.
In the face.
Someone said, someone gave a recipe for Baja Blast. It was like
poison, battery.
No, it was Mountain Dew and like.
Well, it is Mountain Dew.
Yeah, but it was like regular Mountain Dew with like blue raspberry. No, Gator, some kind of Gatorade, blue Gatorade, I think. Anyway, whatever.
Because I had it once and it tasted like a little like less soda-y.
Yeah, less carbonated. There's
a watered down, like they put juice in it or something.
Blast. That's the blast.
Yeah. Blast. Okay, so poor Steven Crowder. Small violent for him. He's a racist, homophobe, anti-Semite, bigot, piece of shit. And I'm sure he'll continue to succeed.
Yes.
But again, I think the best thing about this, and I think it deserves more attention, is that people need to see is like, wow, these people make that much. Like, I bet like people are like, oh yeah, this guy makes like 2 million a year, 1 million a year. Probably pulling in like whatever, and then you find out they're raking in like tens of millions a year. You're like,
yeah, it's unreal.
Like that's got to be disheartening. Like this is not like they're not putting out like award-winning content here.
No, it's just like content,
It's just like time waster of like, and they're talking about bullshit, and it's usually hateful, and it's hateful content. So it's not even like good for the planet in any way. It doesn't have any like, there's no nutrients. It's like. If eating a donut, but it was just the oil of the donut.
It's the Brondo of media.
Brondo is good for what is it?
It's got electrolytes.
Yeah, doesn't even have that. Like it has no value. It's literally feces.
Yeah,
there's probably like nutrients you could probably pull.
It's like those steaks the conservatives cook on gas stoves.
Oh shit! Did you hear the new one? Thing about baby food?
No, what about it?
Okay, so there's been like this whole like, I think the right wing loves lead. They love lead. That's it. They are old Mad Hatters. So the gas stove thing, the whole thing was about like lead in the air, right? Like it was like
something like that, yeah.
Unproperly ventilated or anything like that. And another thing too, and it's all about like, hey, maybe we shouldn't expose children to lead. Lead, one, depletes intelligence. It also makes people more violent. Like people who are exposed to lead. They said like we're fucked, like boomers and not Gen X and everything like that. We're fucked because we were like exposed to like lead more than like most. I think
probably, yeah.
But like. The other one was, I guess, baby food, and the right wing is trying to like, of course, like, how dare you take my baby food?
Right.
Well, I guess they found that in like Gerber stuff like that, there's like higher rates of lead than there should be.
Okay.
And I guess their claims is, I guess, like lead's in the ground. We've used lead so much. And so like, I don't know. I'm not going to get into it. It's just really funny how the right wing like is trying to defend lead.
Yeah, that's a weird flex.
Like they're trying to take your baby food away. They're trying to like, well, no, they're not. They're like saying like, hey, maybe we should have less lead in the apple strawberry baby food.
Yeah,
you know,
that's probably good.
Save that shit for RoboCop, you know.
Well, back to the Diamond and Silk funeral.
So Diamond and Silk, real quick, are the dynamic duo for Trump.
Yep,
they're a classic comedic group, like stylings of Abbott Costello.
Yes.
I was gonna say some like I don't know, some serial killers or something like Bonnie and Clyde. I don't know.
Yeah. No, they were gosh. They were a pro-Trump show.
There were these two black women that basically their whole act was like, we're black women that support Trump, and they would just, and one of them literally just went
Yep, that was Silk.
Silk. I guess Diamond talked too much, and that's why she's not here anymore. So her quota for speaking never got met, so that's why she's still alive today.
Well, the theory was that Diamond died of COVID, and Silk was infuriated that people would put forth that theory, even though Diamond was only like 54 or something.
Not even, early 50s.
Yeah, she was a young woman. So anyway, they had this funeral. It was like fucking 3 hours long. Donald Trump showed up.
Trump was there. He was told that he would only be there for 15 minutes. He even, when it was his time to speak, I mean, I kind of want to like play the whole thing. It is hysterical. It is like why people think Trump's funny for all the wrong reasons. This is one of the funniest ones. Like, they told me it was only gonna be 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, like you're at this funeral and you're like bitching about how long you're there.
Yeah.
How fucking rude. So he's complaining how long he was there at a funeral to the entire audience there. So that's gross.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, it's like, it's funny. He's a disgusting person. He's a horrible person.
And then he says he didn't really even know Silk.
Well, he had no idea who Silk was. He's like, I didn't know her. She's great because she spoke first. Her whole thing, which was crazy, was a complete anti-vax tirade.
Yeah. And she was pissed that Joe Biden hadn't called her yet.
Yeah. Joe Biden has not called. Like, why would Joe Biden call her? Why would anyone call her? Like, who the fuck are you? Like, that's so funny. Like, why would the Democratic president of the United States call a Republican shithead, not a Republican, but like a right-wing media grifter? Like, why? Why would he? Like, what?
I mean, this would be, it doesn't even make sense. I mean,
why would Donald Trump to call up, like,
there's probably so many.
Reiner, if the son Reiner.
Yeah.
Like if he died or something, like, he always made bad tweets about me, but I was just checking to see how he was.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so weird. Like, I don't know. It's just such a weird, grifty thing.
The whole thing was, of course, they're trying to like raise money for something at the funeral. Use that as a grift. She claimed that her sister. It's like so funny. Can't say that they were vaccinated because they're anti-vaxxers, or I don't know if they are or not, but they're part of the anti-vaxxer grift.
Yeah.
And which is like, I guess the main reason why they were let go from Fox. They were just like too much. It's like they had to call them in, like, do you know what a dog whistle is?
Right.
We're what we call Fox News dog whistle channel. And you're the bullhorn.
Right.
So, she was claiming that her sister was killed by the vaccine, which would make no sense because it's like, how did you get it? But then another thing, like a lot of anti-vaxxers say, which is funny because we're talking about The Last of Us with spores. They have this whole thing that people who get the vax shed. We shed the vaccine on them. We're just shedding. It's like,
it's a weird theory. I hear that a lot from the super weirdos.
Yeah, flakes of vaccines are getting in there. So people are not getting killed by the actual viruses; they're getting killed by the vaccines,
right? Which is somehow contagious.
Yeah, you know, like The Last of Us.
Right. Yeah, basically.
We're all clickers, I guess. So there was that, and then Trump goes on stage and he complains about how long he was there. It's really funny. You see him like just sitting there, and he's just like, you could tell he's like looking at his watches. Like, how did I get it? Like, how did I get suckered into this? Like, somebody's getting fired. Like,
right.
It's like, I have supporting business in Palm Beach. You probably just want to take a big shit or something. I didn't take my 4th dump today.
Right. Yeah, he did. He looked like bored and distracted, and then like kind of like mad when they weren't focusing on him.
This was my favorite version of Trump. It's the one that's fully exposed.
Yeah.
And then he starts going on about Silk, I guess, and talking about like, she's great. I never met her before.
Right.
It's like, what? There's like tons of pictures and videos of them together.
Yeah.
They like basically go, Diamond and Silk pretty much open for Trump at like every round.
There is opening act.
Like, they've been like with him since like 2015, like whenever they started. I think it was like in the summer or late.
It was like 5-6 years by now. Yeah.
They got in early on the whole thing. And it's just hysterical. Like, there's so many photos of there's like one where it's like all these like, I don't know, black Trump supporters are in a room with them, they're praying. Right. And Silk is literally right next to him. And he's like literally shitting on her, like, I didn't even know you existed.
Yeah.
I thought her name was Diamond and Silk. I just thought she took up 2 bodies. Like, she was one person that lived in 2 bodies. I didn't know you were a person.
Yeah.
I thought you were
really implausible.
I thought that you were a ficus plant that she carried around. I saw I was at the Daily Show has like guest hosts right now.
Yeah.
Trevor left, and I saw
Wanda
Sykes did it, and she had a great one. She said that Trump only has room in his brain for one black woman. That's why. And he said, she's like, right now, he's probably, if he were to put on the show right now, he'd probably think I was Diamond. And he said that he went to a funeral, but he like buried 2 people because he fucking buried Silk on stage by like basically saying like, I didn't even know you existed.
Yeah,
which just shows you like, is he a baby? You know how they say object permanence?
Yeah, right.
Because like all she did was go like, like she didn't talk or she didn't really do the talking. So therefore, like Trump, I don't know, like it's like a guy.
He thinks that like when he leaves the room, she no longer exists.
Yeah,
like she just poofs away.
Yeah, or she I guess never existed. He must have like, just is amazing. That is lastly one like. And it's funny because the right wing will constantly go after Joe Biden about his mental acuity.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, what about this guy? Yeah. Like, you telling me, like, I mean, like, that's not, I don't even think that's like, oh, he's got dementia or he's, I think it just says a lot about his personality.
Yeah, he's a simpleton. He really is.
Well, I don't even know if it's a simpleton. This is like more like I don't know if it's like a sociopath or a narcissist. Like the fact that, like, this woman doesn't even exist to him.
Yeah.
Like, she brought no value of any kind or whatever.
Yeah, well, that's probably it. Ultimately,
I don't know. It's very funny. R.I.P. Diamond.
Yes.
I'm curious what will come from this because I just don't think that Silk has the ability to be Diamond. Yeah. She delivered the. Whatever she said about her sister, I saw some of the clip and it was pretty much the same vitriol. I'm sure she could continue it, but I just feel like it worked as a 2-person act. She's gonna have to get another person.
Well, I think that she would, and I think that hopefully it'll be one of the people starring in all those anti-vax videos that are going around.
Hold on real quick. I kind of hope, like, do you remember when, like, Siskel and Ebert? Remember when Siskel died?
Yeah.
And Ebert, for like a year or something, had like guest critics until he eventually found one.
Yeah.
I kind of want that with Silk. Like she has like one
Mike Lindell.
Yeah, like whatever right-wing media people, her and Tommy Lorraine or whatever her name is, like just see where it goes, like get little guests, like Silk presents or Silk and like it'd be funny, like it downgrades because like Diamond and Silk, and now it's just like Silk and like Swamp Ass.
Zirconia and Silk.
No, it starts with Silk. You can't say because
Silk and cubic zirconia.
Get Silk and Fool's Gold or
pyrite.
Silk and that green stain that cheap fake gold leaves on your All right. Speaking of that, what's great about Elon Musk is when he got rid of guidelines or whatever it was, like protect misinformation when it came to COVID. It was running like wildfire in the first year. And thankfully Twitter did the least they can do, and they put in things that they basically got rid of a ton of people who were just putting out tons of misinformation. Some of the worst people were removed, thankfully, because of that. They were able to get rid of some of these horrible accounts. Because all they would do, like Marjorie Taylor Greene lost her main account.
Right.
Right.
Well,
I guess they didn't get rid of her actual congressional one, but they got rid of her personal one.
That's fine. I mean,
whatever. So I guess there's like certain things she can't tweet if she on the congressional one. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But because they got rid of all of that, Elon Musk, one is a COVID denier, or was a COVID denier. He since then it's been running wildfire. There's been these videos.
They're great.
You want to explain it? You explain it.
Yeah, it's basically like they always show a person shaking like oddly, and they say something like, this woman was fine 5 minutes ago. She just got her first Pfizer shot.
She got the booster.
Yeah, something like that. There's variations on the theme. They're not all the same. And they name the person. They say like, this is, Phyllis McLeod from, D's Nuts, Missouri. And she was a perfectly healthy Sunday school teacher yesterday. And she had the first Moderna. And now she's,
in the Macarena.
Right. Now she... yeah, and now she looks like a clicker. So
and it's always like, it's just like the worst acting. The best was there's this one guy who's like laying down on his side and he's shaking. Someone left the best tweet response and said, leave this man alone while he's jacking off. Because that's what it looked like. Well, in peace. That's what he wrote.
The thing is too is that like they'll say like, okay, this is Emily McLeod from Bug Spit Springs, Tennessee, and then a reporter will like get on the Google machine and be like, okay, Emily McLeod, Bug Spit Springs, Tennessee, and there's like no one there by that name, and then they go look for voting. I mean, there's no proof that these people exist, or if there is proof, like, oh yeah, that is. They don't want to talk to anyone on camera. I mean, it's like it's just so comically.
These videos are so bad too. It's like
they're
the
bad.
worst acting. It's just like it's almost like it's insulting to watch. You could tell it's so bad.
Yeah.
Like these people are just like they're like, it's like, come on.
It is.
It's a classic video, I guess, pre-COVID. Because this anti-vax has been around a long time. And there was one again. They do this whole like vaccine damage or whatever they'll say.
Yeah.
And they show this woman and she's like, you can tell she's like this wannabe model or whatever, and she's like walking down the street and she's going like this. It's like the weird. She's like flailing, and this was like good reporting because they did a follow-up.
Okay,
the reporter found her coming out of a store and she was walking fine and there was nothing wrong with her, and they go up to her and say, hey, how are you doing? Better. And she was like trying so hard to be like, oh like, you got to see this video again. It's like laughably bad. She's like it's been like one of these videos. She's like walking down the sidewalk and she's like doing all these weird gyrations. And
they're so exaggerated.
Like, someone added dubstep to it. It's like really funny. It looks like he's dancing.
I've seen some good ones. I saw one with the that one, Here Comes the Hot Stepper, like that's a great one.
The whole idea of like, oh, we're gonna like the fact that they caught her later on and nailed her, like, hey, what happened to you? And she had no words.
Well, it's comical to me and you, but the thing is that there's 70-year-old people watching these videos and they have no media literacy.
This is gullible people.
And they're like telling their grandchildren, don't let your mom give you the vaccine because I saw this video.
It's grandparents. I think it's fucking people like our age and younger that are not getting the vaccine. That's the scary part. A lot of the people who are grandparents, like there's some weirdos and stuff like that, but most of those people grew up pre-polio and shit.
True.
They got, like, they know that vaccines are important. Some of them probably had the brains brought over the years by Fox News and stuff. No, I think it's people who are like Gen X. I think Gen X is probably the worst
I could see.
of the anti-vax movement. I feel like it got really big in the early 2000s, thanks to Jenny McCarthy.
Yeah.
And she's like Gen X. And I think I could see a lot of like 40-year-olds and 30-year-olds who are not getting vaccinated.
Yeah.
Which means that's a good point. Kids are not getting vaccinated. And I think that's the frightening shit. That's the frightening thing, is there's so many of these dipshits out there that are getting the misinformation. Yeah, we laugh and think like, oh yeah, some 70-year-old who, and I agree, there's people older who probably don't get, a lot of religious people and stuff like that. I just, to this day, I do not understand the goal of the anti-vax movement. Now, I can understand in the beginning when I first heard like, hey, we want to make sure, like, what's the deal with these things? Like, some of these are, there's a lot of lead in this and stuff like that, and it's like, I don't want to say like, oh yeah, I mean, I could see how someone could be like, yeah, that seems like rational, like a rational thing. Like, yeah, we should make sure that there's actual, like, we are not putting poison. But then it gets turned into like something else. And then it just gets more ridiculous and more conspiratorial. And then they're talking about putting chips in you and all stuff. And I'm like, what is the end game of this? Like, who is backing this? Like, because it is pretty big. Like, it is big. Right. Like that fucking doctor from England became like a huge celebrity. The fake doctor who kind of started the whole autism thing. So, I don't know if he's still married, but he was married to Elle Macpherson. Like,
yeah.
Like, that's insane. How much, like, we're really watching, like, the anti-vax movement kind of started big in like crunchy and liberal people, or more left-leaning people, like a lot of natural people, like people who are in the
Northern California people,
California, like that. And then it like shifted, and now it's like it's all right-wingers. Now I know one of the big ones is Robert Kennedy. Is his name Robert Kennedy?
Robert Kennedy Jr., I think.
That guy, what the fuck happened to him?
Yeah, it is weird to see, like, you're more likely to find anti-vaxxers on both sides of the extreme spectrum. But yeah, it's almost all driven by MAGA chuds now.
It's mostly like a right-wing thing. It's got to the point where, DeSantis has become like the official, like, he just put in a thing recently and said, like, you can't mandate any vaccines.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that we were just talking about. That was going to be our next topic, is Trump and DeSantis facing off, and thinking that maybe DeSantis would take a to the right of Trump position on vaccines. I looked that up today to see, like, did DeSantis kind of like eliminate all vaccine mandates? And he did. And Florida's in the middle of a meningitis outbreak, which again
is absolutely insane. Again, it's like,
you can vaccinate against meningitis, but you don't have to, apparently. And it's crazy. You can vaccinate against meningitis, but like maybe you don't have to in Florida, or maybe now people aren't getting vaccinated against meningitis. So,
well, the whole big thing about vaccines was that especially when it came to public schools and stuff, was like, you can't attend the schools if your kid is not properly vaccinated. But if you get rid of that element, you're going to just see more and more people not get the vaccine. Some could be because they believe that people get the Harlem Shake from it.
Yeah.
Other people are just ambivalent and lazy and just don't do it and forget. I think that's usually the case, is that if you don't make it a mandatory thing, most people are just not going to do it because they don't. It's like the mask thing. Once they got rid of the mask mandate, you saw the numbers go from like 75%, because you still have those 25% assholes that refuse to wear it. And then it dropped down, it flipped. It became like 25% kept wearing them and 75% were not wearing them.
Well, I will say,
no mandate.
The one thing working in the country's favor, maybe not Florida's favor, is that a lot of child care visits are free now because of Obamacare, or covered even under the most basic insurances. And a lot of those childhood vaccines are free now. And a lot of times the pediatrician will just say to the mom, hey, your kid's supposed to have A, B, and C. Do you want them? There are going to be people that decline those vaccinations now because of all this shit. But a good number of them will still vaccinate. You know, I mean, I
think, it depends.
Hopefully
they're going to a good doctor. Like I went to my doctor, not my doctor. I went to my son's pediatrician, and we only been there like, this is the second time now because we've been almost a year now. And I was happy to hear her. She was talking, we were talking about vaccinations and stuff.
Yeah.
He's not due for anything major for a couple of years. He got one. I don't know what it was there, but we were talking about the COVID and flu, and she was like, good. She's like, and I actually asked her, I said, like, so what's the deal with it now? Is it like a 6-month thing, or is it just going to be like a yearly thing with the flu? And she said, right now the plan is it's literally just going to be a yearly thing where
you get
it with your flu shot and it should cover you then. But she's like, but if it comes up that you need another one, she's like, I don't care. Here's my arm. Give it to me. Like I was like happy to hear that. Like, all right, you're not a psychopath or an idiot. But I just never understood
the end game
of these I think some of it is negligence, and it gives people an excuse not to get it. Like if you don't have proper insurance, you some people like can't pay for these. I mean, they can be expensive if you don't have like healthcare and stuff like that. So if you give a person an excuse and say like, well, these things are bad for you, you'll be like, oh, good, I don't have to get these from my kid. They're dangerous.
I think some of it's that. I think some people have legitimate concerns. They're misguided, but I think some people are legitimately concerned. I think for the most part, it's just people being manipulated, like by whatever, for whatever reasons,
I just don't know what the end game is. It's like, it's like a death cult thing to me. It's just like weird. Like I said, I can understand the lure in the beginning because it's to be like, of course, I want to know what's in my food. I want to know what's in the thing I'm injecting in my body. That makes sense. I could see how that's like a rational thing. But when you start like, this person is shedding the vaccine, that's like, okay, you lost me completely.
Yeah, come on.
This is fucking nonsense. So, and sorry, back to DeSantis. And like you said with Trump, that if a potential, if DeSantis decides to run and Trump actually does run, and there's in the primary stage, that DeSantis could run to the right or whatever it is, the right to pick some vaccinations at the time, and be like the one that is like the more right wing. But I could just see Trump coming back and just being like, I saw so many dead people. Like, are you nuts, Ron? I don't know. Like, who knows? I'm curious where it would go. I could like.
That is interesting. It'll be. I think Trump has got to do something like that because he just can't admit to being wrong. So.
But I'm sorry, but like, if you have a guy who's running, let's say DeSantis is the guy who's running for president.
Yeah.
And he's the one who gets the nomination. He's the Republican president primary, and he's going around like still pushing like anti-vaccine shit.
Yeah.
That's gonna backfire. Like, I'm sorry, there has to be at that point, like you have to have like media has to do the job and be
right.
Like, what are you doing? Like, this is like a nut. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't treat him like the moderate that you're going to try to sell him as. Like, if he is this anti-vaxxer putting all these things, all people have to see is like, dude, the rates of meningitis in Florida have like quadrupled in the past 6 months.
It should be easily spotted. But that whole Trump and DeSantis dynamic is fascinating. They're the two clear front runners for the Republican nominee
right now.
Yeah.
I don't think they have anybody else, and honestly, I don't even understand how DeSantis is even a potential one. I think it's just right-wing media just trying to create something out of nothing.
Yeah, he's just like DeSantis is just sort of like comically bad. I mean, I don't think he's ready for the national. I don't think he'll ever be ready for the national stage.
Well, what he did something recently.
He outlawed AP Black History course.
That's insane.
It's just it's
in the year 2023 in America.
Yeah, and there's like there's a European history course, a European Eastern European history course. Didn't get rid of that. There's like an Italian history course. Didn't get rid of that.
Like, why would he get rid of the Black history course? And he started making claims saying like, oh, it's because they tried shoving like queer theory in or something. It's just like,
none of it makes any sense. I mean, like, I'm sure there's probably an entry for it in the glossary or something, but
a reporter, if you had reporters actually do the job right or whatever, or I don't know, I can imagine he cherry picks who he lets ask questions anyway, because he sucks and doesn't want to be confronted at all,
right?
In any way whatsoever. I would ask him, be like, why?
Yeah,
why would we get rid of?
I've seen a few reporters too, and he's like, there's a chapter I think on CRT, and if I'm going to err on the side of caution. If I don't think it's good, I'm going to, it's like one of those bullshit answers. I don't know. I mean, like, that's a tough one. Like, the people, look, if you figure just on average, a third of the people in America are MAGA chuds, and a third are pretty liberal, and a third are in the middle of the road, which isn't like too far off from the statistics, then he's really doubling down on that 35%, but he's like completely alienating the other 66%. Like, the middle of the road people they don't want this,
This is weird. I'm like, I'd be like, I would ask, like, who is this for exactly?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like,
what problem are you solving?
Wait, who is this for? What is this problem you're solving? Like who will benefit from not knowing anything about like Black history? Like, why is that a bad thing? Like, who are you? Like, like what white supremacist group is backing this? Like, because that's what it is. It's like literal whitewashing of like any type of history. And again, it's like it's an AP course, right?
It's AP. It's completely voluntary.
So an AP course usually is like a course in a high school, right? Mm-hmm. Like, and they're usually going to be like a junior or a senior at that point, probably, if they're taking an AP course.
You can do it in your freshman and sophomore. They have AP courses for all 4 years.
Well, AP, okay, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of like college credit. That's not a college.
Oh, yeah. No, it is college credit. Like, you can, like, in theory, in Florida, my brother taught AP Human Geography, and it's a 9th grade history course. And if you pass, you take the course, and you can pass or fail the course for your high school grade, but then you're eligible to take an exam at the end. And if you pass it, you get college credit.
Yeah, I took a AP English, I think, and I think I took something else, but I did not do well in that last one.
They're hard tests, and like their passing rates usually are in the 50-60%. And not all colleges
saying that he, like you said, like, why would he target this specific thing? Who's this for? What benefits you too from getting rid of this? And again, it's like, we're not teaching like a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old or shoving this down a 10-year-old. It's a voluntary course, and you're basically denying people that choice.
Well, and I don't think I'm overstating it. I think this is just kind of plainly it. Like, there is the view, anytime you look at history, it's going to be through a lens, like the famous example when I taught history is like, you would ask, when did World War II start? And the funny thing is there's no clear answer, because Americans think it started when like Pearl Harbor. Yeah.
Or even though it was going on for like 4 years.
Yeah. But people in England were like, no, that's like halfway through it, you know? So like there is
Treaty
no,
of Versailles.
right. Or was it when Germany invaded Poland? Or was it actually during World War One? Did it really start during World War One?
Well, that's why they always people get scared about the whole Russia-Ukraine thing, is because
right.
You know, the joke is they probably weren't calling it World War II when Germany invaded Poland.
Yeah. So exactly. So
that's why people like see the Russia-Ukraine thing and be like, this could be the beginning of World War III, because that's kind of like how history goes.
Yeah. And so when we look at history, we tend to look at it through like a white Western European lens, or like an American lens, a white American lens. That's how we think of history. So like when we think of like historical events, that's how we interpret them, or that's the context. So anyway, like of course you would benefit from taking a Black history course, because then you're looking at the same events, the same facts, but through a different perspective, you know, and you're interpreting them differently. And you can 100% do that with history. It's just, if you're foolish if you think you can't. So it would benefit anyone to look at history through a Black lens, or it would benefit you could look at American history through a British lens, frankly. You know, yeah. I mean, like the whole War of Independence looks a little different when they teach it in England.
It's like when I was in college, I had a sociology teacher or something, this guy, and he said, you know, we've been learning history, but we never learned her story.
Yeah, right? Yeah. I mean, well, that's another one, like a women's studies course. Like people always joke about how it's like useless, but it's a fucking 100% not useless, because if you go into a workplace and like me, I will enter that workplace with a male perspective. The workplace is different in a female.
But it's like also like DeSantis trying to claim like, oh, what does like queer theory or something have to do with Black history or something? Because that was like his claim, which is like bullshit. It's like, well, why is that a bad thing too? Why is it bad to have queer theory in this? You're telling me that like Black history, Black civil rights movement or whatever, like doesn't involve in any way like the LGBT in any way.
Like exactly.
It's disgusting.
He's
a fucking cancer.
He's running to the right of Trump, you know, and he's doing, at this point in the game, he's far worse than Trump ever was. You know, I mean, Trump wound up terrible, but Ron DeSantis is gearing up to be worse than Trump.
Was like, you know, you could whatever you want to say, but he was, you know, last year or two was mired by COVID, regardless if it was a product of his own design or not.
Yeah.
And DeSantis's like opportunity was, well, he's not president, but like, let me run the state and become like the anti-COVID guy, but not like anti-COVID, like he wants to stop COVID. But
right.
I'm just going to pretend it doesn't exist and kill the people that live here.
Well, it's, I don't know where it's going to go. And I think we won't really know until, well, we might know soon, because Trump is getting back on Facebook and Instagram.
Yep. Speaking of, so Trump, you know, they announced a while ago, I don't know, it was like a year ago, or maybe it was shortly after. So basically, Twitter kicked him off after January 6th, like, I don't know, the day after. It was like that day or the day after. And then every other major social media account got rid of him too. Like Chat Lorette,
right. Be Real.
Trying the Friendster, MySpace.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Facebook and Instagram got rid of him too. And Facebook did say though that they were going to reevaluate 2 years from now.
Yeah, they did.
They are 2 years now. And so I guess they announced, we talked about this last week, and I said that I could see them not doing it, but I guess I was giving them too much credit, because they said that they're going to bring him back, but there's going to be guardrails. Like, what does that even mean? How about like Oh, you mean the guy who tried to commit a coup?
Right.
COVID misinformation. Like, what guardrails are you gonna put up? Like, the minute he gets back on, he's just gonna bitch about like how the election was stolen.
Well, I no longer care. I mean, like, the only thing I'm focused on is, and you and I talked about this a little bit before we started recording. If Merrick Garland, if the DOJ is not charging Trump, then
right. I saw someone else, like, that is a simple truth. If he is not facing any charges for what happened January 6th or any of his other like crimes that he is definitely guilty of. The guy was impeached twice, but the Republicans saved his ass both times. The second time he should have been fully impeached, and Mitch McConnell saved his ass, regardless of how many times Trump has insulted McConnell. He still because if he was fully impeached by the Senate, he would receive no pension. He would receive, like, there would be a bunch of things he would not get. I don't think he'd be able to run again either.
Nope.
So McConnell basically gave Trump a gift. He should have been fully impeached then too.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Like, why does not defending Facebook, Meta, whatever the fuck they're calling it.
Yeah, I'm not defending Facebook, but like,
but it is true. Like, why should if the government or whatever is not going to do anything to like prevent this man from running again or doing that, why does Facebook or Instagram have to abide by any rule? I mean,
all these people, Matt Gaetz and Donald Trump and Marjorie Taylor, they can all say like, look, I've not been I haven't even been formally accused of any crime.
None of the Ginny Thomas, Charlie Kirk, any of these people, like, only people that have been arrested have been the little peons, and a lot of them have been basically either let out,
given like 6 days in prison or something.
Yeah, like time served. And it's like a joke. Like, there's some that like actually got a couple of years and actually got served. Like, some of them were charged with sedition charges, which is not, good. I think when that Stuart Road guy got like a decade or something.
Yeah. There's been some people with a lot, but like
none of the big like names. Trump didn't even get impeached fully.
No.
I mean, it's a joke. So yeah, like, I mean, Facebook as a company, I think morally should do the right thing and not let him back on. What is there to gain? Now I'll say this: the guardrails could be like, well, if he brings up like, which would actually be really funny. It'd be really funny because I'll give you an example. Elon Musk let Nick Fuentes back on Twitter, and Nick Fuentes was kicked off the next day because Nick Fuentes couldn't help himself. He started attacking the Jews, said Hitler was right, all these things. I wouldn't know because he blocked me. This is what I heard or seen.
Yeah, I have seen that on Twitter.
And his account was removed immediately. So maybe, it's kind of funny. Maybe Facebook, and again, I'm probably giving him way too much credit. For this. Yeah. Like, okay, we let him back on, but like, he has special, what do you call it? What's it, terms of services or something.
Yeah.
Like, if he brings up like the election of 2020 and says that, it was stolen.
Good.
Well, you broke that term of service.
Yeah. He'll break that in the first 3 minutes.
We'll look at it again 2 years from now and see. I mean, I'm fine with that. I just don't trust them. I think they just want those ad dollars.
Yeah. I agree.
It's just going to give them millions and millions of dollars, and they need that money. I think they.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Whatever. Especially if he runs for president. I mean, didn't he say like he spent more on Facebook ads than any other?
Yeah, and they've gotten very expensive, and so we'll see. Hopefully, Trump will get back on social media and start churning out the content, and more people will see exactly what he's all about.
Well, I mean, like, again, people will be like, this guy's still bitching about the 2020 election, dude. You lost.
He's got big loser energy. They all do.
That's another reason why people like looking at Ron DeSantis, because he's not complaining about the 2020 election.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, I mean, wow, I steal elections in Florida.
Yeah.
Like I said, it still bugs me. I think that
Oh yeah, I'm still pissed off about it, but
well, I think more like we know why Twitter did it, because Elon Musk is a chud.
Yeah.
And it only happened because he bought Twitter and he said he was going to do that. But the joke is, Trump has not tweeted anything because he's contractually obligated.
Well,
to his what?
Well, I was going to say one difference is that Twitter actively let him back, but Donald Trump was on a 2-year suspension. And at the end of 2 years, Donald Trump wrote a letter to Facebook asking to be reinstated. Right. So Facebook was in a little different position because they said, we'll check in with you in 2 years. And Trump said, hey, it's been 2 years. I promise to be better. Facebook, as much as it pisses me off, I think Facebook did what they said they were going to do. And it wasn't like Twitter where Elon Musk was like rubbing his hands, couldn't wait to get Trump back on Twitter,
Yeah.
So
like
exactly. I mean, like Elon Musk just wanted to own the libs. I think Facebook, honestly, if they could have waved a magic wand and just had avoided the problem altogether, that would have been their preference. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, like, I don't know if he's going to use it. Like you said, he has to contractually use Truth Social first. I don't know if
those rules apply to Facebook or anything like that.
That's a good point.
Like, I would imagine if he's running for president, that would be different because campaign ads or whatever.
Exactly, and he could get around it by saying that's not Donald Trump the person, that's Donald Trump the campaign.
Well, like I said, Facebook has like guidelines, and one of them is like the fucking 2020 election.
Yeah.
I think that actually will backfire on him, and he'll be off the fucking site in like a week or like 3 minutes, like you said. He goes back. Because if he's putting out the content that he does on Truth Social, which
it's unhinged.
Repost. The last one is just like a bizarre diatribe of like, and if that goes on, if he's tweeting that on Facebook, then I don't know. I would just, what I would do is that I would tell everybody, report him.
Yeah.
Be careful select the proper,
right.
They have thing like campaign, political misinformation.
Yeah.
Just keep doing it. And even fucking Facebook comes back and says, oh, we didn't see anything wrong with it. At some point they will.
Just keep doing it. Yeah.
Fucking doing it,
All right.
Well, we have one more. I think
I
don't really have much to say about it. But so Mike Pence, you remember him?
Yeah. The human fly.
What?
The human fly.
Yeah, the guy, the fly head.
Yep.
He I guess got caught recently, or no, I guess it was like kind of more similar to like the Biden thing where like found
he after they found classified documents in Biden's garage, Pence went on TV on like Brian Kilmeade's show or whatever and talked about how careless that was and blah blah and this and that. And then like the next day, agents found the same classified docs in his garage, and no one's heard a peep from him since. I don't know. I mean, like to me, this is a non-starter. I mean, like, I don't know what these classified docs are. I mean, there's probably
it's just funny, like you said, he went on a show to shit on Biden, and then
like 12 hours later, he's there again, and other people on Fox are doing like somersaults trying to excuse Trump and Pence and demand Biden go to prison or whatever.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz is there talking. I saw an interview with Ted Cruz today where he was saying that they needed to search Biden's home again and Hunter Biden's home again and blah, blah. And the Fox host is like, well, Vice President and Cruz is like, oh, he's explained that. There's really nothing to see there. It's like,
of course.
It's just like, I know they do it so glibly, but that's still remarkable to see. In my head, like, look,
I'm actually blown away that the Fox News reporter even said that.
Yeah, in my head, look, they found classified docs in Pence's garage, and Pence gave them back and apologized. As long as they aren't anything super weird, that sounds perfectly plausible. And the same thing with Joe Biden, that they found some classified docs in his garage, and he's like, "Oh shit, why don't you guys take a look and gather up?" And And then I think both of those are just so infinitely different than Donald Trump taking classified docs and then lying about it,
and refusing to bring
them back, and then lying about it again. I mean, I
burying
think
his dead wife in the golf course and throwing a bunch of what is it? Oh, that's right. The photo of the pallbearers trying to lift the casket, and they're like, "No, okay, she didn't weigh like 1,000 pounds. There's clearly like hundreds of pounds of paper in this fucking casket."
So, to me, those are just so completely different. And I mean, like, look, I wish Biden didn't have docs in his garage. I mean,
I would prefer not to give the right wing a talking any chance they can get.
But it doesn't.
The only thing I can say that the Pence thing is that the good thing about it is that maybe it'll shut some people up about Biden, because then you're like, oh yeah, well, what about Pence? And then you're just like,
but I don't even care. Like, theoretically, there should now be a special counsel for Pence. I mean, like,
because fucking Merrick Garland went on TV and said that he had a special counsel for Biden, which is funny, because it's like, you jumped on. And I could see like, okay, listen, just nip it in the bud. Just go out there. If you say we're going to investigate, they don't do shit or whatever.
Yeah.
And who knows? And then it's like, you can't say that like, which Bill Barr did. Bill Barr was Trump's little lapdog, and they didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But the Dems can't, do that. So they have to like pretend like they play by the rules. So it's like, yeah, well, look, Merrick Garland's investigating me, like, hey,
well,
where is he going to go on TV now and say, hey, we're looking into Mike Pence?
Yeah, I think it was a gift to have.
Sure, it wasn't just a bunch of Tiger Beat magazines.
Right.
Oh, that's where those Kirk Cameron issues from.
Yeah. I think it was probably just a bunch of like Cub Scout magazines or something.
Oh God. Boy's Life,
yeah. He found 18 copies of Boy's Life, a box of Kleenex, and a jar of Vaseline. Like, that's what I'm thinking. So anyway, I think look, I think Biden's thing and Pence's thing, I wish they hadn't happened. It seems kind of sloppy.
Well, I don't care about Pence having it. I think Pence.
I mean, I would just need
it'd be expected.
Yeah. I mean, it would depend too on the documents. Like if Pence just happened to keep a bunch of documents about Hillary Clinton or something.
Documents that Biden had were from when he was vice president.
Yeah.
It's probably like a vice president thing. They're like, well, no one gives a fuck about me. Like,
no, I mean, like, and some of it too is like, look, if
documents of like their visit to like Paraguay or whatever the fuck.
If you had classified documents about like, hey, we moved the boundary of some, I don't know, if it's some random thing that isn't even
vice
important anymore.
Stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like if it was about like, hey, we're shipping missiles to be sent to Iraq down I-75 next Tuesday or whatever, and like the information was already like out of date, they just never declassified it, I'd be like, oh, maybe that's a bad example. Anyway, I'd have to see the data
real quick before we wrap all this up.
Yeah.
The thing about the Biden documents thing and why the right loves it is because it feeds into the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing. It feeds into their lies about him being connected to China. It just feeds. It's more fuel on the fire for them. And it's like you said with Ted Cruz, it's so fucking transparent when he's like demanding like a literal like pitch and forks hunt on Biden, but like, oh yeah, Pence had similar. Oh, he's good.
He's explained that. There's nothing to see there, So whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Well, all right. Well,
yeah.
On that note, I don't know. You have anything else to say before we go?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, check out that awful Cronenberg movie.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna watch that. I had something else on my radar to watch. I'll watch that. I'll be ready to talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, if you see Jung-Yi, check it if you want.
Check it out. That was I've got actually I have that written down right here on my notepad. So
it was surprisingly pretty good. I'm not saying it's gonna change your life in any way, but
yeah. No, I'm always looking for a good sci-fi movie.
Real quick, what I saw recently, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's like the prototypical 80s movie, One Crazy Summer.
I think I saw. Is that Tom Cruise?
No, John Cusack, Bobcat Goldthwait.
Oh yeah. Okay, I haven't seen that in a million years.
Oh God, we watched it recently. I love that.
One Crazy Summer. What's it on? Do you remember?
I think we found it on YouTube.
All right.
It's good quality too.
I'll look for it.
Yeah. All right. I mean, we don't have to talk about that.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm Rob Israel.
I'm Joseph K.
And you still going on about
that?
Thank you for listening to You Still Going On About That. Please like, comment, share, and if you haven't done already, please follow us on Instagram, YSGOAT, Facebook, YSGOAT, and Twitter, YSGOAT. Thank you, and have a great day.